Note on subject's name.
关于主题名字的说明。
Throughout this book, its subject is referred to as Abe Shinzo, using the correct word order in Japanese. However, on the cover of the Iconoclast, the publisher chose to refer to him as Shinzo Abe to avoid bibliographic, cataloging, and search engine confusion.
在这本书中，主题人物被称为安倍晋三，遵循日语的正确词序。然而，在异端者的封面上，出版商选择使用晋三安倍这一名称，以避免书目、编目和搜索引擎的混淆。
Acknowledgements.
致谢。
Despite a lifetime of reading books, when I embarked on this project, I honestly did not appreciate the extent to which producing a book is truly a collective enterprise. I received so much help in so many ways from so many people that it would be impossible to acknowledge everyone, but I will try.
尽管我一生都在读书，但当我开始这个项目时，我坦诚地说，我并没有充分意识到出版一本书实际上是一个集体的努力。我从许多人那里得到了各种帮助，几乎无法一一感谢，但我将尽力而为。
First, I have to thank Kevin Kajiwara and Wolfgango Piccoli, co-presidents of Tineo Intelligence, where I have been the Japan analyst since 2013. When I told Kevin and Wolf that I was working on this book, they did not hesitate to give their support. In a larger sense, this book would not have been possible without Tineo, which gave me an excellent perch from which to analyze Abe's return to power and the intellectual freedom to explore all facets of Japan's politics during the second Abe administration. Declan Kelly, Paul Keary, and Doug Band have created a special company that genuinely appreciates and rewards intellectual achievement, and I am fortunate to have been part of it. Other Tineo colleagues, Orson Porter, Thomas Schoenfelder, Antonio Barroso, Alexandra Rogan, Bob Herrera Lim, Gabriel Wildaw, Otelia Dand, and Fruhauf, Karsten Nickel, Nicholas Watson, Megan McDonough, have been sources of encouragement and insight before and during the process of writing this book. By generously sharing his insight into the Korean peninsula, Victor Cha has expanded my understanding of Japan's regional environment, and it has been a privilege to work with him. I am also grateful to Jim Shin, who, though no longer with Tineo, helped bring me to the company and has been a constant supporter, especially during the writing of this book.
首先，我要感谢 Tineo Intelligence 的联合总裁 Kevin Kajiwara 和 Wolfgango Piccoli。自2013年起，我一直在该公司担任日本分析师。当我告诉 Kevin 和 Wolf 我正在撰写这本书时，他们毫不犹豫地给予了支持。从更广泛的角度来看，没有 Tineo 的支持，这本书是不可能完成的。Tineo 为我提供了一个优秀的平台，让我能够分析安倍晋三的再次掌权，并在第二次安倍内阁期间深入探讨日本政治的各个方面。Declan Kelly、Paul Keary 和 Doug Band 创建了一家真正重视和奖励智力成就的特殊公司，我很荣幸能成为其中的一员。其他 Tineo 的同事们 Orson Porter、Thomas Schoenfelder、Antonio Barroso、Alexandra Rogan、Bob Herrera Lim、Gabriel Wildaw、Otelia Dand and Frohoff、Karsten Nickel、Nicholas Watson、Megan McDonough 在我写作这本书之前和期间给了我很多鼓励和洞见。Victor Che 慷慨地分享了他对朝鲜半岛的见解，这让我对日本的地区环境有了更深的理解，与他合作是一大荣幸。我也非常感谢 Jim Shin， 尽管他已经离开了 Tineo， 但他帮助我加入了公司，并且在我写作这本书的过程中一直支持我。
Second, I am indebted to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation USA and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Tokyo. As a research fellow from 2014 to 2020, I was able to dig deeply into the Abe government's economic policies and to develop Japan Political Pulse, a Japanese public opinion poll aggregator, work that contributed immeasurably to this book. I am immensely grateful to current and former FUSA staffers, Jim Zumwalt, Chris Rodman, Kazuyo Kato, Joy Shampalix, Adam Morrow, Dara Phillip, Susan Dalzell, Misa Imanaka-Miller, Keiji Iwatake, Sayuri Romei, Phyllis Yoshida, Satohiro Okamoto, and many others for their support. I am indebted to former research director Dan Bob for encouraging me to undertake this project in the earliest stages, as well as to Admiral Dennis Blair for bringing me on board as a fellow. I am also grateful for support from SPF headquarters in Tokyo, particularly from Aya Murata and Junko Chano, who took an early interest in my work and provided steady support along the way.
其次， 我要感谢美国佐佐木和平基金会和东京的佐佐木和平基金会。作为2014年至2020年的研究员，我得以深入研究安倍政府的经济政策，并开发了日本政治脉动，这是一个日本公众舆论聚合器。这项工作对本书的贡献巨大。我非常感谢现任和前任 SPUSA 工作人员，包括吉姆、祖姆沃尔特、克里斯、罗德曼、加藤和代、乔伊、香帕卢、亚当、莫罗、达拉、菲利普、苏珊、达尔泽尔、金钟光、岩竹圭二、佐由里、罗密欧、吉田菲利斯、樱井佐弘以及许多其他人的支持。我要感谢前研究主任丹·鲍勃在我项目的初期阶段给予的鼓励，以及丹尼斯·布莱尔海军上将让我加入成为研究员。此外，我也非常感谢 SPF 东京总部的支持，特别是村田彩和茶野顺子，他们对我的工作表现出早期的兴趣，并一直给予我坚定的支持。
SPUSA not only provided financial support for research trips to Japan, but also hosted workshops that enabled me to receive feedback on early drafts from some of Washington's best analysts of Japan. That group, including Ben Self, Ben Goldberg, Andrew Orris, Giulio Piese, Emma Chanlatavery, Mark Manning, Jacob Schlesinger, Ben Rimland, Ollie Wine, and Sherry Martin, generously volunteered their time to read and comment on this book as it took shape and I believe helped make it significantly better.
SPUSA 不仅资助了我前往日本的研究旅行，还组织了研讨会，让我能够从华盛顿最优秀的日本问题专家那里获得早期草稿的反馈。这个团队包括 Ben Self、Ben Goldberg、Andrew Orris、Giulio Pugliese、Emma Chanlatavery、Mark Manning、Jacob Schlesinger、Ben Rimland、Ollie Wine 和 Sherry Martin。他们慷慨地抽出时间阅读并评论了这本书的初稿，我相信他们的帮助使这本书的质量有了显著提升。
Getting this book into your hands also required a certain degree of serendipity. Unkit Panda told me that he was writing a book for Hearst Publishers and that it might be a good fit for the A book I had in mind. It turned out that a professor from graduate school, Brendan Sims, had edited a series for Hearst, and he promptly introduced me to Hearst's Michael Dwyer, who was enthusiastic about the idea of publishing the first English-language biography of Abe. I am grateful to Michael for his enthusiasm about this project and grateful for the work he put into making it a reality. I am also deeply appreciative to Hearst production head Daisy Leach, publicist Alison Alexanian, and marketing head Kathleen May for their work making this book a reality, and to copy editor Kate Bickmore and proofreader Susan Boxall for hammering the text into shape. Finally, I am indebted to Linda Coleman for her help refining my proposal and Micah Salb for his help finalizing a contract. I am also grateful to W. David Marks and Jeffrey Kane for taking the time to answer my questions about their experiences in the publishing industry.
将这本书交到你手中也需要一定的幸运。安基特·潘达告诉我，他正在为赫斯特出版社写一本书，这本书可能适合我计划中的安倍传记。结果，我的研究生导师布伦丹·西姆斯曾为赫斯特编辑过一系列书籍，他立即把我介绍给了赫斯特的迈克尔·德怀尔。他对出版第一部英文版安倍传记的想法非常感兴趣。我非常感谢迈克尔对这个项目的热情和支持，以及他为实现这个项目所付出的努力。我也十分感激赫斯特的制作主管黛西·莱奇、宣传人员艾里森·阿莱克桑尼安和营销主管凯瑟琳·梅，感谢他们为使这本书成为现实所付出的努力。同时，感谢文字编辑凯特·比克莫尔和校对员苏珊·伯克斯尔对文本的精心打磨。最后，我要特别感谢琳达·库尔曼对我的提案进行精炼的帮助，以及米卡·萨尔布在最终确定合同方面的支持。此外，我也非常感谢大卫·马克思和杰弗里·凯恩，他们花时间回答了我关于他们在出版行业经验的问题。
Over the course of my career, I have benefited greatly from the wisdom of other Japan watchers, who shared their knowledge with me and made me a better analyst. Aseo Keiichiro gave me the opportunity to observe Japanese politics up close as a member of his staff, and has been generous with his time ever since. The Maureen and Mike Mansfield Foundation's U.S. Japan Network for the Future, the third cohort of which I am a member, helped me stay connected to old friends from academia, introduce me to new scholars, and helped me stay up to date on the debates that political scientists who study Japan were having about Abe. In the 6 years that I have lived in Greater Washington, D.C., I have also benefited immensely from DC's community of Japan specialists. Jim Schaff, Sheila Smith, Mireya Solis, Mike Green, Mike Mochizuki, and Glenn Fukushima have all generously included me in discussions and given me opportunities to refine my thinking. Others, including Gerald Curtis, Chris Nelson, Brad Glosserman, Dan Snyder, Richard Katz, and Alicia Ogawa have been valued friends and supporters, and have a knack for doling out praise just when it is most needed. David Nakamura generously shared his insights into Abe's relationship with Donald Trump. I'm especially grateful for the friendship of my fellow Midwesterner Jeffrey Hornung, who has read and commented on multiple drafts, been a source of encouragement, and a friend. Ben Self has generously answered panic texts at unusual hours and provided advice at every step of the way. Some of the earliest ideas in this book began with a guest lecture for his course at George Washington University.
在我的职业生涯中，我从其他日本观察家的智慧中获益良多，他们与我分享的知识，使我成为了一名更优秀的分析师。前尾敬一郎给了我作为他的工作人员近距离观察日本政治的机会，并且从那以后一直慷慨地给予我时间。莫林和麦克曼斯菲尔德基金会的每日未来网络，我是其第3期成员，帮助我与学术界的旧友保持联系，结识了新的学者，并帮助我跟上研究日本的政治科学家们关于安倍的讨论。在我居住在华盛顿特区的6年里，我也从华盛顿的日本专家社区中受益匪浅。Jim Schaff, Sheila Smith, Mireya Solis, Mike Green, Mike Mochizuki 和 Glenn Fukushima 都慷慨地将我纳入他们的讨论，并给了我机会来完善我的思考。其他许多人，包括 Gerald Curtis, Chris Nelson, Brad Glosserman, Dan Snyder, Richard Katz 和 Alicia Ogawa 都是我的好朋友和支持者，总是在我最需要的时候给予我鼓励。David Nakamura 慷慨地分享了他对安倍晋三与唐纳德·特朗普关系的见解。我特别感谢我的中西部老乡 Jeffrey Hornung， 他阅读并评论了多个草稿，给了我很多鼓励，也是我的好朋友。Ben Self 慷慨地在不寻常的时间回复我的紧急短信，并在每一步都提供了宝贵的建议。这本书中的一些最初的想法源于他在乔治华盛顿大学课程中的一次客座讲座。
I am also indebted to the broader world of Japan specialists who have helped bring this book into being in various ways. Stephen Nagi of International Christian University in Tokyo hosted me for talks in 2018 that ultimately became parts of several chapters. Harvard University's Susan Farr and Ezra Vogel, who also serve as advisors to the Mansfield Foundation's U.S.-Japan network, kindly hosted me at Harvard in 2017 for a discussion of Abe's legacy with Andrew Orris. Greg Merkley at Northwestern University invited me to guest lecture twice while I was working on this book, giving me a chance to present some of these ideas to a non-specialist audience. Yoichi Funabashi has been generous with his time and his wisdom for years, and served as a sounding board when I was figuring out how to structure this book. Corey Wallace generously read drafts at a late stage. Peter Drysdale, Shiro Armstrong, and the rest of the team at Australian National University's East Asia Forum have given me multiple opportunities to develop and present arguments that eventually made their way into this book. Robert Dejaric, Greg Noble, and David Leone have been excellent dining companions whenever I am back in Tokyo, and the source of ideas that have made their way into this book.
我也感谢日本研究界的广泛支持，他们以各种方式帮助了这本书的诞生。2018年，东京国际基督教大学的斯蒂芬·纳吉邀请我进行了几次演讲，这些演讲最终成为了书中几个章节的基础。2017年，哈佛大学的苏珊·法尔和埃兹拉·沃格尔，同时也是曼斯菲尔德基金会每日网络的顾问，邀请我到哈佛大学与安德鲁·奥罗斯讨论安倍的遗产。在我撰写这本书期间，西北大学的格雷格·莫克利2次邀请我做客座讲座，使我有机会向非专业听众介绍这些想法。多年来，Yoichi Funabashi 一直慷慨地分享他的时间和智慧，并在我构思这本书的结构时提供了宝贵的建议。Corey Wallace 在后期阶段慷慨地阅读了草稿。Peter Drysdale、Shiro Armstrong 以及澳大利亚国立大学东亚论坛的其他团队成员多次为我提供了发展和展示最终纳入本书的论点的机会。每次我回到东京时， Robert Dujaric、Greg Noble 和 David Leone 都是极好的用餐伴侣，他们的见解也对本书有所贡献。
Michael Cusack and Jun Okumura found me when I was an anonymous blogger writing about Japanese politics. Their encouragement made me think I was writing something worthwhile, and the back-and-forth conversation across blogs provided me with a fast-paced tutorial in Japanese politics. Our conversations have largely migrated to Twitter, but my admiration for their insight and wit has never waned.
Michael Cusack 和 Jun Okumura 在我匿名撰写关于日本政治的博客时发现了我。他们的鼓励让我觉得我的写作很有价值，博客间的互动为我提供了关于日本政治的快速教程。虽然我们的对话大多已转移到 Twitter， 但我对他们的见解和幽默的钦佩从未减少。
I am also grateful to two members of this community no longer with us. Early in my career, I was fortunate to meet the late Sam Jameson, with whom I would regularly dine at his table at Kamahachi Honten, and who would regale me with stories from his long career as a foreign correspondent in Tokyo. The world of Japanese political analysis is poorer without him. It is similarly worse off without the late Peter Ennis, from whose knowledge of the U.S.-Japan relationship I benefited immensely.
我也感谢这个社区中已故的2位成员。在我职业生涯的早期，我有幸遇到了已故的山姆·詹姆斯。我经常在小巴本店与他共进晚餐，他会在餐桌上与我分享他在东京担任外国记者时的许多故事。没有他，日本政治分析领域显得更加贫瘠。同样的，已故的彼得·埃尼斯对美日关系的深刻理解也让我受益良多。他的离去使这一领域更加缺乏。
Many others have helped arrange interviews that strengthen the arguments in this book. Sato Setsuya, Kinoshita Hidetami, Mirai Hideki, Nagashima Akihisa, Miyake Kunihiko, Wendy Cutler, Tom Taniguchi, Paul Hennel, and others facilitated meetings that informed my writing in addition to sharing their own insights.
许多人帮助安排了加强本书论点的采访。佐藤结也、木下英辅、村井秀树、长岛昭久、宫胁邦彦、温迪、卡特勒、田中健、保罗、海恩莱等不仅分享了他们的见解，还促成了对我写作有帮助的会议。
I left the PhD program in MIT's Political Science Department sooner than I had hoped, but a glance at the references in this book will quickly reveal that I never stopped being a student of Richard Samuels. I was attracted to MIT because I believed that he worked on what I thought were the most fundamental questions about how Japan is governed, and I still believe that to be true. I have never forgotten the intellectual debt I owe to him. Other scholars at MIT with whom I had the privilege to work, Suzanne Berger, Kathy Thalen, Ken Oy, Taylor Fravel, David Singer, and Melissa Noble, have influenced this book in ways large and small. I have also benefited immensely from friendships forged in Cambridge, and am grateful to Samir Lalwani, Dan Altman, Kentaro Maeda, Josh Schifrinson, Llewellyn Hughes, and Joseph Torgen for their support at different stages of this project.
我比原计划提前离开了麻省理工学院政治学系的博士项目，但通过快速浏览这本书的参考文献，可以看出我从未停止向理查德·萨缪尔斯学习。我选择麻省理工学院，是因为我相信他在研究我认为关于日本治理的最核心问题，而我至今仍持这一观点。我从未忘记对他所欠的学术之债。麻省理工学院的其他学者，如苏珊·伯杰、凯西·希伦、肯·奥耶、泰勒·弗拉维尔、大卫·辛格和梅丽莎·诺布尔，也以各种方式对这本书产生了影响。我也从在剑桥结下的友谊中获益良多，非常感谢 Samir Lalwani、Dan Altman、Kentaro Maeda、Josh Schifrinson、Llewellyn Hughes 和 Joseph Torgen 在项目各个阶段给予的支持。
Teachers at other stages of my education, Mark Hulleyoung, George Ross, Robert Art, and the late Eugene Black at Brandeis University, Charles Jones, Philip Tall, and Shogo Suzuki at the University of Cambridge, and Chris Schwartz, David Klingenberger, Michael Conroy, Joseph Meyer, and Dana Desjardins at Niles West High School in Skokie, Illinois, all played instrumental roles in preparing me for life spent thinking and writing. Special thanks also go to Hiroko Sakino, to whom I am especially indebted for making room in her overbooked introductory Japanese class in my first semester at Brandeis.
在我教育的其他阶段 ，Mark Hulleyoung、George Ross、Robert Art 和已故的 Eugene Black 在布兰迪斯大学 ，Charles Jones、Philip Tall 和 Shogo Suzuki 在剑桥大学，以及 Chris Schwartz、David Klingenberger、Michael Conroy、 Joseph Meyer 和 Dana Desjardins 在伊利诺伊州斯科基的 Niles West 高中都对我为一生的思考和写作生涯做出了重要贡献。特别感谢 Hiroko Sekino， 他在布兰迪斯大学第一学期时特别为我安排了他已经满员的初级日语课程。
I thank my parents, Ura and Janice Harris, who raised me in a house full of books, encouraged me to write, and gave me the education and the opportunities to travel that made my career possible. I especially treasure the time that I have spent with them exploring Japan, and I appreciate the effort that they have made to understand my passion for Japanese history and culture.
我要感谢我的父母 Ira 和 Janice Harris， 他们在我充满书籍的家中将我抚养长大，鼓励我写作，并提供了接受教育和旅行的机会。这些机会成就了我的职业生涯。我特别珍视与他们一起探索日本的时光，非常感激他们为理解我对日本历史和文化的热爱所付出的努力。
When I first thought of writing a biography of Prime Minister Abe, my eldest son Nathan was a newborn. As I write the final words, Nathan is 6 and learning how to read, and his younger brother Caleb is 3. Writing a book with 2 small children was not the easiest undertaking, for them or for me. But I hope that they will find as much comfort in the printed word as I have. Our household is complete with the addition of 2 cats. I found Penelope outside of my apartment in Tokyo during my Fulbright year, and Elsa is a rescue who joined our family halfway through this project. They have both been my constant writing companions.
当我首次萌生为安倍首相撰写传记的想法时，我的长子内森还是个新生。如今，当我写下最后的字句时，内森已经6岁，正在学习阅读，而他的弟弟凯莱布也3岁了。带着2个年幼的孩子写书并非易事，对他们来说，对我而言亦是如此。但我希望他们能像我一样，在文字中找到慰藉。我们的家庭又添了2只猫咪，佩内洛普是在我东京富布赖特学年期间在我公寓外发现的。而艾尔莎则是在项目进行到一半时加入我们家庭的救助猫，它们一直陪伴着我写作。
Finally, this book could simply not have happened without the love and support of my wife, Jennifer T. Gordon. She carved out time for me to work on weekends, read chapters late at night, and has shared in my enthusiasm for the life story of Abe Shinzo. Jennifer has been a sounding board, an editor, and my best friend. And I am so fortunate to have her as my partner in all things.
最后，没有我妻子 Jennifer T. Gordon 的爱与支持，这本书根本无法完成。她为我在周末工作腾出了时间，深夜阅读章节，还与我分享了对安倍晋三生平故事的热情。Jennifer 一直是我倾诉的对象，我的编辑也是我最好的朋友。我非常幸运能有她作为我的生活伴侣。
It is to her, and to the 2 boys we have made, that this book is dedicated.
这本书是献给他的，也是献给我们的2个儿子的。
Family Tree.
家谱
1. The last Heisei Prime Minister.
最后一位平成时代的首相。
9 leaders, including a university president, a novelist, a newspaper chairman, and the head of the national broadcaster, NHK, gathered at the Kanti, the residence of Japan's prime minister, on the first day of April 2019. At the end of the month, Emperor Akihito would abdicate, and on May 1st, his son Naruhito would become emperor. It would be the first abdication in 200 years. The panel gathered that spring morning were responsible for choosing a Jingo, the new emperor's reign name.
2019年4月1日，包括一位大学校长、一位小说家、一位报纸董事长和日本广播协会 NHK 的负责人在内的9位领导人，在日本首相的官邸迎宾馆聚集。月底，明仁天皇将退位，5月1日，他的儿子德仁将继位，这将是200年来的首次退位。当天早晨，这些聚集的专家负责选择新天皇的年号。
It was a decision invested with tremendous symbolic importance. A reign name becomes a cultural touchstone, a single word that evokes moments of collective trauma and jubilation that are the building blocks of the nation's identity. The Heisei era, Akihito's reign, began with the bursting of Japan's financial bubble in the early 1990s and would be profoundly shaped by economic malaise, natural disasters, political turbulence, and the awareness that Japan's population had begun its seemingly inexorable decline. The panel's decision would shape how millions of Japanese would remember much of the 21st century.
这是一个具有重大象征意义的决定。年号成为了文化标志，一个词就能唤起构成国家身份的集体创伤和欢庆时刻。平成时代，即明仁天皇的统治时期，始于20世纪90年代初日本经济泡沫的破裂，并深受经济低迷、自然灾害、政治动荡以及日本人口开始其看似不可避免的下降的影响。委员会的决定将塑造数百万日本人对21世纪大部分事件的记忆。At the highest levels of the Japanese government, 70 submissions from experts for possible names had been whittled down to 10, and then to 6, which were then presented to the panel, one at 11:41 a.m. After the panel had finalized its decision and communicated it to political and imperial authorities, Chief Cabinet Secretary Suga Yoshihide stood in the Kenji's briefing room, holding up a white placard bearing 2 Japanese characters drawn in thick, black brushstrokes, Riwa, 令和. Unlike previous reign names, which had customarily been drawn from ancient Chinese classics, Reiwa came from the Menyoshu, a collection of Japanese poems compiled during the 8th century. The characters came from a line referring to the anticipation preceding the first plum blossoms in spring. 在日本政府最高层，从专家提交的70个候选名称中，经过筛选，最终剩下10个，再缩减至6个，最后提交给评审小组。11点41分，评审小组作出最终决定，并与政治和皇室当局沟通后，内阁长官菅义伟在内阁简报室举起一张白色牌子，上面用黑色粗笔写着2个日文字符令和 Riwa。 与以往的年号通常取自古代中国经典不同，令和源自8世纪编纂的日本诗歌集《万叶集》。这2个字符出自一句诗，描述了春天第一朵梅花绽放前的期待。
A short while later, Prime Minister Abe Shinzo mounted the stage to explain the decision.
一段时间后，安倍晋三首相上台解释了这一决定。
Just as the plum blossoms announced the arrival of spring after the harsh cold of winter and bloom splendidly in all their glory, Abe said. All Japanese will be able to make their own blossoms come into full bloom, together with their hopes for tomorrow. We decided on Reiwa, with the hope that Japan will be just such a nation, too.
正如梅花在严冬之后宣告春天的到来，绽放出灿烂的花朵，安倍说，所有日本人都将能够与他们对未来的希望一起，让自己的梦想绽放。我们决定使用令和，希望日本能成为一个充满希望的国家。
The Foreign Ministry recommended an appropriate translation, beautiful harmony. But the Prime Minister's critics quickly suggested a darker meaning, noting that in contemporary Japanese a more appropriate translation would be commanded peace, implying Abe intended to put an authoritarian stamp on the new era. 3 The notion that Abe would use the reign name as a declaration of authoritarian designs was far-fetched, and ultimately, it would be up to the Japanese people to imbue Reiwa with social and cultural significance. But there are more subtle ways in which the selection of a reign name was a revealing moment in the life and career of Abe Shinzo.
外交部建议了一个恰当的翻译，美丽的和谐。但首相的批评者很快指出了一个更阴暗的含义，认为在现代日语中更合适的翻译应为命令的和平，暗示安倍意图在新时代打上专制的烙印。这种认为安倍会利用年号来宣布专制设计的想法是牵强的，最终日本人民将赋予令和以社会和文化意义。然而，在选择年号的过程中，有一些更微妙的方式揭示了安倍晋三的生活和职业生涯中的一个关键时刻。
By April 2019, Abe had been the prime minister for more than 6 years, more than 7 counting a stint from 2006 to 2007. He would soon become Japan's longest-serving prime minister since the birth of constitutional government in 1889. But for Abe, too, the end was approaching. His third term as leader of the Liberal Democratic Party would end in September 2021. His party had changed the rules once to enable him to run a third time. It was unlikely to do so again. He too was contemplating his place in Japanese history.
到2019年4月，安倍已经担任首相超过6年，如果算上2006年至2007年的任期，则超过7年。他很快将成为自1889年宪法政府成立以来，日本任职时间最长的首相。然而，对于安倍而言，任期的终点也日益临近。他作为自由民主党领导人的第3个任期将于2021年9月结束。他的政党曾修改规则，使他能够第3次参选， 但再次修改规则的可能性不大。安倍也在思考自己在日本历史上的地位。
Abe had always been burdened by Japan's past and Japan's future. He entered the Diet, Japan's legislature, in 1993 as the heir to a storied political dynasty. As a lawmaker from Yamaguchi Prefecture, which until 1871 had been known as Chashu, he was acutely aware of its pivotal role in the Meiji Restoration, the revolution from above, that built the modern Japanese state that eventually set Japan down the path of empire, war, and ruin. For a third-generation Diet member, he was the grandson of a post-war prime minister who had served in the wartime government and been imprisoned as a war criminal by the U.S. occupation, and he bristled at how left-wing Japanese and Japan's neighbors characterized Imperial Japan and chafed at the U.S.-imposed encumbrances that had constrained Japan's independence.
安倍一直受到日本历史和未来的重压。1993年，作为显赫政治家族的继承人，他进入了日本的立法机构国会。作为山口县的一员，该地区在1871年之前被称为长州。他对长州在明治维新中扮演的关键角色有着深刻的认识。这场自上而下的革命建立了现代日本国家，最终使日本走上了帝国扩张、战争和毁灭的道路。作为第三代国会议员，他的祖父曾是战后首相，曾在战时政府任职，并被美国占领当局作为战犯关押。他对左翼日本人和日本邻国对日本帝国的描述感到不满，并对美国强加的限制日本独立的束缚感到不满。
He regularly spoke of having a mission in political life. By his own reckoning, he would achieve great and necessary things for the nation, including important tasks left unfinished by his grandfather Kishi Nobusuke and his father Abe Shintaro. His destiny was not simply to rule. From his forebears, he had inherited a mission. He would carry out Japan's return to the world of power politics.
他常常提到自己在政治生涯中的使命。据他自己所说，他将为国家实现伟大而必要的目标，包括完成他祖父岸信介和父亲安倍晋太郎未竟的重要任务。他的命运不仅限于统治，从先辈那里，他继承了一项使命，使日本重新回到世界大国政治的舞台。
The Meiji Restoration had made Japan a great power and a protagonist in the scramble for empire in Asia. The Second World War had left the country in ruins, and the U.S. occupation had stripped it of its pretensions to great power, saddling it with constraints, particularly a U.S.-authored constitution in which Japan renounced war as a sovereign right of the nation and the threat or use of force as means of settling international disputes that would render it dependent on the U.S. for its security. Kishi, a member of the cabinet that had declared war on America, never accepted that Japan should be anything less than a great power and spent his post-war career, which included 3 years as prime minister, battling the constraints the U.S. had imposed after the war.
明治维新使日本成为了一个大国，并在亚洲的帝国争夺中扮演了重要角色。第二次世界大战使日本陷入废墟，美国的占领剥夺了他作为大国的地位，给他带来了诸多限制，特别是美国起草的宪法，其中日本放弃战争作为国家的主权权利，放弃以武力威胁或使用武力作为解决国际争端的手段，这使得日本在安全上依赖于美国。岸信介曾在战时内阁中宣布对美国开战，从未接受日本应该成为一个二流国家的观点，并在其战后生涯中，包括担任3年首相，一直努力摆脱美国在战后施加的限制。
His grandson inherited this vision of a strong, independent Japan that could shed the vestiges of defeat and occupation. From Kishi, Abe also inherited a particular idea of statecraft. Leadership means pursuing bold measures in the national interest. A strong leader must do whatever is necessary to surmount the challenges of the age. As Abe said in January 2007, in order to realize a beautiful country, Japan, my mission is none other than to draw a new vision of a nation which can withstand the raging waves for the next 50 to 100 years to come. 5.
他的孙子继承了这一愿景，即一个强大、独立的日本能够摆脱战败和占领的阴影。从岸信介那里，安倍还继承了一种特定的治国理念：领导意味着为国家利益采取大胆的措施。一个强有力的领导人必须不惜一切代价克服时代的挑战。正如安倍在2007年1月所说， 为了实现美丽的日本，我的使命就是描绘一个能够在未来50到100年经受住风浪的国家新愿景。
From the moment he returned to power in 2012, Abe aspired to close the book on the Heisei era as an age of national failure.
自2012年重新掌权以来，安倍就希望将平成时代从国家失败的标签中解脱出来。
The Heisei era had been characterized by the utter failure of Japan's leaders to overcome a decade and a half of deflation, ever-growing national debt, vanishing opportunities for young Japanese, the emergence of a strong and confident China, North Korea's increasingly potent nuclear arsenal, and the increasingly visible signs of an aging, shrinking population. Japan's leaders were a problem in their own right. Until Abe returned, since the Heisei era began in 1989, Japan had had 16 prime ministers who lasted only 538 days in office on average. The nation seemed resigned to a steady, inexorable decline in influence.
平成时代的特点是，日本领导人未能克服长达15年的通货紧缩、不断增加的国家债务、日本年轻人的机会减少、中国的崛起、朝鲜日益强大的核武库，以及人口老龄化和减少的明显迹象。直到安倍再次上台，自1989年平成时代开始以来，日本已经历了16位首相，平均在任时间仅为538天。国家似乎对影响力逐渐下降的趋势感到无可奈何。
Abe was determined to banish that thinking. The nation must not surrender to malaise. The most important thing is to restore pride and confidence in yourself, is it not? He said in his first policy speech in January 2013. We, and indeed Japan as well, can surely grow every day in the future by uncovering new capabilities lying dormant within us. 6. He was determined to be the strong leader of a confident country eager to regain its rightful place as a world leader, not the prime minister of a demoralized nation resigned to steady decline.
安倍决心要消除这种消极的想法，国家不能屈服于萎靡不振。最重要的是恢复自豪感和信心，不是吗？他在2013年1月的首次政策演讲中说：“我们和日本肯定可以通过发掘内部潜藏的新能力，在未来每天都能取得进步。”他决心成为自信国家的坚强领导者，带领国家重新获得作为世界领导者的应有地位，而不是一个士气低落、注定逐渐衰落的国家的首相。
Abe would get Japan moving again. One by one, the fetters that had hindered Japanese leaders since 1945, a weak premiership forced to share power with bureaucrats, backbenchers, and opposition parties, a constitution that had limited Japan's armed forces strictly to territorial defense, and economic policies more interested in protecting Japan's markets than opening new markets overseas, would be broken by Japan's iconoclastic prime minister. Post-war institutions that had prevented the emergence of a strong, activist state would come tumbling down. He would end the acute national crises that had paralyzed his predecessors. He would introduce policies that would get Japan's economy growing again and reclaim an international leadership role for what was still the world's third-largest economy. He would pilot Japan through an age of entropy, as U.S. power declined and China and other non-Western powers rose, as emerging technologies created new threats and opportunities, and as humanity began to cope with the cataclysmic effects of climate change. 7 In the process, he would dominate the country, marginalizing the opposition and breaking a fragile two-party system, while leading his party to victory in 6 consecutive national elections.
安倍将让日本再次焕发活力。自1945年以来，阻碍日本领导人的种种束缚，包括被迫与官僚、后座议员和反对党分享权力的弱势首相，将日本自卫队严格限制在领土防御范围内的宪法，以及更注重保护日本国内市场而非开拓海外市场的经济政策，将被这位具有颠覆性的首相逐一打破。战后体制将不再阻碍一个强大、积极的国家的崛起。他将解决前任们因严重国家危机而陷入的困境。他将推出促进日本经济增长的政策，并让这个仍是世界第3大经济体的国家重新在国际舞台上发挥领导作用。他将引领日本度过一个商时代，在这个时代，美国实力减弱，中国及其他非西方国家崛起，新兴技术带来新的威胁与机遇，人类也开始应对气候变化带来的灾难性后果。在此过程中， 他将主导国家，边缘化反对派，打破脆弱的两党制，并带领其政党在6次连续的全国选举中取得胜利。
It is only natural that Abe would be interested in the choice of a name for the new era, and it soon emerged that he had strongly influenced the panel's deliberations, suggesting that the group should look to the Minyoshu for a name. 8 Raiwa, as explained by Abe, was the symbolic capstone for what he had sought to achieve.
安倍对新时代的命名感兴趣是很自然的。很快，事实证明，他强烈影响了小组的讨论，建议小组应该从万叶集中寻找名字。据安倍解释，令和是他所追求目标的象征性顶点。
The name clearly resonated with Abe. He had experienced a bleak personal winter, having been forced from office in 2007 only 1 year after taking power, and endured public humiliation. But his political career had blossomed again, sooner than anyone had expected, and the lesson for Japan was clear. I am back, and so Japan shall be, he told an audience in Washington, D.C. In February 2013.9, after the hardships of the Heisei era, the Japanese people could still hope to enjoy the renewal of springtime. Defeatism about Japan is now defeated, he said in Davos in January 2019.10.
这个名字显然触动了安倍的心弦。2007年，他在上任仅1年后被迫下台，经历了个人的寒冬，并遭受了公众的羞辱。然而，他的政治生涯比任何人预期的都要早的再次绽放。对日本来说，这一教训是显而易见的。我回来了，日本也将如此。他在2013年2月在华盛顿特区对听众说，在经历了平成时代的种种苦难之后，日本人民仍然可以期待春天的复苏。对日本的悲观情绪现在已经被击败。他在2019年1月在达沃斯说。
But as Abe led Japan into the Reiwa era, he may have taught his countrymen that the challenges of the new era, and all mature democracies, will not be solved by strong leaders alone. While he has broken taboos, shattered constraints, and thrust Japan back into power politics, when Abe leaves office, he will bequeath to his successors a country that might be wealthier and more open to the world but is increasingly vulnerable to climate change, unprecedented foreign policy challenge as U.S. global leadership recedes and China rushes to fill the vacuum, and a population crisis that has profound implications for the nation's economy.
然而，当安倍带领日本进入令和时代时，他可能已经让国民意识到新时代的挑战以及所有成熟民主国家的挑战不能仅靠强有力的领导人来解决。尽管他打破了禁忌，突破了束缚，将日本重新推入了权力政治，但当他离任时，留给继任者的将是一个更加富裕、更加开放的国家，但同时也面临着气候变化的威胁。美国全球领导地位的衰退和中国迅速崛起带来的前所未有的外交挑战，以及对国家经济产生深远影响的人口危机。
This book is the story of Abe Shinzo's place in history. Abe, the latest in a long line of Japanese leaders seeking a restoration for their own times, will be remembered for having girded Japan for global competition, yet his legacy will be increasingly shaped by missed opportunities and postponed decisions to tackle the troubles at home and dangers from abroad that beset Japan in the 21st century. 11.
这本书讲述了安倍晋三在历史上的地位。作为日本长期以来寻求时代复兴的领导人之一，安倍晋三将因使日本为全球竞争做好准备而被铭记。然而，他的遗产将越来越多地受到未能抓住机会和推迟解决21世纪日本面临的国内问题和外部威胁的影响。
2. The birth of a dynasty.
王朝的诞生。
The dynasty began with a strategic decision. This is the age of the newspaper reporter, Kishi Nobisuke said after the U.S. military released the accused war criminal from Tokyo's Sugamo prison in 1948. 1. The former minister of munitions in the wartime government of Prime Minister Tojo Hideki, he would be barred from politics until the end of the occupation as part of a purge of wartime leaders, yet he was already plotting his return to power. Nobisuke would have to adapt to life in a democratic Japan where mass politics was ascendant, so he decided that his daughter Yoko should marry a journalist. 2.
这个王朝的开端源于一个战略决策。这是报纸记者的时代。1948年，美国军队从东京的朝押监狱释放了被指控的战犯后，岸信介如是说： 作为战时东条英机内阁的军需大臣，他被禁止从政直到占领结束，作为对战时领导人的清洗措施之一，但他已经在策划如何重返权力。为了适应民主日本的新环境，大众政治正在兴起，岸信介决定让他的女儿洋子嫁给一名记者。
In June 1950, an acquaintance at the Mainichi Shimbun, one of Japan's oldest dailies, said he knew just the man. A young colleague, Abe Shintaro, was, like Kishi, a graduate of Tokyo Imperial University who hailed from Yamaguchi Prefecture. He was not only a political reporter but the son of a politician, the late Abe Kan, who had died in 1946. Shintaro called on the elder statesman, who was satisfied. A date was scheduled with Yoko. They began courting, with Shintaro visiting the Kishi residence at odd hours because of his grueling journalist schedule. 3.
1950年6月，每日新闻的一位熟人，这是日本最古老的日报之一，说他认识合适的人选。一位年轻的同事安倍信郎和岸信介一样，是东京帝国大学的毕业生，来自山口县。他不仅是一名政治记者，而且是已故政治家安倍宽的儿子。安倍宽于1946年去世。信郎拜访了这位资深政治家，后者表示满意。随后，他与洋子约定了见面时间。他们开始交往。由于记者工作的繁忙，信郎经常在不寻常的时间拜访岸信介的家。
On May 5, 1951, Yoko and Shintaro married. It was not obvious that this marked the birth of a political dynasty that would extend into the next century. Kishi was still prowling the margins of Japan's nascent democracy. As Shintaro was fond of saying, "I did not marry a prime minister's daughter. I got married to a war criminal's daughter." For Shintaro, meanwhile, was an orphan journalist whose late father won respect for defying the militarist government, but fading memories of his father would not win him a parliamentary seat.
1951年5月5日，洋子和新太郎结为夫妇。当时，这并不明显标志着一个将延续至下个世纪的政治王朝的诞生。岸信介仍徘徊在日本新兴民主的边缘。正如新太郎常说的：“我娶的不是首相的女儿，而是战犯的女儿。”新太郎是一名孤儿记者，他的已故父亲因反抗军国主义政府而受到尊重，但对他父亲的记忆逐渐淡忘，并不能帮助他赢得议会席位。
In the meantime, Yoko and Shintaro started a family. Their first son, Abe Hironobu, was born on May 30, 1952, 1 month after the U.S. occupation ended. In April 1953, Kishi returned to the Diet. The following year, on September 21, 1954, Yoko and Shintaro's second son, Shinzo, was born in Tokyo.
在此期间，洋子和新太郎组建了家庭。他们的长子安倍弘信于1952年5月30日出生，比美国占领结束晚了1个月。1953年4月，岸信介重返国会。次年，1954年9月21日，洋子和新太郎的次子安倍晋三在东京出生。
The young family lived literally in Kishi's shadow, near his compound in the Nampiadai neighborhood in Shibuya. During the early years of Shinzo's life, Kishi returned from exile and accumulated ever greater power. His political recovery was not entirely surprising. His life had been characterized by an indomitable determination to overcome the impoverished circumstances of his childhood and rise to the top of the Japanese state.
这个年轻的家庭实际上住在岸信介的阴影之下，靠近他在涩谷区南平台的住所。在安倍晋三的早年，岸信介结束了流放，权力逐渐增大。他的政治付出并不令人意外。他的一生以一种不可战胜的决心为特征，克服了童年的贫困，最终登上了日本国家的顶峰。
Kishi was born in Yamaguchi Prefecture on November 13, 1896. Although he would, like many children of the generation following the Meiji Restoration, admire the heroes of the Restoration from the prefecture, his family had at best only distant connections to the movement that overthrew the shogunate. His family was downwardly mobile. He was the fifth child and second son of Sato Hidesuk and Moyo, who ultimately had 10 children, 3 sons and 7 daughters. Hidesuk's surname at birth had been Kishi, but he was adopted into his wife's family and assumed her name, a practice not uncommon in Japanese families, particularly when there is a difference in social status. Point 5 Hidesuk was a minor prefecture official and, when Nobisuk was 3, quit his job to run a sake brewery in his hometown of Tabuse, needing a loan from his wife's family for a license.
岸信介于1896年11月13日出生在山口县。尽管像明治维新后一代的许多孩子一样，他崇拜来自该县的维新英雄，但他的家庭与推翻幕府的运动最多只有远亲关系。他的家庭社会地位逐渐下降。他是家中第5个孩子，第2个儿子，父母最终生了10个孩子，3个儿子和7个女儿。信介的父亲出生时姓岸，但他被收养到妻子的家族中，并改用了他的姓氏。这种做法在日本家庭中并不罕见，尤其是在社会地位有差异的情况下。武海地宿曾是一名小县官，当 Nobisuk 3岁时，他辞去了工作，在家乡 Tabuse 开了一家清酒酿造厂。为此，他还向妻子的家人贷款，以获得执照。
The Sato Kishi clan recognized Nobisuk's abilities and made sure he got advanced schooling. The Meiji state, determined to modernize Japan to fend off the threat of Western imperialism, was building an education system to inculcate the skills and knowledge needed for national survival. Point 6 There were ample opportunities for an ambitious child, even one of modest means.
佐藤岸家族认可了岸信介的能力，并确保他接受了高级教育。明治政府决心使日本现代化，以抵御西方帝国主义的威胁，为此正在建立一个教育体系，以培养国家生存所需的技能和知识。对于一个有抱负的孩子，即使出身卑微，也有许多机会。
Nobisuk's education was supported by a series of patrons, including his paternal uncle Kishi Nobumasa, who would become his father-in-law when he married his cousin Ryoko in 1919. Nobisuk eventually attended the first higher school in Tokyo, a secondary school established in 1886 to develop leaders for the rapidly modernizing nation. Like many of the school's graduates, he went on to Tokyo Imperial University, Japan's premier academic institution, enrolling in its law faculty in 1917.
重光的教育得到了多位赞助者的支持，其中包括他的叔父岸信正。1919年，重光与表妹良子结婚后，岸信正成为了他的岳父。重光最终进入了东京的第一高等学校，这所学校成立于1886年，旨在为迅速现代化的国家培养领导人才。像许多该校的毕业生一样，他于1917年进入东京帝国大学，这是日本的顶级学术机构，就读于法律系。
Kishi arrived in Tokyo amidst political, economic, and intellectual upheaval. The Meiji era had ended in 1912, giving way to the brief flourishing of party democracy known as the Taisho democracy. 7 Increasingly vibrant opposition to rule by oligarchs and military elites resulted in Japan's first party-led cabinet in 1918. Japan joined the Allies in the First World War and participated in the Paris peace talks as a victorious power but chafed at Western racism. While deepening its own imperial commitments on mainland Asia in response to the Russian Revolution, the decline of the European empires in Asia, and the birth pangs of post-imperial China. 8 The war's end also triggered a recession, accompanied by rice riots and labor strife, which for the besieged elites were haunted by the specter of Bolshevism.
即是在政治、经济和思想动荡中抵达东京。明治时代于1912年结束，随之而来的是被称为大正民主的短暂政党民主繁荣期。对寡头和军事精英统治的日益活跃的反对，导致了1918年日本首个政党内阁的成立。日本加入了第一次世界大战的协约国，并作为战胜国参加了巴黎和会，但对西方的种族主义感到不满。同时，由于俄国革命、欧洲帝国在亚洲的衰落以及后帝国中国的阵痛，日本加深了在亚洲大陆的帝国扩张。战争的结束还引发了一场经济衰退，伴随着大米骚乱和劳工冲突，布尔什维克主义的幽灵让被围困的精英们感到恐惧。
Kishi plunged into the battle of ideas at Tokyo Imperial and flirted with radicalism, being especially drawn to Kita Ikki, a far-right thinker who sought to throw out corrupt politicians and business leaders, reclaim the emperor for the people, radically redistribute wealth, and pursue Pan-Asian imperial expansion. 9 I was simply overwhelmed by the revolutionary spirit of Ikki Kita. Kishi recalled. 10 Kita's call for a Showa restoration, one of following among junior military officers who, eventually launched a coup in 1936, assassinating civilian and military leaders before being quashed by loyal army units, and resulting in Kita's execution as a ringleader. At the time, however, Kita's ideas were just one of many responses to the political tumult of the early interwar period, and it may not have been the only radical ideology that piqued Kishi's interest. 11.
安信介在东京帝国大学投身于思想斗争，与激进主义产生了联系，特别被极右思想家北一辉所吸引。北一辉主张清除腐败的政治家和商界领袖，将天皇归还人民，彻底重新分配财富，并追求泛亚洲帝国扩张。安信介回忆说：“我只是被北一辉的革命精神所震撼。”北一辉呼吁昭和维新，在低级军官中赢得了追随者。这些军官最终在1936年发动了政变，暗杀了文职和军事领导人，随后被忠诚的军队单位镇压。北一辉作为主谋被处决。然而，当时北田的思想只是对一战后早期政治动荡的众多反应之一，而且可能不是唯一引起岸信介兴趣的激进思想。11.
Kishi would shed some of his radicalism as he graduated from university and entered the ranks of the national bureaucracy. But he retained a bedrock commitment to the idea that, in a turbulent and dangerous world, the state must defend the nation from external threats, and that Japan ought to assume a leadership role in Asia as it struggled against Western domination.
随着时发动身，从大学毕业并进入国家官僚体系，他放弃了一些激进主义。然而，他仍然坚信，在动荡和危险的世界中，国家必须保卫民族免受外部威胁。日本应在与西方统治的斗争中承担亚洲的领导角色。
Despite performing well enough on the civil service exams to have his choice of ministry, in 1920, he joined the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce instead of the more prestigious finance or home ministries. This ministry, from 1925 the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, MCI, following creation of an independent agriculture ministry, enabled Kishi to harness his vision of a powerful state to emerging tools for the direction of economic activity.
尽管在1920年的公务员考试中表现优异，可以选择任何政府部门，但他却选择了农业和商业部，而不是更有声望的财政部或内政部。从1925年起，随着独立的农业部成立，该部门更名为商业和工业部 MCI， 这使岸信介能够将他强大的国家愿景与指导经济活动的新兴工具相结合。
As Japan coped with the post-war recession, the devastation of the 1923 earthquake, and the Great Depression, its government became increasingly interested in economic planning and industrial rationalization that would let producers reduce their costs and compete with other industrial powers in the face of mounting protectionism. The MCI sought to curb excess, competition, and promote cartelization, and to focus state resources on the growth of critical industrial sectors, often generating conflict with Japan's pre-war industrial conglomerates, the Zaibatsu. Japan's commitment to state-led industrialization deepened as the Depression worsened and Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931, establishing the puppet state of Manchukuo the following year. Manchukuo became a laboratory for experiments with planning and an indispensable source of raw materials needed for self-sufficiency in the event of war with the great powers. 12.
在应对战后经济衰退、1923年地震的破坏和大萧条的过程中，日本政府对经济规划和工业合理化越来越感兴趣，这使生产者能够降低成本，并在日益增长的保护主义面前与其他工业强国竞争。MCI 通产省寻求遏制过度竞争，促进卡特尔化，并将国家资源集中在关键工业部门的增长上，这经常与日本战前的工业财团财阀产生冲突。随着大萧条的加剧和1931年日本入侵满洲，建立傀儡国家满洲国，日本对国家主导的工业化承诺进一步加深。满洲国成为了规划实验的实验室，同时也是在与大国发生战争时自给自足所需原材料的重要来源。12.
Manchuria offered a tremendous opportunity for an ambitious official like Kishi. As one of a cadre of reform bureaucrats who wanted the state to articulate national goals and shape economic activity according to them, Kishi made himself indispensable and acquired a powerful patron within the ministry, Yoshino Shinji, a pioneer of Japanese industrial policy. 13 Yoshino brought Kishi along to ever higher posts, and by 1935, He had become Director General of MCI's powerful Industrial Affairs Bureau. However, Kishi's talents also attracted the attention of the military, which sought to bring him to Manchukuo to plan its industrialization. Point 14.
满洲为像岸信介这样的有抱负的官员提供了巨大的机会。作为一群希望国家明确目标并据此塑造经济活动的改革官僚之一，岸信介使自己变得不可或缺，并在部内获得了一位强大的支持者——日本产业政策的先驱吉野谢二。吉野将岸信介带到了越来越高的职位，到1935年，他已成为 MCI 强大的工业事务局的局长。然而，岸信介的才能也引起了军方的注意，军方希望将他带到满洲国来规划其工业化。
Reluctant to leave Tokyo, in 1936 he nevertheless accepted the post of Deputy Minister for Industrial Development in Manchukuo, wielding power under a titular Manchu minister. Kishi had the opportunity to implement a 5-year plan drafted by MCI, which would enable Japan to mobilize the quasi-colony's resources more effectively.
尽管不情愿离开东京，1936年岸信介还是接受了满洲国工业发展部副部长的职位，在一位名义上的满洲部长手下掌权。他有机会实施由 MCI 起草的5年计划，这将使日本能够更有效地利用这个准殖民地的资源。
The crash industrialization of Manchukuo was not successful. Kishi had to contend with the Imperial Army as well as the Guandong Army, a garrison in Manchuria that often acted independent of and against Tokyo's orders, as well as with the South Manchuria Railway Company, which had enjoyed a preeminent role in Manchuria ever since Japan gained a foothold after the end of the Russo-Japanese War in 1905. He struggled to secure new sources of capital needed to develop Manchukuo's resources. The outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War simultaneously intensified Tokyo's need for Manchuria's strategic resources and dried up external sources of capital. Industrial planning would have to wait. While the client state did achieve some sharp increases in the production of critical resources, this was less the result of capital-intensive industrialization than the brutal exploitation of Chinese workers. Point 15.
满洲国的工业化进程并不成功。岸信介不仅要应对帝国军队和关东军，后者是驻扎在满洲的一支军队，经常独立行动，有时甚至违背东京的命令，还要与南满铁路公司打交道。该公司自1905年日俄战争结束后就在满洲拥有重要地位。他努力争取开发满洲国资源所需的新资金来源。第二次中日战争的爆发不仅增加了东京对满洲战略资源的需求，还切断了外部资金来源。因此，工业规划不得不推迟。尽管客户国确实实现了一些关键资源生产的显著增长，但这主要是由于对中国工人的残酷剥削，而非资本密集型工业化所致。失误。
But Kishi's career benefited from his 3-year stint on the continent. Point 16, he became part of a 5-man clique that dominated Manchurian affairs in the late 1930s. A clique that included General Tojo Hideki, commander of the Guandong Army's military police from 1935 and chief of staff of the Guandong Army from 1937, whose members would return to Japan to assume positions of power and influence and achieve greater notoriety in the process. All 5 were arrested as suspected Class A war criminals after the war, and only 2, including Kishi, escaped charges. Point 17.
然而，岸信介在大陆的3年任期对他的职业生涯大有裨益。16，他成为了1930年代末控制满洲事务的5人小集团的一员。这个集团包括从1935年起担任关东军宪兵司令，从1937年起担任关东军参谋长的东条英机将军。这些成员后来返回日本，担任了更有权力和影响力的职位，并在此过程中声名狼藉。5人中有2人，包括岸信介，在战后因涉嫌 A 级战犯被捕，但最终只有2人逃脱了指控。17.
Kishi returned to Japan in 1939 and became MCI's vice minister, its highest-ranking bureaucrat. He resigned after a feud with the minister, but returned to MCI as minister in October 1941 after Tojo was named prime minister, ensuring that Kishi's name would be on the imperial rescript declaring war on the U.S. after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He served Tojo loyally as commerce minister and, when the MCI was folded into a new munitions ministry headed by Tojo himself, Kishi would serve as vice minister, organizing production as the war hit Japan hard. In the early months of the Second World War, Kishi launched his political career, comfortably winning a Diet seat as a candidate of the government's Imperial Rule Assistance Association (IRA) in the 1942 general election.
1939年，岸信介返回日本，担任 MCI 通产省的次官，这是该机构最高级别的官员。因与部长发生争执，他辞职了。然而，在东条英机被任命为首相后，岸信介于1941年10月重返 MCI 担任大臣，确保了他的名字将出现在袭击珍珠港后对美国宣战的天皇诏书上。他忠实地担任东条英机的商工大臣。当 MCI 被合并到由东条英机领导的新军须省时，岸信介担任次官，负责组织生产。因为战争对日本造成了严重影响，在二战初期，岸信介开始了他的政治生涯。在1942年的总选举中，作为政府的帝国统治协助会 IRA 的候选人，他轻松赢得了一席。
But the war's endgame threatened Kishi's future. On July 9, 1944, the U.S. took Saipan, an island in the northern Mariana Islands. As a result, Japan's home islands were well within range of U.S. B-29 bombers. The implications for Japan's ability to prosecute the war were dire. Within days, Kishi joined a movement within the cabinet to unseat Tojo and seek an early end to the hostilities. Kishi used cabinet procedures to force the resignation of the entire cabinet, ending Tojo's premiership and Kishi's Warpoint 18.
然而，战争的结局对岸信介的未来构成了威胁。1944年7月9日，美国占领了北马里亚纳群岛的塞班岛。这一结果使得日本本土完全处于美国 B-29轰炸机的打击范围内，这对日本继续战争的能力产生了严重的影响。几天后，岸信介加入内阁内部的一个行动，旨在推翻东条英机，并寻求早日结束战争。通过利用内阁程序，岸信介迫使整个内阁辞职，从而结束了东条英机的首相任期，也结束了他自己的战争生涯。
Kishi was not a principled opponent of the war effort after Tojo's resignation. He was planning for life after the war, when participation in a plot to remove Tojo could be an asset, a hedge to distance himself from Tojo in the likely event that Japan was defeated. 19 This turn against Tojo throws Kishi's talent for survival, his willingness to shed political commitments as the situation required, into relief.
岸信介在东条英机辞职后，并非是战争努力的坚定反对者。他已经开始规划战后的生活，参与推翻东条英机的计划可以成为一种资本，为日本可能战败时与东条英机保持距离提供保障。这种对东条英机的立场转变，凸显了岸信介的生存智慧。他愿意根据形势需要放弃政治承诺。
Kishi spent the last year of the war advocating for greater state control of the economy. He used his parliamentary seat to pull together a group of 32 right-wing lawmakers into a proto-party, the Association for Defense of the Fatherland. This group sought to organize a nationwide movement to agitate in support of centralizing control of the nation's war industries and mobilizing the people as a productive army. To resist invasion. 20, he also created a local association in Yamaguchi Prefecture devoted to his productive defense platform and delivered speeches on its behalf. 21 In the final months of the war, Kishi's association actually tried to topple Prime Minister Suzuki Kantaro as he negotiated Japan's surrender. 22
在战争的最后一年，岸信介积极倡导加强国家对经济的控制。他利用自己的一席，将32名右翼议员聚集起来，组成了一个准政党保卫祖国协会。该组织旨在组织全国性的运动，支持集中控制国家的战时工业，并动员人民成为生产军以抵抗入侵。此外，岸信介还在山口县创建了一个地方协会，致力于其生产防御理念，并代表该协会发表演讲。在战争的最后几个月，岸信介的协会甚至试图推翻正在谈判日本投降的铃木贯太郎首相。
But the end came. Okinawa fell. Tokyo and other major cities were burned to cinders. The U.S. dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Soviet Union entered the war. Kishi had, like his 70 million compatriots, to endure the unendurable and suffer what is unsufferable, as Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945. On September 17, Kishi received word at home in tabues that he must report to U.S. military authorities in Yokohama immediately. He would spend the next 3 years and 3 months in American custody, mostly in Sugamo, as a Class A war criminal accused of crimes against peace for his role in the war effort.
但是末日还是来临了，冲绳岛沦陷，东京和其他主要城市被烧成灰烬。美国在广岛和长崎投下了原子弹，苏联也加入了战争。岸信介和他的7000万同胞一样，必须忍受无法忍受的，承受无法承受的。正如昭和天皇在1945年8月15日宣布日本投降时所说的那样。9月17日，岸信介在家乡田部赖接到通知，必须立即向横滨的美军当局报到。接下来的3年零3个月里，他大部分时间都在巢押监狱，作为 A 级战犯被指控反和平罪，因为他参与了战争。
But even as Kishi languished in prison, stewing over his treatment by his American jailers and nursing resentments of America, world events gave him a second chance. The Truman administration came to see that a rebuilt Japan, firmly anchored to the U.S., could help resist Soviet expansionism in Asia. 23 Occupation authorities abandoned efforts to create space for left-wing parties and organize labor as part of a program of demilitarization and democratization, and, in the words of historian John Dower, aligned themselves more and more openly with the conservative and even right-wing elements in Japanese society, including individuals who had been closely identified with the Lost War. 24 Kishi, who followed the news inside Sugamo, quickly recognized that tensions between the U.S. and the USSR were a golden opportunity for Japan to rebuild itself as a fully independent U.S. ally, united in opposition to Soviet communism. 25.
然而，即使岸信介在狱中对美国看守的待遇感到愤怒，并对美国怀有怨恨，世界局势给了他第二次机会。杜鲁门政府开始意识到，一个重建的日本牢固地与美国结盟，可以有助于抵制苏联在亚洲的扩张。占领当局放弃了为左翼政党和社会劳动组织创造空间的努力，作为非军事化和民主化计划的一部分，正如历史学家约翰·道尔所说，他们越来越公开地与日本社会中的保守派甚至右翼分子结盟，包括那些与战败密切相关的人员。24基时在 Sugamo 内部关注新闻，很快意识到美苏之间的紧张关系使日本作为完全独立的美国盟友团结一致反对苏联共产主义，重建自己的黄金机会。25
The reverse course in U.S. policy in Japan meant Kishi got off more lightly than the 28 wartime leaders who were tried by the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, 6 of whom, including Tojo, were hanged. Although prosecutors had intended to try all accused war criminals, the exigencies of the early Cold War ensured that Kishi and others left Sugamo as free men. 26 As the Truman administration threw its weight behind the reconstruction and reindustrialization of its defeated enemy, it seemed there would be room for Kishi in the new Japan. 27 In fact, even before Kishi was released, U.S. officials consulted with him regarding post-war reconstruction. 28
美国在日本的政策逆转意味着岸信介比在远东国际军事法庭受审的28名战犯受到了更轻的惩罚，其中6人，包括东条英机，被判处绞刑。尽管检察官原本打算审判所有被指控的战犯，但早期冷战的紧迫形势确保了岸信介和其他人从 Sugamo 监狱获释。随着杜鲁门政府全力支持其战败敌国的重建和再工业化，岸信介在新的日本似乎也有了立足之地。事实上，甚至在岸信介获释之前，美国官员就已经就战后重建事宜与他进行了咨询。
When Kishi was released on December 24, 1948, his first stop was the official residence of Japan's chief cabinet secretary, who, at the time, was his younger brother Sato Isaku, previously a transport ministry official who had become close to Prime Minister Yoshida Shigeru. There may be no more poignant illustration of the reverse course than Kishi, after 3 years in prison, being delivered in an American jeep to his brother, a senior official in the post-war government, who plied him with sashimi. The sashimi was tastier in Sugamo, joked Kishi. 29
当岸信介于1948年12月24日获释时，他的第一站是日本内阁长官的官邸。当时，他的弟弟佐藤荣作担任内阁长官，曾是运输省官员，与吉田茂首相关系密切。 没有什么比这更能体现政策的逆转了。岸信介在监狱里待了3年后，被美国人用吉普车送到他的弟弟战后政府的高级官员那里，佐藤荣作用生鱼片招待他。Sugamo 的生鱼片更好吃，岸信介开玩笑说。
Political rehabilitation would take longer. He was banned from electoral politics thanks to the influence of Yoshida, an old adversary who intervened with U.S. authorities to prevent Kishi being depurged. 30 Kishi was on the sidelines, helpless to intervene as Yoshida erected the pillars of a post-war regime that Kishi would detest.
政治上的平反需要更长时间。由于老对手吉田的影响，他干预了美国当局，阻止了岸信介被解除净化。岸信介被边缘化，无法干预，而吉田则建立了岸信介所厌恶的战后体制的支柱。
Yoshida dominated the first post-war decade, serving as prime minister for all but 1 year from 1946 to 1954 and navigating Japan through the occupation, the start of the Cold War, and the Korean War. Under his leadership, Japan introduced a new constitution, which included, among other innovations, Article 9, renouncing Japan's right to wage war or maintain war potential. On this anti-militarist foundation, Yoshida signed a peace treaty and security treaty with the U.S. and its allies, and committed to anchoring Japan to the U.S., abjuring rearmament, relying on the superpower for its defense, and focusing on trade and reconstruction. Yoshida, writes historian Michael Schaller, hoped to ease Japan back into the world community without incurring the costs of rearmament or alienating the United States. In exchange for the grant of bases, Japan would secure protection and access to the world's largest market. 31 This strategy, known as the Yoshida Doctrine, would remain the dominant political tendency among Japanese conservatives for the duration of the Cold War. 32
吉田在战后的第一个10年中占据了主导地位，从1946年到1954年，除了其中1年外，他一直担任首相，并带领日本度过了占领时期、冷战的开端和朝鲜战争。在他的领导下，日本制定了一部新宪法，其中第9条明确规定放弃发动战争和维持战争前例的权利。基于这一反军国主义的立场，吉田与美国及其盟国签署了和平条约和安全条约，承诺将日本与美国紧密联系，放弃重新武装，依赖超级大国的防御力量，同时专注于贸易和重建。历史学家迈克尔·沙勒写道，吉田希望在不承担重新武装的费用或疏远美国的情况下，使日本重新融入国际社会。作为提供基地的交换，日本将获得保护和进入全球最大市场的机会。这一战略被称为吉田主义，在冷战期间一直是日本保守派的主要政治倾向。32
These choices were anathema to Kishi, who thought that anti-communism should justify Japan's return to its rightful place in Asia and the world order, with all the trappings of a great power. His critique of Yoshida's compromises was not groundless. The alliance concluded with the U.S. in 1951 not only allowed the U.S. military to keep bases in Japan indefinitely, but also gave Tokyo no veto over how those bases were used. American forces could also be used to quell domestic disturbances at the request of the Japanese government. Under the terms of the San Francisco Treaty, Okinawa became a U.S. colony and hub for U.S. military activities in Asia until reversion in 1972, with long-reaching consequences. The sovereignty Yoshida secured was partial and constrained. Japan, said U.S. negotiator John Foster Dulles, had accepted a voluntary continuation of the occupation. 33
这些选择对岸信介来说是不可接受的。他认为反共应该成为日本重返亚洲和世界秩序的正当理由，拥有一个大国的所有标志。他对吉田的妥协并非没有道理。1951年与美国结成的联盟不仅允许美军在日本长期驻扎，还使东京无法对这些基地的使用方式行使否决权。应日本政府的要求，美军还可以用于镇压国内动乱。根据旧金山条约，冲绳成为美国在亚洲军事活动的基地，直到1972年才归还日本，产生了深远的影响。吉田所获得的主权是有限的和不完整的。美国谈判代表约翰·福斯特·杜勒斯表示，日本接受了自愿延长占领状态。33
Yoshida and his acolytes enjoyed a first-mover advantage in building post-war institutions. Once Kishi could enter electoral politics, he would face an increasingly durable status quo as he agitated for constitutional revision, building an equal alliance with the U.S. and restoring commercial relations with Southeast Asia, rolling back occupation-era reforms, and pursuing political reforms to strengthen national leadership. A realist, Kishi accepted that he would have to advance these ideas in the rough-and-tumble world of democratic politics. Strange, isn't it? We're all Democrats now, he said, following his release. Point 34.
吉田和他的追随者在战后机构建设中占据了先机。一旦岸信介能够参与选举政治，他将面临一个日益稳固的现状，因为他主张修改宪法，与美国建立平等的联盟，恢复与东南亚的商业关系，撤销占领时期的改革，并推动政治改革以加强国家领导。作为一个现实主义者，岸信介明白他必须在民主政治的激烈竞争中推进这些理念。真奇怪，不是吗？我们现在都是民主人士了，他在获释后说道。
Kishi worked to build a revisionist political movement even before the occupation ended, calling upon a wide network of friends to bankroll his activities and advance his prospects. In the final years of the occupation, he built up the Japan Reconstruction Federation that drew together reform-minded conservatives and right-wing socialists into a movement that would serve as the nucleus of a new political party. Point 35. Despite Kishi's reservations, the Federation fielded candidates in the October 1952 general election, the first following the end of the occupation. Kishi did not run, and only one candidate won, destroying the Federation as a political party.
在占领结束前，岸信介就已经开始努力建立一个修正主义的政治运动，通过广泛的朋友网络为他的活动提供资金，并推动他的政治前景。在占领的最后几年，他创立了日本重建联合会，将改革派、保守派和右翼社会主义者团结起来，成为新政治党的核心。尽管岸信介有所保留，该联合会还是在1952年10月的首次大选中提名了候选人。岸信介本人没有参选，结果只有1名候选人当选，这导致联合会作为政党的地位被摧毁。
Having failed to create a new party, Kishi turned to the existing parties. He flirted with joining the rightist Socialist Party, triggering a rebellion from the party's members, but was then admitted to Yoshida's Liberal Party with the help of his brother, who had become its Secretary General. Despite the antipathy between Yoshida and Kishi. Point 36, he was admitted just in time to run in the April 1953 general election and win a seat in the House of Representatives. His stay in the Liberal Party was short-lived. Hostility to the Yoshida doctrine led to his expulsion the following year. But that freed Kishi to resume his efforts to build a conservative party that would seek true independence, a new constitution, an equal alliance with the U.S. as part of an autonomous foreign policy, a robust trade policy, and a new military, from within the halls of the parliament.
由于未能创建新政党，岸信介转而寻求加入现有政党。他曾考虑加入右翼社会党，但这一举动引发了党内成员的反对。最终，在其兄弟的帮助下，尽管吉田与岸信介之间存在敌意，他还是成功加入了吉田的自由党。他及时加入，参加了1953年4月的大选，并赢得了众议院的席位。然而，他在自由党的任期很短暂，因为对吉田路线的反对，导致他在次年被开除。但这使岸信介得以重新努力，在议会内部建立一个追求真正独立的保守党，包括制定新宪法、与美国建立平等的联盟、实施自主的外交政策、推行强大的贸易政策，以及组建新的军事力量。
Kishi found a willing partner in Hatoyama Ichiro. A veteran of the pre-war political system, Hatoyama was banned from political participation by the occupying U.S. on dubious grounds when he was on the brink of election as prime minister in 1946, clearing the way for Yoshida to become prime minister. When he re-entered politics after the occupation, he had become a strident opponent of Yoshida's subordinate independence and worked to topple his one-man rule. Point 37.
岸信介在鸠山一郎那里找到了一个愿意合作的伙伴。作为战前政治体系的老兵，鸠山在1946年即将当选为首相时，被美国占领当局以可疑的理由禁止参与政治，为吉田茂成为首相铺平了道路。战后重新进入政坛后，他成为了吉田从属独立政策的强烈反对者，并努力推翻吉田的一言堂统治。
Kishi and Hatoyama had to unify a right wing divided not only between Yoshida's supporters and opponents, but also among factions centered on strong, ambitious personalities. As a result, 1953 and 1954 saw a bewildering wave of political realignment as Yoshida's rivals sought to oust him and unify conservatives into a single party. Eventually, in November 1954, they pulled together the Japan Democratic Party, led by Hatoyama, with Kishi as Secretary General. This was the end for Yoshida. His popularity waning due to a corruption scandal, he now faced a conservative opposition party with enough votes to pass a no-confidence motion.
岸信介和鸠山必须统一一个不仅分为吉田支持者和反对者的右翼，还有以强势、有野心的人物为中心的派系。因此，1953年和1954年出现了一波令人眼花缭乱的政治重组。吉田的对手试图将他赶下台，并将保守派统一成一个政党。最终，在1954年11月，他们组建了由鸠山领导、岸信介担任秘书长的日本民主党。这对吉田来说是终结。由于腐败丑闻，他的声望下降。现在他面临着一个拥有足够票数通过不信任动议的保守反对党。
By December, Hatoyama was prime minister. Although he enjoyed an initial surge of popularity with his calls for constitutional revision and an independent foreign policy focused on normalizing ties with the Soviet Union and Communist China, his popularity failed to translate into a majority in the February 1955 general election. The result was another round of realignment.
到12月，鸠山成为了首相。尽管他因呼吁修改宪法和推行以与苏联和共产党中国关系正常化为重点的独立外交政策而获得了初期的人气激增，但他的支持率未能在1955年2月的大选中转化为多数票。结果是又一轮的政党重组。
After negotiations that lasted for much of the year between the Liberals, now led by Sato and Yoshida's right-hand man Ikeda Hayato, and Hatoyama's Democrats, the two parties merged in November 1955, achieving a breakthrough thanks largely to the formation of a reunified Japan Socialist Party, JSP, in October, which raised the specter of a socialist majority. The Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, was born. Its charter called for economic planning to achieve economic independence, a robust social safety net, peace diplomacy, to conclude peace treaties and normalize relations with former adversaries and colonies, and join the UN. And revision of the Constitution and other occupation-era laws, the redevelopment of Japan's armed forces, and the removal of foreign troops from Japanese territory. 38 Hatoyama would be its first leader, Kishi its first Secretary General. Kishi had not been the only protagonist in bringing about the LDP's formation, but he was one of the most important, and the process moved forward in part due to his insistence that Japan needed a stable conservative party to truly regain its independence. 39 The new LDP was deeply fractured and full of ambitious rivals for the premiership, but it endured.
经过自由党现由佐藤和吉田的得力助手池田勇人领导，与鸠山的民主党长达大半年的谈判，两党于1955年11月合并。这一突破很大程度上得益于10月日本社会党的重新统一，这引发了社会主义多数的担忧。自由民主党 LDP 由此诞生，其纲领呼吁进行经济规划，以实现经济独立，建立强大的社会保障体系，推行和平外交以结束和平条约，与前敌国和殖民地恢复正常关系，并加入联合国，以及修改宪法和其他占领时期的法律，重建日本的武装力量，撤出驻日外国军队。38田中角荣将成为该党的首位领导人，岸信介则出任首任秘书长。尽管岸信介并非促成自民党成立的唯一关键人物，但他无疑是其中最重要的一位。他坚持认为，日本需要一个稳定的保守政党，才能真正实现独立。39新成立的自民党内部分歧严重，充满了许多对首相职位虎视眈眈的对手，但该党依然得以存续。
As luck would have it, and it took luck, since his rivals had to retire, fall ill, or die, Kishi had his chance to deliver those policies less than 18 months later. Hatoyama exited in December 1956, after realizing his dream of restoring relations with the Soviet Union. Ishibashi Tanzan, a prominent pre-war intellectual who had also been purged, succeeded him after narrowly defeating Kishi. Kishi received the deputy premiership and the foreign affairs portfolio as a consolation prize. When Ishibashi was sidelined, he stepped in as acting prime minister before being elected prime minister in February 1957 and LDP president in March. Less than a decade after he arrived at his brother's doorstep, clad in prison uniform, he had reached the pinnacle of power.
正如运气所赐，这确实需要运气，因为他的对手必须退休、生病或去世。岸信介在不到18个月后获得了实施这些政策的机会。1956年12月，鸠山实现了与苏联恢复关系的梦想后离职。石桥战山，一位被清洗的著名战前知识分子，在险胜岸信介后接替了鸠山。岸信介作为安慰奖获得了副首相和外务大臣的职位。当石桥战山被边缘化时，岸信介作为代理首相接替了他，并于1957年2月当选为首相，3月当选为自民党总裁。在他穿着囚服出现在哥哥家门口不到10年后，他达到了权力的顶峰。
Shinzo was 2.5 years old when his grandfather became prime minister. Kishi's progress would have a profound influence on the young boy's life. Most immediately, his grandfather's rise drew his father Shintaro into politics. After Kishi was named foreign minister in 1956, Shintaro resigned from Mainichi to become his father-in-law's private secretary. When Kishi moved into the premiership, Shintaro stayed on.
当 Shinzo 的祖父成为首相时，他只有2岁半。Kishi 的晋升对这个小男孩的生活产生了深远的影响。最直接的是，他祖父的崛起将他的父亲 Shintaro 引入了政坛。1956年 ，Kishi 被任命为外务大臣后 ，Shintaro 辞去了每日新闻的工作，成为他岳父的私人秘书。当 Kishi 搬进首相官邸时 ，Shintaro 也留了下来。
In 1958, however, Shintaro announced he wanted a diet seat of his own. Both Kishi and Sato were opposed to his running after less than 2 years as Kishi's secretary. Kishi was also skeptical about his chances in Yamaguchi's 1st district. But Shintaro would not relent. "I will run even if I have to run as an independent," he told his father-in-law. "I will run even if I have to get divorced." 40 Kishi yielded, and Shintaro launched his bid, campaigning as Abe Ken's son. Although the presence of Kishi's daughter by his side did not hurt his chances. 41 in the April 1958 general election, 34-year-old Shintaro finished second and earned a seat as part of his father-in-law's majority. Shintaro's dogged pursuit of a parliamentary seat over his father-in-law's objections showed a stubborn streak that had also shaped his father's career and would in time influence his son Shinzo as well.
1958年，安倍晋太郎宣布他想要一个自己的议席。然而，岸信介和佐藤都不赞成他在担任岸信介秘书不到2年后参选。岸信介还对他在山口县第1选区的胜算表示怀疑。但是，安倍晋太郎不肯让步，他对岳父说：“即使我必须以独立候选人身份参选，我也会参选；即使我必须离婚，我也会参选。”最终，岸信介让步了。安倍晋太郎开始了他的竞选活动，以安倍宽的儿子的身份竞选。尽管岸信介的女儿陪同他竞选，并没有损害他的机会。在1958年4月的大选中，34岁的安倍晋太郎以第2名的成绩当选，成为他岳父多数派的一员。Shintaro 不顾岳父的反对，坚持不懈地追求议会席位。这种固执的性格不仅塑造了他的父亲的职业生涯，也最终影响了他的儿子安倍晋三。
Life forced Kan and Shintaro to be resilient. Ken was born in Yamaguchi and graduated from Tokyo Imperial in 1921. He established a bicycle business, but was forced back to Yamaguchi when the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 destroyed it. 42 Then, 80 days after Shintaro was born in 1924, Ken's wife Shizuko abandoned him and left him to raise the child alone. Shintaro was largely raised by a great-aunt, as Ken built a political career in Yamaguchi even as he battled tuberculosis.
生活迫使勘和新太郎变得坚韧。勘出生在山口县，1921年毕业于东京帝国大学。他建立了一家自行车店，但1923年的关东大地震摧毁了他。新太郎1924年出生后80天，勘的妻子镜子抛弃了他，让他独自抚养孩子。新太郎主要由一位曾祖母抚养长大，而勘在山口县建立政治生涯的同时，还与肺结核做斗争。
Ken won re-election to the Diet in 1942 as one of 85 anti-war independents not endorsed by the pro-regime IRA, overcoming harassment by government authorities to win. Ken's conduct made a deep impression on Shintaro. Ken was a consistent opponent of the war. When Shintaro told his father that he intended to become a kamikaze pilot, Ken told his son not to throw his life away because Japan would need its young people after the war. 43.
1942年，Gunn 作为85名未获亲政府的 IRA 支持的反战独立候选人之一，成功连任国会议员，克服了政府当局的骚扰而获胜。Gunn 的行为给 Shintaro 留下了深刻的印象。Gunn 一直反对战争。当 Shintaro 告诉父亲他打算成为神风特工队飞行员时， Gunn 劝告儿子不要浪费生命，因为日本在战后需要年轻人。43.
Shintaro struggled to overcome the impression that he owed his career to Kishi, even though as a freshman Diet member he could not help but be drawn into his faction and inner circle. He would be deeply entrenched in his father-in-law's political tribe, the Abe line becoming ever more deeply subsumed by the Kishi line. Literally so, when in 1959, he and Yoko obeyed a promise to his father-in-law to have Nobuo, their newly born third son, adopted by Yoko's brother Nobukazu, so the Kishi name would continue.
新太郎努力摆脱自己职业生涯依赖于岸信介的印象，尽管作为新任议员，他不可避免地被吸引进了岸信介的派系和核心圈子。他深深扎根于岳父的政治阵营，安倍家族逐渐被岸信介家族所同化。1959年，他和养子遵守对岳父的承诺，将他们刚出生的第3个儿子信夫过继给养子的哥哥信一，以延续岸信介的姓氏。
For Shinzo, his father's political career meant he would not know normal family life. Although when he married, Shintaro hoped to raise a family under circumstances more normal than his own childhood, his political ambitions made that impossible. 44 The life of an ambitious lawmaker, representing a constituency far from Tokyo, left Shintaro with little time for family, while the burdens placed on a politician's wife meant Yoko was also often away too. The family, Yoko would say later, was a community of independent states. 45.
对于安倍晋三而言，他父亲的政治生涯意味着他无法拥有正常的家庭生活。尽管在结婚时，安倍晋太郎希望在比自己童年更正常的环境中抚养家庭，但他的政治抱负使这变得不可能。作为一名有抱负的议员，代表远离东京的选区，安倍晋太郎几乎没有时间陪伴家人，而作为政治家的妻子，安倍洋子也经常不在家。后来，安倍洋子说，这个家庭是一个独立国家的共同体。
Shinzo and his older brother Hironobu were raised by a nanny, Kubo Uemi, a Yamaguchi native who had known Shintaro and his father. When older, they also had a tutor, Hirasawa Katsui, a Tokyo University student who would later become an LDP lawmaker. 46 Hirasawa recalled that, although he dined with the family 3 nights a week, Shintaro was never there. 47.
元武和哥哥洪信由来自山口的保姆久保梅抚养长大。久保梅认识新太郎和他的父亲。长大后，他们还有一位家庭教师平泽克荣，他是东京大学的学生，后来成为自民党议员。平泽回忆说，尽管他每周有3个晚上与家人共进晚餐，但新太郎从未出现。
Just a toddler when Kishi became prime minister, Shinzo and his family were firmly in Kishi's orbit. Kishi delighted in visits by his grandsons to his private residence or at an inn in the resort town of Hakone on weekends, welcoming play with them as relief from the pressures of office. 48 Kubo would later describe Shinzo as a spoiled but headstrong child with a talent for mischief. He was, said Kubo, a boy who did not cry. Once, when Shinzo was only 2, he went with his family to Haneda Airport to see Kishi off for his June 1957 trip to the United States. He wandered off from his family but did not scream or cry, and eventually came back on his own. 49 Hirasawa recalled that while Hironobu was teachable, Shinzo was stubborn and it was impossible to get him to change his opinions. 50 As a baby boomer from an elite family with parents who by necessity were laxer than others, Abe's childhood was carefree. In Shinzo's only cameo in Daniel Kirschmann's biography of Kishi, he and his brother insist on watching American cowboys swear vengeance on each other in perfect dubbed in Japanese. 51.
当岸信介担任首相时，安倍晋三还是个蹒跚学步的孩子。 他和他的家人紧密地围绕在岸信介的周围。岸信介非常享受孙子们周末来他的私人住所或箱根的旅馆拜访，与他们玩耍是他从公务压力中解脱的乐事。48后来，久保描述安倍晋三是一个被宠坏但意志坚强的孩子，有恶作剧的天赋。他说，安倍晋三是个从不哭泣的孩子。有一次，当安倍晋三只有2岁的时候，他和家人一起去羽田机场为1957年6月岸信介前往美国的行程送行。他从家人身边走开了，但没有尖叫或哭泣，最后自己回来了。49平则回忆说，虽然红线是可以教导的，但安倍晋三很固执，很难改变他的想法。作为来自精英家庭的婴儿潮一代，由于父母相对宽松，安倍的童年十分自由。在丹尼尔·库尔茨曼关于岸信介的传记中，安倍晋三唯一一次出现是他和弟弟坚持要看美国牛仔用完美的日语配音，互相发誓复仇。51
While Shinzo spent his days at play, his grandfather was struggling to remake Japan. The reverse course had laid the groundwork for a culture war. It had liberalized Japan in important ways: demilitarization, decentralization of the education system, and democratization of the political system. But then, in the name of enlisting Japan in the Cold War, rehabilitated and financed conservatives who were determined to undo the post-war reforms. 52. Although the U.S. had cleared the way for the return of Kishi and other wartime elites, the devastation of war, the reforms and dashed hopes of the occupation, the Cold War and mounting fears of global nuclear annihilation had changed Japan in ways with which Kishi had not reckoned. The Japanese people had, by and large, come to cherish their democracy and value the peace constitution. They did not want Japan to remilitarize or partner with the U.S. in waging war, even as Kishi wanted Japan to reclaim its place among the world's great powers. Ultimately, they would take to the streets in the name of democracy and anti-militarism, in a display of mass mobilization that had profound implications for Japan's future. 53.
尽管安倍晋三终日玩乐，他的祖父却在努力重塑日本。这一逆转为文化战争奠定了基础。他在一些重要方面使日本自由化、非军事化、教育系统的分散化和政治系统的民主化，但随后为了将日本纳入冷战，又恢复和资助了决心推翻战后改革的保守派。尽管美国为岸信介和其他战时精英的回归扫清了道路，但战争的破坏、占领期间的改革和破灭的希望、冷战以及日益增长的全球和灾难恐惧，已经以岸信介未曾预料的方式改变了日本。日本人民普遍开始珍视民主制度，重视和平宪法。他们不希望日本重新军事化，也不愿与美国合作发动战争，尽管岸信介希望日本重新成为世界大国。最终，为了民主和反军事主义，他们走上街头，进行了对日本未来产生深远影响的大规模示威活动。53
More than any other post-war politician, Kishi was a living symbol of the culture war. As he moved to uproot the institutions that he believed had reduced Japan to a humiliating dependence on the U.S., he provoked a fierce reaction from many Japanese. As George Packard writes, no matter how much of a democratic statesman Kishi had become, the pain and fear of the past could not be erased so soon. 54 But Kishi proceeded headlong to reclaim Japan's independence. With the JSP able to deny the LDP supermajorities needed to amend the constitution, he focused on revising the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty instead.
与其他战后政治家相比，岸信介更是文化战争的活生生象征。当他试图根除他认为使日本屈辱的依赖美国的机构时，引发了日本国内的强烈反应。正如乔治·帕克所说，无论岸信介如何成为一个民主政治家，过去的痛苦和恐惧不可能这么快就被消除。然而，岸信介坚定地推进日本的独立。由于日本社会党能够阻止自民党获得修宪所需的绝对多数，他转而专注于修订美日安全条约。
The Eisenhower administration initially rebuffed Kishi's request for treaty revision, but the administration viewed Kishi as a reliable partner in the fight against communism who would keep Japan from drifting into non-alignment. So much so that after Kishi's 1957 trip to the U.S., the CIA began secret payments to the LDP, especially Kishi's faction, of up to $10 million a year. 55
艾森豪威尔政府最初拒绝了岸信介关于修改条约的请求。然而，政府视岸信介为反共斗争中的可靠伙伴，能够防止日本偏离不结盟。因此，在岸信介1957年访美后，中情局开始秘密向自民党，尤其是岸信介的派系，每年提供高达1000万美元的资金。
Kishi gained strength, winning a new electoral mandate in 1958. He began to bolster Japan's defense capabilities. Yoshida had established Japan's Self-Defense Forces, SDF, in 1954, but these were limited in size and funding, under strict civilian control, and restricted to a purely defensive role, so that the U.S. began to soften its opposition when Kishi and his foreign minister approached them again in 1958.56. However, despite widespread dissatisfaction with the 1951 treaty, Kishi had to tread carefully, since there was little consensus even within the LDP over its revision.
岸信介在1958年赢得新的选举授权后，实力增强。他开始加强日本的防御能力。吉田茂在1954年建立了日本自卫队 SDF， 但这些部队规模小，资金有限，受到严格的文职控制，仅限于防御角色。因此，当岸信介和他的外务大臣在1958年再次与美国接触时，美国开始软化其反对立场。然而，尽管1951年的条约普遍受到不满，岸信介仍需谨慎行事，因为即使在自民党内部，对于条约的修订也缺乏共识。
After a year of negotiations, Washington and Tokyo concluded a new treaty that addressed many, if not all, Japanese concerns about the 1951 version. The new Mutual Security Treaty, commonly known as AMPO, embedded the alliance in the UN collective security system, removed provisions permitting the U.S. military to put down domestic disturbances, included a sunset clause that allowed either ally to abrogate the treaty after 10 years, imposed some obligations for mutual consultations, if not a Japanese veto, over the activities of U.S. forces in Japan, and strengthened U.S. commitments to aid Japan. 57 Kishi flew to Washington to sign the treaty in January 1960, and returned confident that the Diet would ratify it ahead of a valedictory visit by Eisenhower in June. 58.
经过1年的谈判，华盛顿和东京签署了一项新条约，解决了1951年条约中日本的大部分甚至全部关切。这项新的共同安全条约，通常称为安保条约，将美日联盟纳入联合国集体安全体系，删除了允许美军干预日本国内动乱的条款，加入了10年后任意方可终止条约的日落条款，对美国在日本的军事活动施加了一些协商义务，尽管不是日本的否决权，并加强了美国对日本的援助承诺。57岸信介于1960年1月飞往华盛顿签署条约，并对国会将在6月艾森豪威尔告别访问前批准条约充满信心。58.
His confidence was misplaced. The LDP was divided over Kishi's renegotiated treaty, and although left-wing parties and activists rarely agreed on much, they united to oppose Kishi and a closer alliance with the U.S. A culture of protest, frequently directed at U.S. bases, had grown during the 1950s. Kishi became a target when, in 1958, he tried to ram a revision of the police duties law through the Diet that would have strengthened police powers to act against suspected lawbreakers. Pushed by a prime minister already tainted by his pre-war past, the bill was highly redolent of the oppressive 1925 Peace Preservation Law. 59. Amidst delaying tactics by socialists, strikes and demonstrations by unions and activists, and open dissent by LDP members, Kishi shelved the bill.
他的自信是错误的。自民党内部对于岸信介重新谈判的条约存在分歧，尽管左翼政党和支持者在许多问题上很少达成一致，但他们团结起来反对岸信介和与美国的更紧密联盟。1950年代，抗议文化逐渐兴起，经常针对美国基地。1958年，当岸信介试图强行通过警察职责法修订案时，他成为了抗议的目标。该修订案旨在加强警方对涉嫌违法者采取行动的权利。由于岸信介的战前历史已经使他受到玷污，这项法案让人联想到1925年治安维持法的压迫性。在社会党的拖延战术、工会和活动人士的罢工和示威，以及自民党成员的公开反对下，岸信介最终搁置了该法案。
Despite these warning signs, he forged ahead with ratification. Kishi could not revise the treaty. It would be all or nothing, and Kishi could not back down without crippling his premiership. 60 LDP rivals were scheming so that Kishi would have to resign even if the treaty was ratified, while the JSP called for total opposition and vowed to use every parliamentary stalling tactic to prevent a vote before the parliamentary session ended on May 26. As the debate, which began in February, dragged into the spring, mass demonstrations outside the Diet grew, increasing pressure on Kishi to act decisively.
尽管有这些警告信号，他还是继续推动条约的批准。岸信介无法修改条约，这将是一个全有或全无的局面。岸信介不能在不损害其首相地位的情况下退缩。自民党的对手正在密谋，即使条约获得批准，也要迫使岸信介辞职。社会党则呼吁全面反对，并誓言将使用一切议会拖延手段，以防止在5月26日议会会期结束前进行投票。随着辩论从2月开始拖入春季，国会外的大规模示威活动也在增加，给岸信介施加了更大的压力，要求他果断行动。
On May 19th, the LDP's parliamentary leadership rushed through a motion to extend the session by 50 days, even as socialist lawmakers attempted to block the vote physically. Then, in a stroke that took even LDP members by surprise, the lower house voted on the treaty itself, without opposition lawmakers. One critic likened this maneuver to Pearl Harbor, a surprise political attack against the nation and against democracy. 61 Kishi would have his victory, since, according to the Constitution, a treaty passed by the lower house would be automatically ratified after 30 days if the upper house did not act.
5月19日，自民党的议会领导层在社会党议员试图物理阻止投票的情况下，匆忙通过了一项延长会议期50天的动议。随后，众议院在没有反对党议员在场的情况下对条约进行了投票，这一举动甚至让自民党内部成员都感到惊讶。一位批评者将这一举动比作珍珠港事件，称其为对国家和民主的突然政治攻击。根据宪法，条约在众议院通过后，如果参议院在30天内不采取行动，将自动生效。
But it was a Pyrrhic victory. His strong-arm tactics provoked ever larger protests outside the Diet and his residence, 3 nationwide general strikes, and mounting pressure from within the LDP to resign. The protests were increasingly anti-Kishi, since the parliamentary vote appeared to confirm the public's worst fears about his anti-democratic tendencies. 62 The embattled prime minister stood his ground for several weeks. But when Kamba Michiko, a Tokyo University undergraduate, was trampled to death during a battle between protesters and police at the Diet on June 15th, he was finished. Eisenhower's visit was scrapped. The treaty came into force at midnight on June 19th, and on June 23rd, Kishi announced his resignation, effective July 15th. In a grim coda to the crisis, on July 14th, shortly after Ikeda was chosen as his successor, right-wing activists stabbed him in the leg during a reception at his home.
但这是一场惨胜。他的强硬手段引发了在国会和他住所外的更大规模抗议，3次全国性的大罢工，以及自民党内要求他辞职的压力。抗议活动越来越针对岸信介，因为议会的投票似乎证实了公众对他反民主倾向的最坏担忧。岸信介总理在几周内坚持立场。然而，当东京大学的本科生神田美智子在6月15日的抗议者与警察在国会的冲突中被踩踏致死时，他不得不辞职。艾森豪威尔的访问被取消，条约于6月19日午夜生效。6月23日，岸信介宣布将于7月15日辞职。在这场危机的阴郁尾声中，7月14日，池田刚刚被选为接班人后不久，在他家举行的一次招待会上，一名右翼活动分子刺伤了他的腿。
There would be more to Kishi's tenure than Anpo. He pursued a coherent program of national revival that included both political and diplomatic measures to reassert Japan's sovereignty and economic policies to build the material basis for national independence. 63 Even as he pushed for a more equal partnership with the U.S., his foreign ministry articulated new principles for Japanese foreign policy, UN centrism, maintaining a position as an Asian nation, and cooperating with the nations of the free world, that expanded Japan's diplomatic autonomy. 64 He undertook 2 landmark trips to South and Southeast Asia, rebuilding Japan's relations with former colonies and adversaries via apologies and reparations. The latter not only helped restore access to important sources of raw materials and markets for Japanese exports, but bolstered Japan's efforts to counter communism in post-colonial Asia. 65. It is my firm conviction that Japan, as a faithful member of the free world, Kishi told members of the U.S. Congress in 1957, has a useful and constructive role to play, particularly in Asia, where the free world faces the challenge of international communism. 66.
岸信介的任期不仅仅局限于安保条约，他推行了一项全面的国家复兴计划，通过政治和外交手段重新确立日本的主权，并通过经济政策为国家独立奠定物质基础。即使在推动与美国建立更加平等的伙伴关系的同时，他的外交部也提出了日本外交政策的新原则，包括联合国中心主义、保持亚洲国家的地位以及与自由世界的国家合作，从而扩大了日本的外交自主权。他进行了2次具有里程碑意义的访问，前往南亚和东南亚，通过道歉和赔偿重建了日本与前殖民地和敌对国家的关系。这不仅帮助日本恢复了对重要原材料来源和出口市场的准入，还加强了日本在后殖民地亚洲对抗共产主义的努力。1957年，岸信介在美国国会对成员表示：“我坚信，作为自由世界的一员，日本可以在亚洲发挥有益和建设性的作用，特别是在自由世界面临国际共产主义挑战的地区。” 66.
Kishi believed that Japan had become too dependent on the U.S. for its growth, symbolized by the boom spurred by the Korean War, and that new sources were required for sustainable growth. His industrial policy program, which laid the foundation for the subsequent income doubling plan pursued by Ikeda 67, recognized the need for investment in new technology that would boost productivity, which would in turn raise wages and boost consumption. Japan would also need to develop new markets to export surplus production, which meant working with the U.S. to deepen their bilateral trade relationship and rebuilding links with Southeast Asian countries and Australia. Increasing national wealth would be the foundation for shared prosperity based on redistribution, and Kishi made creation of a welfare state a fundamental goal for his government.
岸信介认为，日本在增长方面过于依赖美国，这一点在朝鲜战争引发的经济繁荣中尤为明显。为了实现可持续增长，需要寻找新的增长来源。他的工业政策为后来池田内阁实施的收入倍增计划奠定了基础，强调了投资新技术以提高生产力的重要性，这将有助于提高工资和促进消费。此外，日本还需要开发新的市场来出口过剩产品，这需要与美国合作，深化双边贸易关系，并重建与东南亚国家和澳大利亚的联系。增加国民财富将成为实现基于再分配的共同繁荣的基础。岸信介将其政府创建福利国家作为基本目标。
But AMPO would have an outsized impact on his legacy. For Shintaro, his father-in-law's downfall would have a devastating effect on his own prospects. As a junior backbencher, Shintaro had virtually no influence on Kishi, although when Kishi was determined to forge ahead with revisions to the police duties law, Shintaro asked whether it would be better for him to grapple with economic issues, and he had no major part in the AMPO drama, other than reluctantly drafting Kishi's resignation letter. 68, but his fortunes were tied to Kishi's.
然而，岸信介在安保问题上的影响对他的遗产产生了巨大影响。对于他的女婿来说，岳父的倒台对他的前途造成了毁灭性打击。作为初级后座议员，岸信介几乎没有影响力。尽管当岸信介决心推进警察职责法的修订时，他问是否最好让他处理经济问题。他在安保事件中没有扮演重要角色，除了不情愿地起草了岸信介的辞职信。但他的命运与岸信介紧密相连。
In the October 1960 general election, Ikeda, wishing to distance himself from his predecessor by promising to govern with tolerance and patience, sought a new mandate for LDP rule. Although the LDP won, Kishi allies like Shintaro suffered. He fell to fourth in his district, barely holding his seat, and in 1963, with Kishi's faction splintered and frozen out of power by Ikeda, Shintaro lost his seat outright. It was, according to Yoko, the first time he cried in front of his sons. 69. Losing his parliamentary seat was a descent into a personal hell for the proud and ambitious Shintaro, particularly since, it turned out, he would have to wait until 1967 for the next general election. In the meantime, he and Yoko spent long stretches in Yamaguchi, canvassing voters and trying to sow the seeds of a comeback. This separated both parents from their sons for long stretches.
1960年10月的大选中，池田勇人希望与前任保持距离，承诺以宽容和耐心执政，寻求为自民党争取新的授权。尽管自民党获胜，但岸信介的盟友如新太郎却遭受了损失。他在选区中排名第4，勉强保住了席位。1963年，随着岸信介派系的分裂，并被池田排除在权力之外，新太郎直接失去了席位。据杨子说，这是他第一次在儿子面前哭泣。失去议会席位对骄傲而雄心勃勃的新太郎来说是一次个人地狱般的经历，尤其是因为他不得不等到1967年才能参加下一次大选。在此期间，他和杨子在山口县花费了大量时间拉票，试图为政治付出铺路，这导致他们长时间与儿子们分开。
For Shinzo, meanwhile, Ampo and its aftermath would be the touchstone of his political identity. He and his brother continued to visit their grandfather when demonstrators surrounded Kishi's house during the security treaty protests. In his 2006 book, Shinzo tells how once he and his brother, to the amusement of his parents and his grandfather, stamped their feet and shouted, "Down with the security treaty," in imitation of the protesters outside. In a moment that he suggests was portentous, Shinzo asked his grandfather, "What's Ampo?" To which Kishi replied, "The security treaty is a treaty for Japan to be defended by America. I don't understand why everyone is opposed." 70 Kishi, virtually housebound due to the demonstrations, desired the company of his grandchildren in order to weather the storm, and gave Shinzo and Hironobu piggyback rides as protesters hurled epithets just outside the house. 71.
对安倍晋三而言，安保条约及其后续影响成为了他政治身份的试金石。在安全条约抗议期间，他和弟弟继续拜访被示威者包围的外祖父家。在他的2006年出版的书中，安倍晋三回忆道，他和弟弟模仿外面的抗议者，跺脚喊打倒安全条约，这让他父母和外祖父感到十分有趣。在一个具有预兆性的时刻，安倍晋三问外祖父什么是安保。外祖父回答说，安全条约是日本由美国防卫的条约。我不明白为什么大家都反对。70岁的岸信介因示威活动几乎无法出门，希望孙子们陪伴他渡过难关，给安倍晋三和红信背着玩，而抗议者在外面大声辱骂。71.
This whole episode, the loud, raucous demonstrations through which Shinzo had to pass to enter Kishi's house, the contrast between his image of Kishi as a kindly grandfather and the public's vilification, his grandfather's common-sense explanation for the treaty, and his grandfather's stabbing shortly after having resigned, left an indelible impression on Shinzo. 72.
这整个事件，安倍晋三必须穿过喧闹的示威游行才能进入岸信介的家。他对岸信介慈祥祖父的形象与公众的诋毁之间的反差，他祖父对条约的常识性解释，以及他祖父辞职后不久被刺，给安倍晋三留下了深刻的印象。
Kishi served in the Diet until 1979 and remained influential as a faction boss and elder statesman, using his personal connections overseas to, for example, help his brother negotiate the 1965 Basic Treaty with South Korea and the Okinawa Reversion Agreement with the United States. He continued to wield influence until his death in 1987.
岸信介直到1979年一直在国会任职，并作为派系领袖和元老继续发挥影响力，利用其海外个人关系，例如帮助他的兄弟在1965年与韩国签订基本条约，以及与美国达成冲绳回归协议。他一直发挥影响力，直到1987年去世。
His daughter Yoko became the guardian of his legacy. Dubbed the godmother by tabloids for her longtime public role, she assumed responsibility for transmitting her father's historical mission to her children. The LDP of the present was made by my father Kishi Nobosuk, she told Shinzo, and you must never forget those great footprints. 73. There may be no better symbol of his grandfather's influence than the fact that, even as prime minister, Shinzo continues to live in an apartment building with his mother in Tokyo's Tamagaya neighborhood. Usually he breakfasts with his mother and First Lady Abe Aki before commuting to his office. 74.
他的女儿杨子成为了他遗产的守护者。由于长期在公众面前活跃，他被小报称为教母， 并承担起将父亲的历史使命传给子女的责任。现在的自民党是我父亲岸信介创立的，他告诉安倍晋三，你永远不要忘记那些伟大的足迹。73也许没有比这更好的象征了。即使作为首相，安倍晋三仍然和母亲住在东京的复古的一栋公寓楼里。通常，他会在去办公室之前和母亲及夫人安倍昭惠一起吃早餐。74.
Japan is hardly the only democracy with hereditary political families, and the Abe Kishi clan is not Japan's only political dynasty. 75 For an entire decade, from 2001 to 2010, every Japanese prime minister was a dynastic politician and all but one. Koizumi Junichiro, the son or grandson of a prime minister. But Kishi's legacy, both his determination to overturn the post-war order and return to great power politics, and the spectacular collapse of his premiership, created a dynasty whose relationship with the political status quo was ambivalent.
日本远非唯一拥有世袭政治家族的民主国家，安倍岸信介家族也不是日本唯一的政治世家。从2001年到2010年的10年间，每一位日本首相都是世袭政治家，除了小泉纯一郎外，其余都是前首相的儿子或孙子。然而，岸信介的遗产，他决心推翻战后秩序，重返大国政治，以及他的首相任期的戏剧性崩溃，造就了一个与政治现状关系复杂的世家。
3. The world that made Shinzo.
创造新世界的环境。
Shinzo was 10 years old in October 1964, when the Olympics came to Tokyo. He was swept up in the pageantry of an event that would change the face of the capital and show the world a rebuilt, peaceful Japan in the early stages of an economic miracle.
1964年10月，当奥运会来到东京时 ，Shinzo 刚满10岁。他被这场将改变首都面貌、向世界展示一个重建且和平的日本的盛会所吸引，而这个国家正处于经济奇迹的初期。
The government spent extraordinary sums of money on Tashkent's new Olympic Stadium and athletic facilities, but these expenditures were only the beginning. Haneda Airport was upgraded. New highways and subway lines opened. The Tokyo Games, framed as the Science Olympics, were used to showcase Japan's technological prowess. A new domestically produced airliner transported the Olympic torch. Japan and the U.S. jointly deployed a satellite transmission system, allowing the Games to be broadcast simultaneously around the world. And on October 1st, 9 days before the Olympics opened, Japan's first Shinkansen line, the high-speed bullet train, commenced operations between Tokyo and Osaka. 1.
政府在丹下健三设计的新奥运体育场和体育设施上投入了巨额资金，但这仅仅是开始。羽田机场进行了升级，新的高速公路和地铁线路也相继开通。东京奥运会被誉为科技奥运会，借此机会展示了日本的科技实力。奥运火炬由国产的新干线飞机运送。日本和美国合作部署了一套卫星传输系统，使得奥运会能够在全球范围内同步播出。10月1日，即奥运会开幕前9天，日本首条新干线高速子弹头列车在东京和大阪之间正式投入运营。
The Games also celebrated Japan's rebirth as a peaceful, internationalist democracy. The Self-Defense Forces, SDF, 10 years old and still controversial, participated in the spectacle. Jets from an Air Self-Defense Forces acrobatic team formed the 5 Olympic rings in the sky at the end of the closing ceremony. Abe remembered the sense of wonder it awoke in a child's heart and the premonition it gave him that from this something brilliant would awaken in Japan. 2. But the use of the SDF was part of a broader redeployment of national symbols, including the flag and the emperor, to signal that Japan had been reborn as a peaceful country. 3. As Abe later wrote, 19 years after the defeat, our country, starting from burnt-out ruins, had achieved reconstruction until we could finally hold the Olympics. 4.
这些运动会还庆祝了日本作为和平、国际主义民主国家的重生。自卫队 SDF 成立10年，仍然存在争议，也参与了这一盛会。在闭幕式结束时，来自航空自卫队特技飞行队的喷气机在天空中组成了5个奥运环。安倍回忆说，这让他像孩子一样感到惊奇，并预感到从这一刻起，日本将焕发新的辉煌。但自卫队的使用是更广泛的重新部署国家象征的一部分，包括国旗和天皇， 以表明日本已经重生为一个和平的国家。正如安倍后来所写，战败19年后，我们的国家从一片废墟中起步，已经完成了重建，最终能够举办奥运会。4.
Shinzo's memories of the Olympics are part of his broader nostalgia for the world of his childhood, a nostalgia shared by many of his generation. As historian Laura Neitzel writes, looking back from the 1990s, people felt nostalgia for the feeling of looking forward. 5. This sense of nostalgia for a time when Japanese people could feel pride in their country's achievements and optimistic for its future permeates Shinzo's political thought. 6. In his 2006 memoir, he expresses his appreciation for the award-winning 2005 film Always. Sanchom no Yuhi, a popular work of Showa nostalgia that depicts life in a low-city Tokyo neighborhood in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Everyone is poor, he writes, but the people in the neighborhood are depicted as living with dreams of acquiring wealth amidst warm connections with each other. 7.
Shinzo 对奥运会的记忆是他对童年世界广泛怀旧的一部分，这种怀旧情绪被他那一代的许多人所共有。正如历史学家 Laura Neitzel 所写，从1990年代回望，人们怀旧与展望未来的感觉。5. 这种对日本人能够为国家成就感到自豪，并对未来充满希望的时代的怀旧情绪，贯穿了 Shinzo 的政治思想。6. 在他的2006年回忆录中，他表达了对2005年获奖电影《Always》三丁目的夕阳的喜爱。这部电影描绘了1950年代末和1960年代初东京下町社区的生活，是一部昭和怀旧的作品。每个人都很贫穷，他写道，但邻里之间的人们在彼此的温暖关系中怀揣着致富的梦想。7.
Shinzo, however, was a child of plenty, both his family's personal wealth and the broader prosperity of a rapidly growing economy. From his starting school in 1960 until 1977, when he graduated from university, Japan's per capita gross domestic product grew from $479 to $6,335. Life expectancy rose from roughly 67 years to nearly 77 years. In 1968, Japan's gross national product surpassed West Germany's, and it became the world's second-largest economy. 8. Japan became an exporting powerhouse, running perpetual trade surpluses with the United States and other trading partners. This period also marked the reemergence of a society of mass consumption as households sought the three sacred treasures: washing machine, refrigerator, and vacuum cleaner, then the three Cs: cooler, car, color television, and then the three versus: villa, vacansu, and visit, vacation home, overseas travel, and guests for dinner. 9.
然而，安倍晋三出生于富裕家庭，他的家庭财富和个人财富都得益于快速增长的经济。从1960年他开始上学到1977年大学毕业，日本的人均国内生产总值从479美元增长到6335美元，平均寿命从大约67岁提高到近77岁。1968年，日本的国民生产总值超过了西德，成为世界第2大经济体。日本成为出口强国，与美国和其他贸易伙伴保持持续的贸易顺差。这一时期也见证了大众消费社会的重新兴起，家庭开始追求三大宝：洗衣机、冰箱和吸尘器，随后是3C 冷柜、汽车、彩色电视，最后是3B 别墅、度假和宴请、度假屋、海外旅行和招待客人。
But Shinzo's recollections mask an ambivalent relationship with the Japan of his youth. The prosperity and social peace after 1960 came from a decisive rejection of his grandfather's politics, as the LDP tightened its embrace of the Yoshida Consensus and the politics of tolerance and moderation trumpeted by Ikeda. The 1964 Olympics celebrated Yoshida's Japan, not Kishi's.
然而，安倍晋三的回忆掩盖了他对年轻时日本的矛盾情感。1960年后的繁荣与社会和平，实际上是对他祖父政治路线的坚决背离。随着自民党更加坚定地遵循吉田茂的共识，池田勇人所倡导的宽容与中庸政治逐渐占据主导。1964年的奥运会庆祝的是吉田茂的日本，而非岸信介的日本。
During this period, as Shinzo entered school, he began making sense of what he had witnessed as a child in 1960. The boy's sense of wonder curdled into resentment of and reaction against the compromises that his father's generation of conservative leaders made to wield power, instead of admiration for their accomplishments. Shinzo would come to see the post-1960 consensus as an enemy that had to be defeated for Japan to be great again. He entered politics as a fervent devotee to his grandfather's cause, decisively winning the culture war that resulted from the stillborn transformation of post-war Japan in favor of a national greatness conservatism that would let the country act as a great power.
在这段时间，随着安倍晋三进入学校，他开始理解自己在1960年作为孩子所目睹的事情。他对父亲那一代保守派领导人为了掌权而做出的妥协感到不满，这种不满逐渐转变为怨恨，而不是对他们的成就的钦佩。安倍晋三认为，1960年后的共识是必须击败的敌人，只有这样，日本才能再次伟大。他以祖父事业的狂热支持者身份进入政坛，最终赢得了因战后日本转型失败而引发的文化战争。这场战争支持了一种国家伟大的保守主义，使日本能够作为一个大国形式。
Shintaro, meanwhile, was in many respects an archetypal participant in the 1955 system, the term used to describe the LDP's stable, long-term dominance of Japanese politics during the Cold War. The LDP, working with bureaucracy and business, invested in high-speed growth and redistributed its fruits to disadvantaged regions and sectors, while clinging to the lightly armed, U.S.-dependent foreign policy of the Yoshida Doctrine. The rejection of Kishi's vision for Japan became even more decisive with the rise of Tanaka Kakui, a political prodigy from Niigata Prefecture in Japan's snow country, who left school at 15, made a fortune in the construction business during the Second World War, and, despite his lack of formal education, won a Diet seat in 1947. Tanaka and his protégés built a third tendency in the LDP to compete with the Yoshida school and Kishi's revisionists, and dominated the party from Tanaka's election as LDP leader in 1972 until 1993.10.
与此同时，新太郎在很多方面是1955年体制的典型代表。这一术语用来描述自民党在冷战期间对日本政治的长期稳定统治。自民党与官僚机构和企业合作，推动了高速增长，并将成果重新分配给落后地区和行业，同时坚持极田主义的轻武装，依赖美国的外交政策。随着来自日本雪国的新系县政治天才田中角荣的崛起，对岸信介的日本愿景的反对变得更加坚定。田中角荣15岁辍学，在二战期间通过建筑业积累了大量财富，尽管没有受过正规教育，但于1947年当选为国会议员。田中和他的追随者在自民党内建立了第三种势力，与吉田学派和岸信介的修正主义者竞争，并从1972年田中当选自民党领袖到1993年一直主导着该党。是。
For Tanaka, politics came down to money. Politics equals power. Power equals numbers. Numbers come from money, he famously said. His followers would extract money for interest groups and other constituents and triangulate between interest groups and central government ministries to deliver benefits to the interest groups as well as to constituents. Many of these benefits manifested as concrete, as the LDP's construction state channeled government funds into grandiose projects even in Japan's remote countryside. The LDP parliamentarians were increasingly organized into policy tribes as well as factions, focusing their efforts on the distribution of benefits in areas besides infrastructure. This approach extended to foreign policy, where Tanaka, who rushed to normalize relations with the People's Republic of China, PRC, after Nixon's surprise opening to Beijing, encouraged a transactional approach to the PRC that would also shape his faction's approach to North Korea.
对田中而言，政治的核心在于金钱。政治即权力，权力即人数，人数源于金钱，他曾经说过。他的追随者会为利益集团和其他选民筹集资金，并在利益集团与中央政府部委之间进行协调，以向利益集团及选民提供利益。这些利益往往以基础设施的形式体现。自民党的建设国家政策将政府资金投入到日本偏远地区的大型项目中。自民党议员逐渐形成了政策部落和派系，专注于基础设施以外领域的利益分配。这种方法延伸到了外交领域。田中在尼克松意外访华后，迅速推动与中华人民共和国的正常化关系，并采取了一种交易性的对华政策， 这种政策也影响了他派系对朝鲜的态度。
Tanaka's rise came at the expense of Kishi's heirs. He bested Fukuda Takeo, the ex-MOF official who was Kishi's handpicked successor, in the LDP's 1972 presidential election, marking the triumph of Tanaka's machine politics over Kishi's revisionism. Tanaka, Fukuda, and their partisans continued to wage the so-called Kaku-Fuku War 4 decades after their 1972 contest, but in reality Tanaka won the war early on, remaking the LDP in his image and reducing Kishi's acolytes to the LDP's anti-mainstream, an internal opposition within the ruling party. Tanaka's premiership was brief. He resigned in 1974 when faced with allegations of corruption by LDP candidates in the 1974 upper house elections. But he continued to dominate the party as a shadow shogun. He ruled from the shadows even after 1976, when he was charged with accepting bribes from the Lockheed Corporation during his premiership, charges he spent much of the following decade contesting.
田中的崛起是以岸信介的继承人为代价的。1972年，他在自民党总裁选举中击败了前大藏省官员岸信介指定的接班人福田赳夫，标志着田中的机器政治战胜了岸信介的修正主义。田中、福田及其支持者在1972年之后的几十年里继续进行所谓的田中福田战争，但实际上田中很早就赢得了这场战争，将自民党改造成自己的形象，并将岸信介的门徒降为自民党的非主流及执政党内的反对派。田中的首相任期很短暂，1974年因自民党候选人在1974年参议院选举中涉嫌腐败，他被迫辞职，但他继续以影子将军的身份主宰着政党。即便在1976年因任内接受洛克希德公司贿赂而被指控后，他仍继续在幕后施加影响。他在随后的10年里一直在抗争这些指控。
Shintaro, who had lost his parliamentary seat in 1963, regained it in 1967. By then, Kishi's brother Sato had been prime minister for 3 years. Some of the bitterness from Kishi's tenure had faded, and Japan's economic miracle was well advanced. Shintaro finished first and would continue to do so for the rest of his career. He would remain a member of his father-in-law's faction even as it lost ground to Tanaka, but Shintaro did not evince a particularly strong commitment to his father-in-law's agenda for overturning the legacies of Japan's defeat. His watchword was balance, his conservatism dispositional rather than ideological. Point 11.
1963年失去一席的 Shintaro 在1967年重新当选。当时，他的哥哥佐藤已经担任了3年首相，岸信介任期内的怨恨已逐渐消散，日本的经济奇迹也正在蓬勃发展。Shintaro 在选举中获得了第1名，并且在整个职业生涯中一直保持这一地位。尽管他岳父的派系逐渐失去了影响力， Shintaro 仍然留在该派系中，但他对岳父推翻战后日本遗产的议程并没有表现出特别强烈的承诺。他的座右铭是平衡，他的保守主义更多是出于性格而非意识形态。
Despite being part of the anti-mainstream, he steadily climbed the party hierarchy, serving in party offices under Sato before becoming agriculture minister in the cabinet of Miki Takeo, who, like Shintaro's father, had won a Diet seat in 1942 as an independent anti-militarist candidate. Shintaro built a lengthy resume in the 1970s, serving as the LDP's parliamentary affairs chairman in 1976, coordinating with opposition parties when the LDP's majority receded, chief cabinet secretary in 1977 during Fukuda's premiership, and chairman of the LDP's Policy Affairs Research Council, a key agenda-setting institution, under Prime Minister Ohira Masayoshi, another Yoshida protege.
尽管他是反主流的一部分，但他稳步爬升了党的层级，曾在佐藤手下担任党务，后在三木武夫内阁中担任农业部长。三木武夫像石桥的父亲一样，于1942年作为独立的反军国主义候选人赢得了一席。石桥在1970年代建立了丰富的履历，1976年担任自民党的议会事务主席，当时自民党的多数席位减少，需要与反对党协调。1977年在福田首相任内担任内阁长官，在大平正方另一位吉田的门生任内担任自民党政策审议会会长，这是一个关键的议程设定机构。
During his rise to the LDP's top ranks, Shintaro was a conciliator, softening the divisions between mainstream factions, Tanaka's as well as those led by Yoshida's one-time lieutenants, and right-wing anti-mainstream groups. He worked closely with one of those lieutenants, Ohira, as the LDP's policy chief, and became a close friend of Takeshita Nobiru, Tanaka's chief lieutenant. Shintaro, along with future prime ministers Takeshita and Miyazawa Kiichi, was considered one of the LDP's new leaders, as the party faced a generational changing of the guard in the 1980s. In a political world that swirled with trickery, he did not make full use of wiles. Nor was he the possessor of an indecently fierce individualism. This existence as the opposite of a stubborn politician was neither a merit nor a demerit. 12.
在他晋升到自民党高层的过程中，中曾根康弘是一位调解者，缓和了主流派系，包括田中派和吉田前助手领导的派系与右翼反主流团体之间的分歧。他与吉田的一位助手大平正方密切合作，担任自民党的政策负责人，并成为田中的首席助手竹下登的亲密朋友。中曾根康弘与未来的首相竹下登和宫泽喜一一起，被认为是自民党的新一代领导人之一。当时该党在20世纪80年代面临着代际更替，在一个充满权谋的政治世界里，他没有充分利用这些手段。他也不是一个过分激烈的个人主义者。这种与顽固政客相反的存在，既非优点也非缺点。12.
Perhaps because of his temperament, he was not an outspoken standard-bearer of his father-in-law's revisionist conservatism. Indeed, as a member of the generation that fought and died in the Pacific War, almost perishing himself, there is good evidence to suggest that Shintaro supported the post-war constitution, including Article 9. As Shinzo writes, "My father's pre-college education was pre-war, but after that it was post-war." Then, because he had an extremely tragic experience of the war, that casts a very large shadow on the form of his thought. Why did we go to war? There was quite a lot of generational reflection on this and other such skeptical points. 13. Even having reached the heights of power as one of his father-in-law's heirs, Shintaro remained the son of Abe Kan.
也许由于他的性格，他并不是岳父修正主义保守派的直言不讳的代表。事实上，作为在太平洋战争中战斗并几乎丧生的一代人，有充分的证据表明，安倍晋太郎支持包括第9条在内的战后宪法。正如安倍晋三所写，我父亲的大学前教育是战前的，但之后是战后的。由于他经历了极其悲惨的战争，这对他的思想产生了深远的影响。我们为什么参战？这一代人对这个问题和其他类似的质疑进行了很多反思。即使达到了作为岳父继承人之一的权力顶峰，安倍晋太郎仍然是安倍宽的儿子。
The prime years of Shintaro's career, as he fought to regain his seat and then scrambled for power, were the years in which Shinzo grew from a mischievous boy playing at his grandfather's house to a privileged but aimless young man. During these years, particularly after 1963, when Shintaro was absent for long stretches in his constituency, Shinzo drew closer to Kishi. His nanny suggested that it was around this time, perhaps when he was as young as 6, that Shinzo first said he wanted to follow his father into politics. 14, but with an older brother, as well as a younger brother who would inherit the Kishi name and perhaps the Kishi legacy, it was not guaranteed that Shinzo would win his parents' blessing to succeed his father.
在安倍晋太郎努力重新获得席位并争夺权力的黄金时期，正是安倍晋三从一个在祖父家玩耍的淘气男孩成长为一个有特权但无目标的年轻人的时期。特别是在1963年之后，当安倍晋太郎长时间不在家时，安倍晋三与岸信介的关系更加密切。据他的保姆说，可能在他6岁左右时，安倍晋三第一次表示想追随父亲进入政界。然而，由于有一个哥哥以及一个将继承岸信介姓氏和可能的岸信介遗产的弟弟，安倍晋三并不一定能得到父母的祝福来接替父亲。
There was little about Shinzo's adolescence that marked him for political leadership. He loved movies, particularly action movies, and his great ambition as a child was to become a director, so much so that it may have factored in his parents' decision not to push Shinzo onto a more ambitious academic track. 15 As a child, he would sometimes play director, barking orders to friends as he pretended to shoot a film. 16 His classmates from primary school through university remembered him as innocent and kind, a good friend who wanted for little and did not boast about his family. But he also made little impression on his classmates. He was very ordinary, 17 at best a mediocre student. Neither his classmates nor his teachers remembered him as an excellent scholar or athlete. 18.
安倍晋三的青少年时期几乎没有显示出他会成为政治领袖的迹象。他特别喜欢电影，尤其是动作片。小时候最大的梦想是成为一名导演，这可能影响了他的父母，没有逼迫他追求更高的学术成就。15岁时，他有时会扮演导演，对着朋友们发号施令，假装在拍摄电影。16，他的小学到大学的同学都记得他是一个天真和善良的人，一个好朋友，没有什么欲望，也不炫耀自己的家庭背景。但他给同学们留下的印象并不深刻，被认为非常普通。17，作为一个中等生，无论是他的同学还是老师，都不记得他是一名优秀的学生或运动员。18。
Shinzo and his older brother Hironobu had unexceptional educations. Both attended Saikai, a middling private school for elite children in suburban Tokyo that had been part of the Mitsubishi Zaibatsu before the war, starting from the lower elementary school all the way through university. Whereas many of his peers were subjected to examination hell and cram schools, as they raced for admission to top schools and, eventually, leading companies and elite government ministries, both Shinzo and Hironobu opted out of the high-stakes competition that would so profoundly shape the lives of many in their generation. 19. Shinzo's decision to stay at Saikai and escalate into the university instead of seeking admission to Tokyo University, the alma mater of Shintaro and both of Shinzo's grandfathers, was particularly vexing to Shintaro. Kishi was disappointed by his lack of interest in civil service examinations. 20.
原自段内容 Shinzo 和他的哥哥 Hironobu 接受了普通的教育，他们都在东京郊区的一所中等私立学校城西学校就读。这所学校在战前曾是30财团的一部分，从低年级小学一直读到大学。当许多同龄人为了进入顶尖学校，最终进入领先公司和精英政府部门而经历考试地狱和补习学校的激烈竞争时， Shinzo 和 Hironobu 都选择了退出这场将深刻影响他们这一代许多人生活的高风险竞争。19，晋三决定留在城西并升级进入大学，而不是申请东京大学，这是他的父亲新太郎和2位祖父的母校，这让新太郎非常不满。安信介对晋三对公务员考试缺乏兴趣感到失望。20。
Shinzo was not active in student politics or vocal about national issues. This set him apart from much of his generation, since by the time he was in high school in the late 1960s, radical student politics had spread from the universities to secondary schools as protests erupted against the U.S.-Japan relationship against the backdrop of the Vietnam War and Japan's post-war state and economy. 21 For the teenaged Abe, politics was a family matter. Aoyama Kazuhiro, a journalist who has covered Abe for years, suggests Shinzo came to identify with his grandfather's politics at least in part because he saw his grandfather as an underdog and Japan's conservatives as a persecuted minority deserving of his admiration. Shinzo told him, "During my adolescence, when I was in middle school and high school, an anti-LDP mood was dominant. Amid these circumstances, I of course felt that I had to protect my father and grandfather, who were being abused by society, in school." 22. He may have felt especially protective of Kishi because he was able to enjoy intimate moments with his grandfather that he had been unable to share with his often absent father. 23. And also to please his mother, who appeared to favor his older brother and whose approval Shinzo sought. 24.
安倍在学生政治和国家问题上并不活跃，这使他与同龄人中的许多人不同。因为到了20世纪60年代末，激进的学生政治已经从大学蔓延到中学，抗议活动爆发，反对美日关系，背景是越南战争和日本的战后国家与经济状况。对于10几岁的安倍来说，政治是家庭事务。长期报道安倍的记者青山和宏认为，安倍至少部分是因为他把祖父视为一个弱势群体，而日本的保守派是一个值得他钦佩的受迫害的少数派，从而认同了祖父的政治。原田告诉他，在我青少年时期，当我上中学和高中的时候，反自民党的情绪占主导地位。在这种环境下， 我当然感到必须在学校保护被社会攻击的父亲和祖父。22，他可能特别保护岸信介，因为他能够与祖父享受亲密的时光，而这些时光是他无法与经常不在家的父亲分享的。23，同时也为了取悦似乎更偏爱他哥哥的母亲安倍晋三，渴望得到母亲的认可。24
In his memoirs, Abe recalls an episode from high school when, as Japan was rocked by battles between left and right over the renewal of the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty in 1970, he defended the treaty against a teacher who was advocating for its abrogation. But Abe recounts this story to illustrate the left-wing conformism that prevailed in his youth, admitting, "At the time I knew little about what the treaty is supposed to do." 25 This episode is, at most, only a glimpse at his respect towards his grandfather. 26 None of Abe's classmates has described Shinzo as voicing strong political opinions as a student. 27
在他的回忆录中，安倍回忆起高中时的一段经历。当时日本因1970年美日安保条约的续签问题而左右对峙，他与一位主张废除该条约的老师进行了辩论。安倍讲述这个故事是为了说明他年轻时左翼从众心理的盛行，承认当时我对条约的具体作用了解不多。25这段经历最多只是对他祖父的尊敬的一瞥。26安倍的同学们没有提到他在学生时代发表过强烈的政治观点。27
There is little to suggest that he changed after April 1974, when he escalated from Saikai's preparatory school to the university, where he joined the law faculty as a major in political science. 28 At university, he continued to give the impression of a pampered rich kid. He was an indifferent student, not atypical for a Japanese university student. He drove around in a red Alfa Romeo and played mahjong obsessively. 29 But while he was in university, it became increasingly possible that Shinzo could one day succeed his father.
几乎没有什么迹象表明他在1974年4月升入城西大学后有所改变。当时他进入了法律系，主修政治学。28在大学里，他依然给人一种被宠坏的富家子弟的印象。他的学习成绩平平，这在日本大学生中并不罕见。他开着一辆红色的阿尔法罗密欧，对麻将十分痴迷。29然而，在大学期间，安倍晋三接替父亲的可能性逐渐增大。
His older brother, who had graduated from Saikai's economics faculty en route to a successful career at the Mitsubishi Corporation, was uninterested in following in Shintaro's footsteps. From a young age, Hironobu and Shinzo had helped with their father's campaigns. Even today, campaigning is arduous. Long hours spent distributing leaflets outside train stations or going door to door to speak with voters. Hironobu detested campaigning, and when he fell ill on a campaign one winter, requiring 3 months of hospitalization, he decided that he could never become a politician. 30 With his brother uninterested, Shinzo began to dream of following his father, and became increasingly open about his political ambitions, to his classmates' surprise. When he told a friend in the Saikai Archery Club of his dream, his friend thought he was too nice to become a politician. 31
他的哥哥从庆应大学经济学部毕业，进入三菱公司，事业有成，但对追随新太郎的脚步不感兴趣。从小开始，弘信和信夫就帮助父亲的竞选活动。即使在今天，竞选活动依然非常辛苦，需要长时间在车站外分发传单或挨家挨户与选民交谈。弘信非常讨厌竞选活动，有一次冬天在竞选活动中生病，需要住院3个月。他决定自己永远不能成为一名政治家。由于哥哥不感兴趣，信夫开始梦想追随父亲，并且越来越公开地向同学表达他的政治抱负，令他们感到惊讶。当他向早稻田公道部的朋友分享他的梦想时，朋友觉得他太善良了，不适合从政。31
The problem was that unlike other members of his generation, who, as they approached the end of schooling, were engaged in arduous exams and interviews to land good jobs out of college, there was no exam for Shinzo to take. Many politicians have used bureaucratic careers as stepping stones to elected office, but Shinzo's academic record and lack of interest in civil service exams foreclosed that option. His brother had taken a graduate degree at Tokyo University, but Shinzo had no interest in that. He was unprepared for a private sector job search, too callow for his father to employ as a secretary. 32 He had spent 16 years at the same academic institution, never having risked failure by taking the entrance exams for another school. And, as the end of his schooling approached in 1977, it was not immediately clear what he could do.
问题在于，与其他同龄人不同，他们在临近毕业时都在努力备考和面试，以求在大学毕业后找到好工作，而安倍晋三没有考试可参加。许多政治家曾将公务员生涯作为进入政界的跳板，但安倍晋三的学术记录和对公务员考试的缺乏兴趣使这条路行不通。他的哥哥在东京大学获得了硕士学位，但安倍晋三对此毫无兴趣。他也没有准备好进行私营部门的工作搜索，对于他的父亲来说，他还太年轻，无法担任秘书。他在同一所学术机构度过了16年，从未冒险参加其他学校的入学考试。1977年，他的学业即将结束时，他能做什么还不清楚。
Having shunned the standard pathways of a Japanese university graduate, he took a less conventional path. After graduating in March, he left Japan for the first time to study in California. His first stop was Hayward, California, south of Oakland on the eastern shore of San Francisco Bay. He enrolled in a language school, intending to improve his English before enrolling in a graduate program. But there were too many other Japanese students in Hayward, making it impossible for him to focus on English.
他避开了日本大学毕业生的传统道路，选择了一条不那么常规的路径。3月毕业后，他首次离开日本，前往加利福尼亚学习。他的第一站是位于旧金山湾东岸、奥克兰以南的海沃德。他报名参加了一所语言学校，计划提高英语水平后再攻读研究生课程。然而，海沃德的日本学生太多，让他难以专注于英语学习。
Shinzo relocated to Southern California, where an old friend of his mother's family introduced him to an Italian, American widow who took him in as a boarder while he studied English. 33 years later, addressing the U.S. Congress, he praised his hostess's cooking and recalled his amazement at the visitors to her house. They were so diverse, he said. I was amazed and said to myself, America is an awesome country. 34.
森金一搬到了南加州，他母亲家族的一位老朋友把他介绍给了一位意大利裔美国寡妇，寡妇在他学习英语期间收留了他。33年后，他在美国国会发表讲话时，称赞了女主人的烹饪技艺，并回忆起对他家访客的多样性感到惊讶。他们如此多样化，他说，我感到非常惊讶，并对自己说，美国真是一个了不起的国家。
After spending most of 1977 studying English, in January 1978 Shinzo enrolled in a political science course at the University of Southern California. He never took a degree. He quickly succumbed to homesickness, placing collect calls to his family costing hundreds of thousands of yen, prompting his father to bellow, "It's time for Shinzo to return to Japan." 35 in the spring of 1979, he gave in to his father's demands and returned home. He would not be away from America for long.
在1977年的大部分时间里学习英语后，1978年1月，安倍晋三在南加州大学注册了一个政治学课程，但从未获得学位。他很快感到思乡病，给家人打长途电话，花费了数十万日元，这促使他的父亲大喊：“是时候让安倍晋三回日本了。”1979年春天，他屈服于父亲的要求，回到了日本。不过，他很快又回到了美国。
At home, he needed a job and ultimately landed a position with Kobe Steel. It was an unconventional hire, entirely the result of Shintaro's political maneuvering.
在家里，他需要一份工作，最终在神户制钢找到了职位。这一非传统的聘用完全得益于新太郎的政治手腕。
Shintaro, his eye firmly on winning the premiership, was anxious about his position in his district. His seat was safe, but to be taken seriously as a contender, he had to finish first consistently in the 4-seat district. When former MIDI official Hayashi Yoshiro won a seat as an LDP candidate in 1969, Shintaro not only gained a rival but lost a key supporter, Hayashi's father. 36.
Shintaro 一心想要赢得首相之位，对他在选区的地位感到担忧。虽然他的席位是安全的，但为了成为真正的竞争者，他必须在4席选区中始终名列前茅。1969年，前 MITI 官员 Hayashi Yoshiro 作为自民党候选人赢得了一个席位，这不仅让 Shintaro 多了一个竞争对手， 还使他失去了一个关键支持者 Hayashi 的父亲。
To safeguard his position as the district's top vote-getter, Shintaro sought an alliance with Kobe Steel, the district's largest employer. Hayashi had secured the company's support, increasing his threat to Shintaro. After a series of negotiations with the company's executives, Kishi was also enlisted to woo the company. Shinzo's employment at Kobe Steel was presented as a token of the partnership between Shintaro and the firm. Shintaro's gambit worked. His advantage over Hayashi grew in subsequent elections, and Shinzo entered the world of the salaryman.
为了巩固自己在该选区的领先地位，新太郎寻求与当地最大的雇主神户制钢建立联盟。林已经获得了公司的支持，对新太郎构成了更大的威胁。经过与公司高层的一系列谈判，岸信介也被拉拢来争取公司支持。信造在神户制钢的职位成为了新太郎与公司合作的象征。新太郎的策略奏效了，他在随后的选举中对林的优势进一步扩大，新造也进入了上班族的世界。
But he had missed the window for training and indoctrination as part of a new cohort of employees, so Kobe Steel decided to put Shinzo's English to use and dispatched him to its office in New York, after which he could return and join the next cohort of new hires. Shinzo protested, but by May 1979, only 2 months after returning from California, he moved to New York City. 37.
但他错过了作为新员工队伍的一部分接受培训和灌输的机会，因此神户制钢决定利用新造的英语能力，派他前往纽约办事处，之后他可以回来加入下一批新员工。新造表示反对，但1979年5月，即他从加利福尼亚回来仅2个月后，他搬到了纽约市。
His stay in New York was more successful than his time in California. Kobe's New York office was small. When they learned that they would be hosting the son of a politician for a year, Shinzo's colleagues were dismayed at the prospect of having to babysit a political princeling. But he disarmed the office staff with his shy, humble demeanor, and it did not take long for Shinzo to fit in comfortably. Working alongside Japanese dispatched to America with their families, Shinzo was virtually adopted by his colleagues, who took him along for mahjong or karaoke after work, hosted him at their homes, and invited him on golf outings, thus sparing him from homesickness. 38.
他在纽约的停留比在加利福尼亚时更加成功。Kobe 的纽约办公室很小。当同事们得知要接待一位政治家的儿子1年时，他们对不得不照顾这位政治公子感到沮丧。然而 Shinzo 以他害羞和谦逊的态度赢得了办公室同事的好感，很快便融入了团队。与被派往美国并带着家人的日本人一起工作， Shinzo 几乎被同事们收养了。他们下班后带他去打麻将或唱卡拉 OK， 邀请他到家里做客，带他去打高尔夫球，从而让他免受思乡之苦。
His time in New York also gave Shinzo opportunities to interact with Americans in more formal settings. In his memoirs, he recounts a senior colleague explaining how to negotiate with Americans. Do not be arrogant, but never be subservient. Even if you think your counterpart is older or higher ranked or in the same position, you should treat them equally. 39. However, he also describes a visit to an American steel plant and his shock at how dirty it was compared with Japanese plants, with parts strewn about. There was no sign that the workers cared about this at all. 40.
他在纽约的经历也让他有机会在更正式的场合与美国人交流。在他的回忆录中，他提到一位资深同事曾教他如何与美国人谈判：不要傲慢，但也不要卑躬屈膝。无论对方年纪多大、职位多高或与你职位相同，都应平等对待。他还描述了参观一家美国钢铁厂的经历，对工厂的脏乱感到震惊。与日本的工厂相比，零件随意散落，工人们似乎完全不在乎这些。
By April 1980, he was back in Japan, undergoing formal indoctrination into Kobe Steel at its headquarters, and trading a comfortable life in New York for a dorm room, a roommate, and long hours at work in a steel plant. Although his work mainly involved writing orders to manage the plant's production process, like most white-collar workers employed by Japan Incorporated's leading manufacturers, he was still expected to learn the business from the bottom up. He neither asked for nor received special treatment as Shintaro's son, even as Shintaro drew his son closer into the family business. For example, when Japan had a double election in June 1980, a snap election for the lower house, timed to coincide with fixed-term upper house elections, On the basis of an agreement between Shintaro and Kobe Steel's management, Shinzo took a sleeper car to Yamaguchi after work on Friday, spent the weekend campaigning with his father, and then took another sleeper on Sunday night, going straight to the mill from the train. Point 41.
到1980年4月，他回到了日本，在神户制钢总部接受了正式的入职培训，将他在纽约的舒适生活换成了宿舍、室友和在钢铁厂的长时间工作。尽管他的工作主要是编写订单以管理工厂的生产流程，但像大多数日本大型制造企业的白领员工一样，他仍然需要从基层做起。他既没有要求，也没有得到作为新太郎子的特殊待遇，尽管新太郎正将儿子更紧密地纳入家族企业。例如，1980年6月，日本举行了一次双重选举，即众议院的突然选举与定期举行的参议院选举同时进行。根据中曾根和神户制钢管理层之间的协议，晋三在周五下班后乘坐卧铺车前往山口县，周末与父亲一起进行竞选活动，周日晚上再次乘坐卧铺车直接从火车前往工厂。41.
His professional life improved in February 1981, when he was transferred to Kobe's headquarters in Tokyo and worked strictly in an office capacity, managing exports of cold-rolled steel to customers in Southeast Asia. Point 42. Shinzo was regarded as a diligent worker, and his boss, Yano Shinji, took the young man under his wing.
1981年2月，他的职业生涯得到了提升，被调往东京的神户总部，专门负责办公室工作，管理向东南亚客户出口冷轧钢。晋三工作勤奋，得到了老板石野信二的赏识，后者对他悉心指导。
Shinzo was working in this office in November 1982, when his father's career took a major leap forward. Having served as MIDI minister from 1981 to 1982, Shintaro contested the LDP's 1982 leadership election against the guidance of his father-in-law. Kishi was concerned that Nakasone Yasuhiro enjoyed the backing of Tanaka's faction, which still dominated the LDP, and he feared a poor showing would cripple Shintaro's chances in future elections. Point 43. Kishi was not entirely wrong. Shintaro finished third of 4 candidates. But the victorious Nakasone, who would describe Kishi as Japan's greatest post-war leader, rewarded Shintaro with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MOFA, marking him as a potential successor. Point 44. Much as Shintaro entered politics when Kishi became foreign minister, so too would his father's new job be Shinzo's chance to enter the political world. "If you want to be my secretary, do it. Start on Monday," said his father.
1982年11月 ，Shinzo 在这个办公室工作，当时他的父亲的职业生涯取得了重大飞跃。尽管岳父反对 ，Shintaro 仍从1981年到1982年担任通商产业大臣，并参加了1982年自民党的领导选举。Kishi 担心 Nakasone Yasuhiro 享有田中派系的支持，该派系仍然主导着自民党。他担心表现不佳会损害 Shintaro 在未来选举中的机会。Kishi 的担忧并非没有道理。Shintaro 在4位候选人中排名第3，但获胜的 Nakasone 他将 Kishi 称为战后日本最伟大的领导人，任命 Shintaro 为外务大臣，标志着他可能成为接班人。正如新太郎在岸信哉担任外务大臣时步入政坛，他的父亲的新职位也将为安倍晋三提供进入政界的机会。如果你想成为我的秘书，那就去做吧。周一就开始，他的父亲说。
But the stubborn child reappeared. Shinzo was reluctant to abandon his colleagues when there were major deals in the works. He may also have harbored doubts about a life in politics and resented the brusque manner in which his father delivered the message. Point 45. He was still hesitant the following day when his father's principal secretary visited him. A week later, he still had not answered.
但是顽固的孩子再次出现了。当有重要的交易正在进行时，心脏不愿意放弃他的同事们。他可能对从政生活有所疑虑，并对父亲传达信息的粗鲁方式感到不满。45第二天，父亲的首席秘书来访时，他依然犹豫不决。1周后，他仍然没有给出答复。
His father grew increasingly frustrated, sputtering that when Kishi had called upon him to leave the Mainichi Shimbun and become his secretary at the foreign ministry, he quit the following day. Frustrated with his son's reluctance, Shintaro called Kobe Steel's executives. "Just fire him," he suggested. "The union won't allow it," they replied.
他的父亲越来越沮丧，结结巴巴地说，当岸信介要求他离开每日新闻，成为外务省的秘书时，他第二天就辞职了。由于儿子的犹豫不决，他感到非常失望，于是给神户制钢的高管打了电话，建议他们直接解雇他。然而，高管们回答说，工会不会允许这样做。
Ultimately, it fell to his boss, Yano, to persuade Shinzo. He gave him his blessing to leave, stating that if Shinzo wanted to become a politician, he should take the opportunity presented to him. At a farewell party, Shinzo, usually a teetotaler, drank a little and apologized for quitting at short notice. On December 6th, 10 days after Nakasoni's election, he began working as his father's private secretary. He later described the decision as realizing his destiny. 46.
最终，说服安倍的重任落在了他的老板石野身上。石野给了安倍祝福，让他离开，表示如果安倍想成为政治家，就应该抓住这个机会。在一次告别派对上，通常滴酒不沾的安倍喝了一点酒，并为突然辞职道歉。12月6日，中曾根当选后的第10天，安倍开始担任父亲的私人秘书。他后来将这一决定描述为实现自己的命运。
Shinzo's appointment put him close to a father with whom he had not had the easiest relationship. According to his memoirs, for the first time, when I became his secretary, my father and I came to have extremely close time together, not just as politician and secretary, but also as father and child. 47. He was not necessarily given substantive work, but would shadow his father as he fulfilled the duties of office, including overseas trips and long hours of parliamentary deliberations, as well as domestic trips in support of LDP candidates, which became more frequent as Shintaro came to the brink of inheriting the leadership of his faction from Fukuda.
近三的任命使他与一位关系并不容易的父亲更加接近。根据他的回忆录，当我成为他的秘书时，我和父亲第一次有了非常亲密的时光，不仅是作为政治家和秘书，也是作为父亲和儿子。47，虽然他不一定被赋予实质性的工作，但会跟随父亲履行公务，包括海外访问和长时间的议会审议，以及支持自民党候选人的国内行程。随着信太郎接近从福田那里继承派系领导权，这些行程变得越来越频繁。
It was a crucial moment for Shintaro, who would serve nearly 4 years at MOFA, noteworthy at the time given the high turnover rate in ministerial posts under LDP dominance. 48, he pursued an active style of diplomacy that he called creative diplomacy, which he characterized as Japan's pursuing initiatives to promote peace that neither the U.S. nor the USSR could pursue. 49, and visited 81 countries as foreign minister. He forged a close relationship with his American counterpart George Shultz that complemented Nakasoni's friendship with Ronald Reagan. 50.
对志贺来说，这是一段关键时期，他将在外务省任职近4年。当时由于自民党的主导地位，部长职位的流动率很高。48，他推行了一种积极的外交风格，称之为创造性外交。其特点是日本采取既非美国也非苏联能够采取的促进和平的举措49，并以外交大臣的身份访问了81个国家。他与美国国务卿乔治·舒尔茨建立了密切的关系，这与中曾根康弘与罗纳德·里根的友谊相得益彰。50。
Nakasone was the most vocal advocate of Kishi's revisionist conservatism to have won the premiership since Kishi's resignation. Nakasone sought to forge Japan into an assertive great power when Japanese were already feeling confident after decades of high-speed growth. He fervently supported constitutional revision, opposed the Yoshida Doctrine, and was an ardent defense hawk who favored a more independent security policy. As prime minister, he would settle the accounts of post-war politics by revising the constitution, lessening Japan's dependence on the U.S. for its security, and reforming the education system. He visited the controversial Yasukuni Shrine, which honors those who have died for the emperor in wars since 1868, but which prime ministers had shunned since 1978 when 14 Class A war criminals, including Tojo, were enshrined, triggering disputes with China and South Korea. Like Kishi, Nakasone promoted administrative reforms that strengthened the prime minister's leadership and advocated for the direct election of prime ministers. 51.
中曾根是自岸信介辞职以来最直言不讳支持岸信介修正保守主义并成功当选首相的人。他希望将日本塑造为一个自信的大国， 当时日本人已经在经历了数十年的高速增长后感到自信。中曾根热衷于修宪，反对吉田主义，是一位主张更独立安全政策的强硬国防鹰派。作为首相，他计划通过修宪减少对美国的安全依赖，以及改革教育体系来清算战后政治。他访问了有争议的靖国神社，该神社纪念自1868年以来为天皇在战争中牺牲的人。然而，自1978年14名甲级战犯，包括东条英机，被供奉后，历任首相都避免前往该神社，这引发了与中韩的争端。与岸信介一样，中曾根康弘推动了加强首相领导力的行政改革，并倡导直接选举首相。51.
Shinzo, meanwhile, continued learning on the job, which offered him innumerable opportunities to work the smoke-filled rooms where decisions were made. His father's globe-trotting personal diplomacy impressed upon his son the importance of building trust with foreign leaders. 52. He also took his first foray into diplomacy. For years, local activists in Yamaguchi had sought the return of a cannon that France had seized in 1864 following the besieging of Chashu by France, Britain, the US, and the Netherlands in the Shimonoseki campaign. Shintaro asked President François Mitterrand to intervene, but he said that the cannon could only be returned by an act of the National Assembly, which was not forthcoming. So Shintaro entrusted Shinzo to devise a solution. After pressuring MOFA officials, he crafted an arrangement whereby France lent the cannon to Yamaguchi, with an option for extending the loan indefinitely. 53.
同时，安倍晋三继续在工作中学习，这为他提供了无数机会，让他能够在充满烟雾的决策室里工作。他父亲的环球个人外交给儿子留下了深刻的印象，让他明白了与外国领导人建立信任的重要性。52. 他还首次涉足外交。多年来，山口县的当地活动人士一直寻求法国归还1864年在法国、英国、美国和荷兰在下关战役中围攻常州后夺取的大炮。安倍晋太郎请求法国总统弗朗索瓦·密特朗干预，但密特朗表示只有国民议会才能归还大炮，而国民议会没有采取行动。因此，安倍晋太郎委托安倍晋三想出解决方案。在向外交部官员施压后，他安排了一项协议，法国将大炮借给山口，并可以选择无限期延长借用期限。53.
In 1984, a friend introduced Shinzo to Matsuzaki Eiki, the daughter of a president of confectioner Morinaga and Company. Almost 8 years younger than Shinzo, she was working at public relations giant Dentsu and showed up a half-hour late for their first date. They married in June 1987 in a joint ceremony with Shinzo's brother Hironobu and his bride, because Kishi was by that time hospitalized and nearing death, and their mother wanted him to see his grandsons marry. 54. As his death approached, Kishi also sought to influence Shinzo's political career, suggesting that when one of Yamaguchi's delegates to the upper house passed away suddenly in 1986, Shinzo should run in the by-election. Shintaro, however, thought he was not ready to run for office and blocked the idea. 55.
1984年，一位朋友将安倍晋三介绍给了森永治果公司总裁的女儿松崎惠子。她比安倍晋三年轻近8岁，在公关巨头电通工作，第一次约会迟到了半小时。1987年6月，安倍晋三与弟弟弘信及其新娘一起举行了婚礼。因为当时他们的祖父岸信介已经住院且接近生命终点，母亲希望他能看到孙子们结婚。随着岸信介生命的最后时刻临近，他还试图影响安倍晋三的政治生涯，建议当山口县的一位参议院代表在1986年突然去世时，安倍晋三应该参加补选。然而，安倍晋太郎认为他还没有准备好参加竞选，并阻止了这个想法。
Towards the end of Nakasoni's premiership in 1987, the question of who would succeed him was open. Shintaro had continued his pursuit of the top job, moving from MOFA to become chairman of the LDP's General Affairs Council in 1986, when he also inherited factional leadership from Fukuda. Nakasone left it to Takeshita, Abe, and Miyazawa to determine the successor. These new leaders represented the three dominant tendencies in the LDP. Miyazawa was Yoshida's heir, Abe was Kishi's, and Takeshita was Tanaka's.
1987年，随着中曾根康弘首相任期接近尾声，谁将接替他成为新的问题。1986年，安倍晋太郎继续追求最高职位， 从外务大臣转任自民党总务会长，并从福田继承了派系领导权。中曾根将继任者的决定权交给了竹下登、安倍和宫泽喜一。这3位新领导人分别代表了自民党内的3大主流派系，宫泽是吉田的继承人，安倍是岸信介的继承人，竹下是田中的继承人。
Ultimately, the decision came down to face-to-face negotiations between Shintaro and Takeshita, who were rivals but also friends. They and their lieutenants gathered in a room at Tokyo's Akasaka Prince Hotel, when, after more than 9 hours of talks, Abe bowed out to Takeshita, who not only led the largest faction but also could count on the support of others. 56 After an internal rebellion in 1985, Takeshita had wrested control of the faction from Tanaka, who suffered a debilitating stroke soon after. Takeshita also had an advantage in the LDP, having won more electoral victories, a consequence of Shintaro's 1963 defeat.
最终决定归结为 Shintaro 和竹下登之间的面对面谈判，他们是对手，但也是朋友。他们和各自的副手们聚集在东京的赤坂王子酒店的一个房间里，在经过9个多小时的谈判后，安倍晋太郎向竹下登鞠躬，后者不仅领导了最大的派系，还能够得到其他人的支持。1985年发生内部叛乱后，竹下登从田中角荣手中夺得了派系的控制权。田中角荣不久后遭受了严重的中风。竹下登在自民党内也有优势，因为他赢得了更多的选举胜利，这是安倍晋太郎在1963年失败的后果。
Shintaro accepted a compromise whereby he would serve as Secretary General under Takeshita and be next in line to lead. 57 After his death, his wife Yoko criticized her late husband for his idealism. There is more to the world than ideals, she told the Mainichi Shimbun. Meanwhile, I guess you can say to a certain extent, strength. I think it would have been better if he had had that. But that was his personality. 58 Given that the balance of power within the party favored Takeshita, this post-mortem judgment seems cruel and is likely colored by the reality that Shintaro's time never came. But it also suggests that Yoko may have encouraged Shinzo to idealize strength in politics, using his father's failure of nerve as an example to avoid.
新太郎接受了一项妥协，他将担任竹下内阁的秘书长，并成为下一任领导人的候选人。57在他去世后，他的妻子杨子批评了他已故丈夫的理想主义。世界不仅仅有理想，他告诉《每日新闻。同时，我想在某种程度上可以说，力量，如果他能拥有这种力量，会更好。但那是他的个性。58鉴于党内权力平衡倾向于竹下，这种死后的评价似乎有些残酷，可能是因为新太郎的机会从未到来。但这同时也表明，杨子可能鼓励安倍晋三将力量理想化，以他父亲的胆怯失败为避免的榜样。
Almost immediately after Takeshita inherited the premiership, the Japanese political system was rocked by a scandal that disrupted the cozy world of the new leaders and set the stage for the LDP's eventual ouster in 1993.
几乎在竹下继承首相职位后，日本政治体系就因一场丑闻而受到震动。这场丑闻打破了新领导层的安稳局面，并为自民党在1993年的下台埋下了伏笔。
In the mid-1980s, Recruit, a job placement company, had offered pre-flotation shares at favorable prices to leading politicians, bureaucrats, business leaders, and media who would profit when the share price rose after listing. The scandal implicated a long list of LDP politicians and forced Takeshita to resign in April 1989, when he admitted to having received sizable political contributions from Recruit. 59 Despite the backroom deal he made with Takeshita, Shintaro could not succeed him. One of his secretaries had accepted shares from Recruit. Facing a widening crisis, with upper house elections only months away, the LDP opted for a prime minister untainted by the scandal, the hapless Uno Sosuke, who took office in June 1989 and resigned in August after leading the LDP to a historic defeat. 60
20世纪80年代中期，招聘公司以优惠价各向主要政治家、官僚、商界领袖和媒体提供了上市前的股份。当股价在上市后上涨时，这些人将获利。这起丑闻涉及了长长的一串自民党政治家名单，迫使竹下登在1989年4月辞职。当时他承认从招聘公司收到了大量政治捐款。尽管他与竹下登达成了幕后交易，新太郎还是无法接替他， 因为他的一个秘书接受了招聘公司的股份。面对日益扩大的危机，参议院选举仅几个月之遥，自民党选择了一位未受丑闻影响的首相，不幸的与野宗佑。他在1989年6月上任，并在8月辞职，因为自民党在选举中遭遇了历史性的失败。60
As the LDP grappled with this crisis, Shintaro, who as Secretary General was expected to lead its campaign, was missing. On April 18th, he had been hospitalized. Following surgery, his doctors told Shinzo that Shintaro had pancreatic cancer and probably had only 2 more years to live. Upon the advice of doctors, Shinzo concealed the diagnosis from his father, who after his hospitalization appeared to have regained his strength and threw himself back into work to strengthen his faction's position in the approaching 1990 general election. He also led an LDP delegation to the USSR in January 1990. In a meeting with Mikhail Gorbachev, Shintaro expressed a strong desire to settle the long-standing dispute between Japan and the Soviet Union over the South Kuril Islands, and formally conclude a peace treaty, inviting Gorbachev to visit Japan the next year. But after a year at breakneck speed as he prepared another bid for the LDP's leadership, he was hospitalized again in September, at which point Shinzo told him that he had cancer.
当自民党应对这场危机时，作为总务会长的石破茂本应领导竞选活动，但他却失踪了。4月18日，他住院了。手术后，医生告诉安倍晋三，石破茂患有胰腺癌，可能只剩下2年的生命。根据医生的建议，安倍晋三没有将诊断结果告诉他的父亲。住院后，石破茂似乎恢复了体力，重新投入工作，以加强其派系在即将来临的1990年大选中的地位。1990年1月，他还带领自民党代表团访问了苏联。在与米哈伊尔·戈尔巴乔夫的会晤中，辛腾强烈表达了希望解决日本和苏联之间关于南千岛群岛的长期争端，并正式签署和平条约的愿望，邀请戈尔巴乔夫次年访问日本。然而，在以惊人的速度准备再次竞选自民党领导职位的1年后，他于9月再次住院。此时，安倍告诉他，他患上了癌症。
Shintaro stoically accepted the diagnosis in the rapidly closing window of time before he succumbed to the disease. From his sickbed, he began preparations for Shinzo to succeed him, urging him to make regular visits to his constituency. Shintaro would conduct one last act of diplomacy, rising from his sickbed in April 1991 to attend a reception for Gorbachev, who had accepted his invitation. Shintaro's weight had dropped from 72 to 57 kilograms. Shinzo notes in his memoirs that his father was wearing multiple layers of clothing beneath his suit to pad out his appearance. Although it was a meeting of just 5 minutes, he writes, "My father smiled at me brightly." 61 It was his last public appearance. The following month, on May 15th, Shintaro died at the age of 67.
新太郎冷静地接受了诊断，以及因疾病而迅速缩短的生命时间。从病床上，他开始为心脏接替他做准备，鼓励心脏定期访问选区。新太郎将进行最后一次外交活动，于1991年4月从病床上起身参加为戈尔巴乔夫举行的招待会，后者接受了邀请。新太郎的体重从72公斤下降到57公斤。新藏在他的回忆录中提到，父亲在西装下穿了多层衣服，以使自己看起来更丰满。尽管会面只有5分钟，他写道：“父亲对我灿烂地笑了。”这是他最后一次公开露面。第2个月，5月15日，新太郎在67岁时去世。
The post-war world that nurtured Shintaro's career was passing, too. The Showa emperor had died in 1989, ushering in the Heisei era. The financial bubble popped in early 1991. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989, and the USSR would dissolve at the end of 1991. The US-Japan relationship was marred by trade friction as Americans came to fear Japan's economic prowess.
战后世界也在逐渐远去，这个时期孕育了新太郎的职业生涯。昭和天皇于1989年去世，开启了平成时代。1991年初，经济泡沫破裂。1989年，柏林墙倒塌。1991年底，苏联解体。美日关系因贸易摩擦而受损，美国人开始担忧日本的经济实力。
Shinzo would make his way in a world dramatically different from that which had allowed Shintaro to reach the highest levels of power.
Shinzo 将在这个与 Shintaro 能够达到权力顶峰截然不同的世界中前行。
4. The Iconoclast.
图像破坏者。
Abe Shinzo had never lived in Yamaguchi's first electoral district, the constituency he sought to represent. His life had been spent far from Yamaguchi, which sits at the western tip of Honshu, closer to Busan in South Korea than to Tokyo. As Shinzo prepared to run for office, he knew Yamaguchi largely as the driver of the Meiji Restoration, and his constituency's links to the restoration would become critical to his political identity. 1.
安倍晋三从未在山口县的第一选区居住过，这是他打算代表的选区。他的生活远离山口县，山口县位于本州的西端，距离韩国釜山比东京更近。当安倍晋三准备竞选公职时，他对山口县的了解主要来自于其作为明治维新推动者的角色，而选区与维新的联系将对他的政治身份至关重要。
The prefecture has an undeniable role in the political history of modern Japan. Then known as the Chashu domain, it played a central role in the shogun's downfall in the 1860s. After Commodore Matthew Perry's Black Ships opened Japan and forced the shogunate to sign unequal treaties, giving foreigners extraterritorial rights and control over Japan's commercial policies, anti-regime activism spread. Chashu was a hotbed of resistance, as the domain's young samurai lamented the national government's ineffectual response to the Western powers.
这个县在日本现代政治史上扮演了不可忽视的角色。当时被称为长州藩，在1860年代幕府的倒台中发挥了关键作用。马修·佩里的黑船迫使日本开放，并签订了给予外国人治外法权和控制日本商业政策的不平等条约后，反体制的活动迅速蔓延。长州藩成为了抵抗的中心。该藩的年轻武士对国家政府对西方列强的无力回应感到痛心。
Yoshida Shoin, a samurai intellectual, gathered activists at his academy in Hagi, Chashu's capital, where they fervently studied how to build a modern Japanese state. They also pressured Chashu's leaders to launch attacks against foreign navies in 1863 and the imperial palace in Kyoto in 1864. But Yoshida and his acolytes were not mere idealistic hotheads. To preserve Japan's independence, the nation had to adapt and learn from America and Europe. Japan needed to study Western science and technology and government in order to resist Western imperialism. 2.
吉田松阴，一位武士知识分子，在常州的首府丘聚集了一群志士，他们热切地探讨如何建立现代化的日本国家。1863年，他们向常州的领导人施压，要求对外国海军发动攻击。1864年，又要求攻击京都的皇宫。然而，吉田和他的追随者并非只是热血的理想主义者。为了维护日本的独立，国家必须适应并学习美国和欧洲的经验。日本需要学习西方的科学、技术和政治制度，以抵御西方的帝国主义。
Yoshida was executed in 1859, but his students included Ito Hirobumi, the author of Meiji Japan's constitution and its first prime minister, and Yamagata Aratamo, the father of the Imperial Japanese military. Chashu was not alone in its campaign against the shogunate. Its alliance with Satsuma, another Western domain, was a decisive moment heralding the central government's overthrow, but the domain, reorganized as Yamaguchi in 1871, would nevertheless dominate government well into the 20th century. The political vision of a strong state, led by statesmen willing to do whatever it took to defend their nation, remained a powerful idea in Japanese politics, imparting to Japanese conservatism in particular a status tendency whose object was top-down reform to strengthen the state and mobilize the nation.
吉田于1859年被处决，但他的学生中包括伊藤博文，他是明治日本宪法的起草者和首任首相，以及山县有朋，日本帝国军队的奠基人。长州藩并非孤军奋战，他与另一个西部藩国萨摩的联盟成为了推翻幕府的关键时刻。尽管长州藩在1871年重组为山口县，但其影响力一直持续到20世纪，主导着政府。强大国家的政治愿景，由愿意不惜一切代价捍卫国家的政治家领导，仍然是日本政治中的一个强大理念，尤其赋予了日本保守主义一种国家主义倾向。 其目标是通过自上而下的改革来加强国家并动员民众。
Abe felt strong attachment to this legacy. In My Fundamental Views of Life and Death, he wrote in a 2005 essay, One Common Thread from My Native Land is the Chashu Bakamatsu-era thinker Yoshida Shoin's Rukenroku. 3. Throughout his career, he would draw on Meiji thinkers in his remarks to argue for reformist conservatism. Abe said in 2017, 150 years ago, Iwakura Tomomi, who led the modernization process, said of the just-born Meiji state, if all the people are made of one heart and if national power is vigorous, it will absolutely not be difficult to become a country that is active in the world. There is no reason that the Japanese people of today cannot do what the Japanese people of Meiji could. 4.
安倍对这一遗产有着深厚的感情。在我的生死观中，他在2005年的一篇文章中写道，有一条共同的线索来自我的祖国及常州幕末思想家吉田松阴的留魂录。在他的整个职业生涯中，他会在讲话中引用明治思想家的观点，以论证改革保守主义。2017年，安倍说，150年前领导现代化进程的岩仓具视曾说，如果全国人民团结一心，国家力量强大，成为活跃于世界的国家绝不会困难。今天的日本人没有理由不能做到明治时代的日本人所能做到的事情。
On July 8, 1991, after a period of mourning his father, Abe formally announced his candidacy in Hagi. He could not know when an election would be called, so he threw himself into converting his political inheritance into a parliamentary seat. 5 Abe could rely on powerful supporters from the upper echelons of the LDP, eager to aid the son of their fallen comrade. Shintaro's old friend and rival Takeshita visited his friend's grave and pledged to campaign 10 times on Shinzo's behalf. 6.
1991年7月8日，在为父亲哀悼了一段时间后，安倍在秋市正式宣布参选。由于不知道选举何时会举行，他全力以赴，将父亲的政治遗产转化为议会席位。安倍可以依靠自民党高层的强大支持者，他们热切希望帮助已故同志的儿子。安倍父亲的老朋友兼对手竹下登拜访了他朋友的墓地，并承诺为安倍晋三进行10次竞选活动。
But Abe and his wife Aki still had to visit voters door to door, an arduous feat in the large, semi-rural, and partly mountainous constituency. He had also to appeal to the support groups that had generated volunteers and money for his father. To the chagrin of some of the latter's longtime supporters, he seemed eager to distance himself from his father. I am, of course, Abe Shintaro's second son, he said. However, I am determined to live as a politician myself from now on. 7.
但是安倍和他的妻子安倍昭惠仍然需要挨家挨户地拜访选民，这在他们那个大而半农村、部分山区的选区是一项艰巨的任务。他还必须向那些曾为他父亲提供志愿者和资金支持的团体寻求帮助。另一些长期支持者感到失望的是，他似乎急于与父亲保持距离。我当然是安倍晋太郎的次子，他说，但我决心从现在起要以自己的身份成为一名政治家。
He got his chance to bid for his father's seat 2 years after declaring his candidacy. On June 18, 1993, defections from the LDP led to a successful no-confidence vote aimed at Prime Minister Miyazawa Kiichi. In response, Miyazawa dissolved the lower house and called an election for July 18.
他在宣布参选2年后，终于有机会竞选父亲的席位。1993年6月18日，自民党内部的倒戈导致对宫泽喜一首相的不信任投票成功。随后，宫泽解散了众议院，并宣布于7月18日举行选举。
It was an inauspicious time for an LDP newcomer. The defections that forced Miyazawa's hand were the culmination of 5 years of conflict over political reform, calls for sweeping change to the electoral system and campaign finance laws, after scandals revealed widespread graft and eroded public confidence in LDP rule. The party's old guard resisted and was especially reluctant to embrace a proposal to replace the post-war era's multiple-member electoral districts with single-member districts, which reformers argued would encourage the creation of a competitive two-party system and weaken the grip of faction leaders.
对自民党的新成员来说，这是一个不吉利的时机。迫使宫泽采取行动的脱党行为是5年来关于政治改革冲突的高潮， 呼吁对选举制度和竞选财务法律进行彻底改革。此前的丑闻揭露了普遍存在的贪污行为，削弱了公众对自民党统治的信心。党的老一辈成员抵制改革，特别是不愿意接受用单一选区取代战后多成员选区的提议。改革者认为这将促进竞争性的两党制，并削弱派系领导人的影响力。
But the emergence of another major scandal emboldened the reformers. A shipping company paid off leading politicians, including Takeshida's Lieutenant Kanemaru Shin, who, when he was arrested in March 1993, was found to have millions of dollars worth of gold and bearer bonds stashed in his house. The reformers had also gained a charismatic leader, Ozawa Ichiro, another Takeshita lieutenant who was an articulate advocate for reforms that would let Japan become a normal nation, able to carry its weight in international society. When the debate over political reform resumed in the Diet, Miyazawa's inability to advance reform led Ozawa's group to rebel.
但另一场重大丑闻的爆发使改革者更加坚定。一家航运公司向包括竹下派系的金丸信在内的主要政治家行贿。1993年3月，金丸信被捕时，发现他家中藏有数百万美元的黄金和记名债券。改革者还迎来了一位有魅力的领袖小泽一郎，他是竹下派系的另一位成员。他言辞犀利地倡导改革，使日本能够成为一个正常国家，在国际社会中发挥应有的作用。当政治改革的辩论在国会中重新开始时，宫泽无法推进改革，导致小泽一派的叛乱。
Within days of the no-confidence motion, Ozawa and 45 other LDP members formed two new political groups, Ozawa's Japan Renewal Party, JRP, and the new party Sakigake, NPS, led by former Abe faction member Takemura Masayoshi. These parties joined another reformist party, the Japan New Party, JNP, led by Hosokawa Morihiro, a former LDP upper house member and governor of Kumamoto Prefecture. These parties were not liberal. They were committed to reform conservatism that would clean out the rot in Japanese politics to make Japan strong again.
在不信任动议后的几天内，小泽和另外45名自民党成员成立了2个新的政党：小泽的日本维新党和由前安倍派成员武村正义领导的新党先驱。这些政党还加入了由前自民党参议院议员熊本宪之是细川护熙领导的日本新党。这些政党并非自由派，而是致力于改革保守主义，旨在清除日本政治中的腐败，使日本再次强大。
The emergence of the reform conservative movement was partly a response to, and facilitated by, wide-reaching changes facing Japan in the last decade of the century. The pillars of Japan's post-war order, LDP dominance, a stable alliance with the US, and a growth model that had made Japan an economic superpower, were crumbling.
改革保守运动的兴起，部分是对日本在20世纪最后10年所面临的广泛变化的回应，并且这些变化也促进了该运动的发展。日本战后秩序的3大支柱，自民党的主导地位与美国的稳定联盟，以及使日本成为经济超级大国的增长模式正在瓦解。
The end of the Cold War meant anti-communism would no longer serve as a unifying force for the LDP. At the same time, Japan's economic convergence with the US rattled their alliance. Presidential candidates from both American parties accused Japan of unfair trade practices, and members of Congress competed to bash Japan, literally smashing Japanese electronics on the front lawn of the U.S. Capitol. 8. The U.S.-led campaign to expel Iraqi forces from Kuwait prompted more soul-searching, since the government could not overcome resistance to participation in the multinational coalition and sent money instead. This caused Japan's omission from a Kuwaiti advertisement, thanking the coalition. 9. The Yoshida Consensus appeared increasingly outmoded.
冷战的结束意味着反共主义不再能作为自民党的统一力量。同时，日本与美国的经济趋同动摇了两国的联盟。两党的美国总统候选人都指责日本进行不公平贸易，国会议员竞相抨击日本，甚至在美国国会大厦前草坪上砸毁日本电子产品。美国领导的将伊拉克军队驱逐出科威特的行动引发了更多反思，因为日本政府无法克服参与多国联盟的阻力，最终选择了捐款。这导致日本被排除在科威特感谢联盟的广告之外，吉田共识显得越来越过时。
This situation was exacerbated by the end of the bubble, a 6-year boom in asset prices that saw the Nikkei 225 index rise from around 7,000 in the mid-1980s to an all-time high of 38,916 at the end of 1989. Land prices, particularly in Tokyo, surged to dizzying heights. 10 in 1991, as the Bank of Japan, BOJ, raised interest rates to tame markets, prices collapsed, saddling financial institutions and corporations, which had borrowed against inflated assets, with debts they could not service.
这种情况因泡沫结束而加剧。泡沫是指资产价格在6年的繁荣期，日经225指数从1980年代中期的约7000点上涨到1989年底的历史最高点38916点。特别是在东京，地价飙升至令人眩晕的高度。1991年，随着日本银行 BOJ 提高利率以抑制市场价格崩溃，使金融机构和这些企业以膨胀的资产为抵押借款，背负了无法偿还的债务。
What followed was a deep recession, the failure of venerable financial institutions, the complete reorganization of the banking sector, decades of slow growth, and the eventual onset of deflation. Overnight, Japan went from being a juggernaut that could dream of vying with the U.S. for global leadership to an economic basket case.
随后发生了严重的经济衰退，历史悠久的金融机构纷纷倒闭，银行业进行了彻底的重组，经历了数十年的缓慢增长，最终陷入了通货紧缩。一夜之间，日本从一个有望与美国争夺全球领导地位的经济强国，变成了一个经济上的问题国家。
Abe's first campaign unfolded against this backdrop. The splintering of the LDP meant he faced 7 other candidates for the district's 4 seats. He could depend on the support of LDP heavyweights, particularly from his late father's faction, who trooped down to Yamaguchi to campaign for him. But there were concerns in his camp that Abe, as an establishment candidate, might struggle against the new reform parties. Abe tried to use his youth to his advantage, campaigning on the slogan, "Change, Challenge." In the end, he prevailed, finishing comfortably in first place. He was 2 months shy of his 38th birthday. The following day, he visited his father's grave and exclaimed, "Papa, I did it." 11.
安倍的首次竞选是在这样的背景下进行的。由于自民党的分裂，他需要与另外7名候选人争夺该选区的4个席位。他得到了自民党内重量级人物的支持，尤其是他已故父亲派系的支持者纷纷前往山口县为他助选。然而，他的团队担心，作为建制派候选人，安倍可能会在新兴的改革党面前遇到挑战。安倍试图利用自己的年轻优势，以变革、挑战为竞选口号。最终，他以明显优势获胜，名列第1。当时他距离38岁生日还有2个月。次日，他前往父亲的墓地，高呼：“爸爸，我做到了。”
But the LDP failed to secure a majority. Its splintering created an opening for new government. Heated bargaining produced an 8-party, non-LDP, non-communist coalition that included the Japan Socialist Party, JSP, and an offshoot on the left, the 3 LDP splinter parties on the right, and the Democratic Socialist Party, DSP, the Buddhist Party Komeito, and the Democratic Reform Party in the center. Hosokawa was prime minister. He took office on August 9th with approval ratings above 70%, among the highest ever for a new prime minister. Abe began his political career in opposition.
然而，自民党未能赢得多数席位，其分裂为新政府的成立提供了机会。经过激烈的谈判，形成了一个由8个政党组成的非自民党、非共产党联盟，包括日本社会党 JSP 和一个左翼分支，3个自民党分裂出来的右翼政党，以及民主社会党和中间派的公民党和民主改革党。西川护熙担任首相，他于8月9日上任，支持率超过 70%， 是历届新首相中最高的之一。安倍晋三的政治生涯始于反对派。
Abe was undaunted by the changes sweeping Japan and soon emerged as a leader of a new generation of conservatives, who used the vacuum created by the breakdown of post-war institutions to agitate for change.
阿贝并未被日本的巨变所动摇，很快成为新一代保守派的领袖。他们利用战后体制瓦解后的权力真空，积极倡导变革。
Before his first election, there is little evidence of his political beliefs beyond his strong identification with Kishi. His brother Hironobu suggested that his views coalesced after entering politics. Meanwhile, his boss at Kobe Steel, when asked if he had any sense that Abe had harbored right-wing beliefs, said, "No, absolutely not. Before that, I did not feel at all that he was hardcore right. He was a normal, good kid. I think that his right-wing ideology is definitely something he acquired." 12.
在他的首次选举之前，几乎没有证据显示他的政治信仰，除了他与岸信介的密切联系。他的兄弟广信表示，他的政治观点是在进入政坛后才形成的。同时，当被问及是否觉得安倍晋三有右翼倾向时，他在神户制钢的老板回答说：“不，绝对没有。在此之前，我完全不认为他是激进的右翼分子，他是个正常的好孩子。我认为他的右翼思想绝对是后来形成的。”
But Abe's conservative views took shape almost immediately. His relationship with his grandfather and complicated relationship with his late father clearly inclined him towards Kishi's strident conservatism. He was also reacting to fast-changing circumstances within the LDP and in Japanese society.
但是安倍的保守观点几乎立刻就形成了。他与祖父的关系以及与已故父亲的复杂关系，显然使他倾向于岸信介的强烈保守主义。同时，他也对自民党内部和日本社会的快速变化做出了反应。
Nakasone failed to achieve a final reckoning with the unfinished business of the post-war era, but he had eroded taboos regarding constitutional revision and the veneration of war dead at the Yasukuni Shrine, and had backed the adoption of nationalistic history textbooks. He also ramped up defense spending in 1987, breaking an informal ceiling of 1% of gross national product for defense spending, and carved out new roles for the Self-Defense Forces, SDF, including patrolling sea lanes far from Japan. 13 Abe had witnessed these developments as his father's secretary during the Nakasone years.
中曾根未能彻底解决战后遗留问题，但他打破了修改宪法和在靖国神社祭拜战死者的禁忌，并支持采用民族主义历史教科书。1987年，他还打破了国防开支占国民生产总值 1% 的非正式上限，增加了国防开支，并为自卫队设定了新的角色，包括在日本远海巡逻。安倍在中曾根时期作为其父亲的秘书，亲眼目睹了这些发展。
By the 1990s, some of the most significant constraints on the right had eroded. Scandals, political reform, and the 1993 defeat had weakened the LDP's two mainstream camps, Tanaka's money politics and Yoshida's dovish mercantilism. Reformers like Ozawa lamented the consensus politics of the LDP's golden age and pushed for changes, particularly single-member constituencies and first-past-the-post voting, that would privilege more strident candidates. 14 Ironically, given his later battles with Abe, it was Ozawa's activism and eventual departure from the LDP that made room for Abe's brand of conservatism.
到20世纪90年代，一些对右翼最重要的限制已经消失。由于丑闻、政治改革以及1993年的失败，自民党的两个主流派别——田中的金钱政治和吉田的鸽派重商主义受到了削弱。像小泽一郎这样的改革者对自民党黄金时代的共识政治表示遗憾，并推动了改革，特别是单一选区和简单多数投票制度，这将使更激进的候选人受益。讽刺的是，考虑到他后来与安倍的斗争，正是小泽的积极活动和最终离开自民党，为安倍的保守主义路线腾出了空间。
Ozawa not only undermined the ability of the LDP's center-right to constrain the right wing, he also mortally wounded the JSP. The JSP had, after all, been a useful partner in the Yoshida Consensus, helping to block constitutional revision and remilitarization. 15 Although the JSP was included in the new coalition, Ozawa's maneuvers as the mastermind behind the coalition would so alienate the JSP that in less than a year it left the coalition and joined forces with the LDP, ushering it back into power after less than a year in opposition.
小泽不仅削弱了自民党中右翼对右派的制约能力，还严重打击了日本社会党。毕竟，日本社会党在吉田共识中扮演了重要角色，帮助阻止了修宪和再军事化。尽管日本社会党加入了新的联合政府，但小泽作为联合政府的幕后策划者，其行动使日本社会党在不到1年的时间内就退出了联合政府，并与自民党结盟，使自民党在反对派不到1年后重新掌权。
Despite being the junior partner to the LDP, JSP leader Murayama Tamichi was tapped as prime minister. But the LDP exacted significant concessions. The JSP reversed long-standing opposition to the SDF, which it claimed was unconstitutional, and the US-Japan alliance, and even endorsed the SDF's participation in UN peacekeeping operations. These compromises crippled the socialists, who were abandoned by their base. Thereafter, Japan's leading opposition party, first the Ozawa-led New Frontier Party, NFB, and subsequently the Democratic Party of Japan, DPJ, would be centrist or even center-right, marking a rightward shift.
尽管自民党是主要政党，日本社会党领导人村山富市仍被选为首相。然而，自民党要求了重大让步。日本社会党改变了其长期以来对自卫队的反对立场，认为自卫队违宪，并且反对美日同盟，甚至支持自卫队参与联合国维和行动。这些妥协使社会党失去了其支持基础。此后，日本的主要反对党首先是小泽领导的新前沿党 NFP， 随后是民主党 DPJ， 都变得中间派甚至中间偏右，标志着政治向右的转变。
The LDP-JSP coalition was useful for the LDP's insurgent right wing. Abe and others supported the Murayama-led coalition to save the LDP from opposition. But they also used the blatantly opportunistic arrangement to condemn the LDP's old guard for its unprincipled compromises. As Abe later wrote, by making the leader of a party with public approval of only 5 or 6% prime minister, naturally the dissatisfaction within the party, the LDP, was amplified. The opposition was especially large from people who had become representatives who approved of the LDP's ideas, who, if I had to say, belonged to the conservative mainstream. 16.
自民党与社会党的联合政府对自民党的右翼势力非常有利。安倍和其他人支持村山富市领导的联合政府，以防止自民党被反对派击败。然而，他们也利用这一明显的机会主义安排，指责自民党老一派的不道德妥协。正如安倍后来所写的，通过让一个支持率只有 5% 或6%的政党的领导人成为首相，自然会加剧党内自民党的不满，特别是那些认同自民党理念、属于保守主流的代表，反对声尤为强烈。
Meanwhile, when Murayama offered a strong apology for Japan's wartime behavior on the 50th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, the right wing protested fiercely. His statement became a new bête noire in their opposition to the masochistic interpretation of history favored by the post-war establishment. It appears, for example, that the statement was a major impetus in the creation of the right-wing pressure group Nippon Kaigi, the Japan Conference, which formed from a merger of older right-wing groups in 1997.17 other events during Murayama's 18 months in office. The government's poor handling of the January 1995 Hanshin-Awaji earthquake and the March 1995 sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway by the new religion Aum Shinrikyo bolstered right-wing arguments about the failures of the post-war state and the need for radical change to the national government.
当村山在二战结束50周年时对日本的战争行为表示强烈道歉时，遭到了右翼的强烈抗议。他的声明成为了右翼反对战后体制所推崇的自虐历史观的新眼中钉。例如，这一声明似乎是促使右翼压力集团日本会议 Nippon Kaigi 于1997年成立的主要动力。该集团由较老的右翼团体合并而成。1995年1月的阪神淡路大地震和1995年3月新兴宗教奥姆真理教在东京地铁发动的沙林毒气袭击，政府对这些事件的处理不当，增强了右翼关于战后国家失败和需要对中央政府进行彻底改革的观点。
Despite beginning in opposition, Abe's first term would coincide with an extraordinary window of opportunity for the LDP's new conservatives.
尽管最初持反对态度，安倍的第一个任期却与自民党新保守派的一个难得机遇期重合。
As a freshman Diet member in opposition, there was little for Abe to do immediately after his first election. He was the only LDP freshman named to the Foreign Affairs Committee, but still had more time than an LDP lawmaker normally would have. 18. He used it to read extensively on the Constitution and national security and deepened his understanding of political ideas, becoming captivated by the writing of conservative critic Nishibe Susumu and Spanish theorist José Ortega y Gasset's The Revolt of the Masses. 19.
作为反对党的一名新议员，安倍在首次当选后几乎没有立即可以做的事情。他是唯一一位被任命为外务委员会成员的自民党新人，但相比普通自民党议员，他有更多的时间。他利用这段时间广泛阅读宪法和国家安全方面的内容，深入研究政治思想，被保守派评论家西田几多郎和西班牙理论家何塞·奥尔特加·加塞特的大众的反抗所吸引。
In a 1996 book that he co-wrote with two other young lawmakers, it is clear that Abe was grappling with Kishi's legacy and how to adapt Kishi's ideals for a new era. Abe explicitly identifies his grandfather as the source of his conservatism, but the reasons he gives are noteworthy.
在1996年与另外2位年轻议员合著的一本书中，安倍显然在努力处理岸信介的遗产，并思考如何将岸信介的理想适应新时代。安倍明确指出，他的保守主义源于他的祖父，而他给出的理由尤其值得关注。
Abe describes how as a child he was especially attracted to Kishi's confidence. Whereas his father's generation was tormented by its experiences of the war, his grandfather was born in the Meiji era and his career flowered before the war. Like many of his generation, Kishi was extremely self-confident, leading Abe to wonder what explained this and writing, with a note of envy, that they had lived in a shining era when Japan was advancing. This may be Abe's most fundamental ambition, remaking Japan into the kind of country whose people are once again able to feel that same sense of confidence. 20 journalist Kakazaki Meiji writes that when Abe speaks of taking back Japan, it is the politics of taking back the values and pride that were lost in the occupation period. 21.
安倍描述了他小时候特别被岸信介的自信所吸引。与他父亲那一代因战争经历而备受折磨不同，他的祖父出生于明治时代，事业在战前就已蓬勃发展。像他那代人一样，岸信介极其自信，这让安倍感到好奇。他在写作中带着一丝羡慕，称他们生活在一个光辉的时代，那时日本正在前进。这可能是安倍最根本的抱负，将日本重塑为一个其人民能够再次感受到同样自信的国家。记者 Kakazaki Meiji 写道，当安倍谈到夺回日本时，他指的是夺回在占领时期失去的价值观和自豪感。
The broad contours of Abe's political project, recapturing the national pride lost when Japan was defeated and restoring it to great power, were plainly visible. This project generated a grand unifying theme, a thread running through his beliefs about how a politician should conduct himself in the arena, his ideas about the role of the state in public life, his idea of the Japanese nation and its past and future, and his vision for Japan's foreign relations and its place in the world.
安倍的政治项目的大致轮廓显而易见，即重新夺回日本战败后失去的民族自豪感，使其重新成为大国。这一项目形成了一条贯穿始终的宏大主题，涉及他对政治家应如何在政治舞台上行事的看法，对国家在公共生活中作用的观点，对日本民族及其历史和未来的认识，以及对日本外交关系和其在世界地位的愿景。
In this period, Abe was focused on the duties of a politician hungry for change. In his earlier writings and his 2006 memoir, he idealizes the politician who fights. It is the duty of a politician, he argues, to voice unpopular opinions that he knows are right for the state and the nation even in the face of public criticism. Politicians should explain what they want to do directly to the public. 22 Abe embraced what journalist Kikuchi Masashi describes as Kishi's elitist strain in post-war Japanese conservatism. As Kishi says in his memoirs, I have strongly emphasized leadership in democratic politics as the heart of politics. I do not think that democratic politics is the politics of following the masses and being dragged around by the masses. I think that true democratic political leadership is whether you stand 2 or 3 steps ahead of the people and lead the people. 23.
在这一时期，安倍专注于一个渴望变革的政治家的职责。在他早期的著作和2006年的回忆录中，他将战斗的政治家理想化。他认为，政治家有责任，即使面对公众批评，也要表达对国家和民族有益的不受欢迎的意见。政治家应该直接向公众解释他们的目标。记者北村正树指出，安倍接受了吉田在战后日本保守主义中的精英主义倾向。 正如吉田在他的回忆录中所说，我强烈强调民主政治中的领导力是政治的核心。我认为民主政治不应是追随大众、被大众牵着走的政治。我认为真正的民主政治领导意味着站在人民前面2到3步，引领人民前进。23.
The idea that a democratic politician must stand apart from the people and lead the nation in the direction he thinks best would profoundly impact Abe. The only way to smash the post-war shackles that had prevented Japan from competing for global power was to attack them, and their defenders, directly. A leader must explain what he is doing, rather than engage in endless deliberations about the means and ends of government. Naturally, this view has little patience with freewheeling parliamentary debate, aggressive questioning from the press, or mass demonstrations.
民主政治家必须与人民保持距离，引领国家走向他认为最正确的方向。这一观点对安倍产生了深远的影响。要打破战后限制日本无法在全球竞争的枷锁，唯一的方法就是直接攻击这些枷锁及其捍卫者。领导者应当解释自己的行动，而不是无休止地讨论政府的手段和目标。当然，这种观点对自由的议会辩论、媒体的激烈质询或大规模示威活动几乎没有耐心。
This vision of leadership was at odds with post-war Japanese democracy and had been the undoing of Kishi in 1960.2. For post-war Japanese democracy depended on consensus forged between rival factions, ministries, and parties that safeguarded the rights of political minorities despite the LDP's dominance. The LDP's divisions were a constraint on executive power, and over time the LDP had developed procedures for informal consultations with opposition parties to include them in policymaking while minimizing conflict within the Diet. 25. Despite a cozy relationship with lawmakers through the so-called Kisha Club system, the press still played an important role uncovering scandals and otherwise restraining leaders. This style of politics was a major part of the post-war regime that the new conservatives wanted to leave behind.
这种领导理念与战后日本的民主制度相冲突，并导致了岸信介在1960年的下台。战后日本的民主制度依赖于各派系、部门和政党之间的共识，以保护政治少数派的权利，尽管自民党占据主导地位。自民党的内部分歧对行政权力形成了制约。随着时间的推移，自民党发展了一套与反对党进行非正式协商的程序，以在政策制定过程中纳入反对党的意见，同时尽量减少国会内的冲突。尽管通过所谓的记者俱乐部制度与立法者关系密切，新闻界仍然在揭露丑闻和限制领导人方面发挥着重要作用。这种政治风格是新保守派希望摆脱的战后体制的重要部分。
Even as a young lawmaker, Abe was thinking not just how to advance his ideals, but also how to wield power effectively. While he explored and articulated a radical new conservatism, he also made the case for a pragmatic approach to government that takes into consideration what is possible, as well as what is right. 26. Writing in 1996, he looked to Max Weber for a way to think about pragmatism and the balance between ideals and outcomes.
作为年轻议员，安倍不仅思考如何推进自己的理想，还考虑如何有效地行使权力。在探索和表达一种全新的保守主义的同时，他也提倡务实的政府治理方法，即在考虑可行性和正确性之间找到平衡。1996年，他借鉴马克思、韦伯的思想，探讨了实用主义以及理想与结果之间的平衡。
In politics as a vocation, Weber argues that political leaders must navigate two competing impulses, the ethic of conviction, 27, and the ethic of responsibility. The former is a politician's raison d'etre, the ideals that a politician hopes to realize in the world. However, idealism alone can lead to a disregard for consequences and excesses that can discredit a cause. The ethic of responsibility requires acceptance of responsibility for the likely consequences of one's actions, a willingness to grapple with the world as it is and not as it should be. Surely, politics is made with the head, writes Weber, but it is certainly not made with the head alone. 28.
在作为职业的政治中，韦伯指出，政治领导人必须在信念伦理和责任伦理这两种相互竞争的冲动之间找到平衡。信念伦理是政治家的行动动机，是他们希望在现实中实现的理想。然而， 仅凭理想主义可能会忽视后果，导致过激行为，从而损害事业。责任伦理则要求政治家对自己的行为后果负责，愿意面对现实，而不是理想化的世界。政治确实需要智慧，韦伯写道，但政治不仅仅是智慧的问题。
In the 1996 book, Abe cites Weber explicitly and explains that his grandfather Kishi was thoroughly imbued with the ethic of responsibility. With regard to what one should do as a politician, my grandfather consistently acted according to responsibility for consequences. That is, Max Weber's ethic of responsibility. 29 In Abe's eyes, Kishi was made great by his ability to use power in the service of his ideals, even if at times that meant compromising in the service of the broader goal. Far from being a romantic idealist, early in his career Abe was drawn to pragmatic statecraft. As a politician, he would not always successfully strike a balance between his ideals and reality, but this theme, the tension between his self-conscious participation in a conservative movement seeking dramatic change in Japan and his sensitivity to the constraints of reality, would endure. His admiration for the Meiji Restoration and for his grandfather shaped him into a conservative statist who sought strong leadership to guide Japan in a dangerous world. 30.
在1996年的书中，安倍明确引用了韦伯，并解释说他的祖父岸信介深受责任伦理的影响。关于作为一个政治家应该做什么，我的祖父始终遵循对后果负责的原则，也就是说，马克思韦伯的责任伦理。在安倍看来，岸信介之所以伟大，是因为他能够为了理想而运用权力，即使有时这意味着为了更广泛的目标而妥协。安倍早年并不是一个浪漫的理想主义者，而是被务实的国家 craft 所吸引。作为一名政治家，他并不总是能够在理想与现实之间找到平衡，但这一主题及他在参与寻求日本巨变的保守运动与对现实约束的敏感之间的紧张关系将一直存在。他对明治维新和祖父的敬仰使他成为了一名寻求强大领导力以引导日本应对危险世界的保守国家主义者。30.
Abe and the New Conservatives saw a model in the Meiji era, founding fathers, who had opposed a national government that had accepted constraints on Japan's independence and left the country vulnerable to foreign threats. Abe recounts in Towards a Beautiful Country how external threats led to the Meiji Restoration and the creation of a modern state. 31. A strong state is not a potential threat to political liberty that must be restrained by constitutionalism and civil society. It is the ultimate guarantor of national independence in a dangerous world governed by the law of the jungle. 32. While Abe admits that the state could oppress its own people, he suggests that oppression is not inherent to strong states, but is instead attributable to closed governments, in which power is dominated by a small number of rulers. 33.
安倍和新保守主义者将明治时代的建国元勋视为榜样，这些元勋反对那些接受限制日本独立的政府，使国家面临外来威胁。在《美丽国家》一书中，安倍回忆说，外部威胁促成了明治维新和现代国家的建立。一个强大的国家并不是需要通过宪法和公民社会来限制的政治自由的潜在威胁。在一个由丛林法则支配的危险世界中，强大的国家是国家独立的最终保障。32. 尽管安倍承认国家可能压迫其人民，但他认为这种压迫并非强大国家的固有属性，而是由于封闭政府，在这种政府中，权力被少数统治者掌控。33.
The New Conservatives foreground the strength of arms, impatience with deliberative democracy, and strong leadership, believing the state's leaders should be free to act as required to safeguard the national survival, regardless of prevailing ideological or political commitments. Abe notes, for example, that Kishi's allies, who strongly opposed the U.S. and objected to an alliance with Japan's former adversary, were puzzled by his willingness to preserve and strengthen that relationship.
新保守主义者强调军事力量，对审议民主制的不耐烦，以及强有力的领导，认为国家领导人应有自由采取必要行动，以确保国家生存，不受现行意识形态或政治承诺的限制。例如，安倍指出，岸信介的盟友强烈反对美国，反对与日本的前敌国结盟，对岸信介愿意维持并加强这种关系感到困惑。
Thus, Abe and the New Conservatives pursued fundamental political reform to consolidate a two-party, majoritarian democracy, with ideologically coherent political parties leading to stronger prime ministers perched atop an executive able to articulate a national vision. 34 Ozawa, although he would over time drift away from some of his more conservative views, made the strongest case for political reform as crucial to the generation of government that could, for example, pursue a more assertive foreign policy as a normal nation. 35.
因此，安倍和新保守派致力于根本性的政治改革，旨在巩固两党制和多数制民主，通过意识形态明确的政党，使首相能够站在一个能够阐述国家愿景的行政部门的顶端，从而变得更加强大。尽管小泽随着时间的推移逐渐偏离了一些较为保守的观点，但他最强烈的主张政治改革对于建立能够追求更为积极的外交政策的政府至关重要，使日本成为一个正常国家。
The new conservatives above all sought to fortify the Japanese state to withstand and overcome the challenges of the coming century, as the Cold War gave way to concerns about the reliability of the U.S., questions about what China's increasingly inevitable rise would mean for Japan, and anxieties about the Korean peninsula. A strong state was also needed to grapple with economic stagnation. To the extent that the right wing had sought to strengthen Japan since the occupation, Abe and the new conservatives were policy entrepreneurs exploiting the political chaos and policy failures of the early 1990s to advance goals that had been stymied by the Cold War consensus.
新保守主义者首先致力于增强日本国力，以应对和克服新世纪的挑战。随着冷战的结束，人们开始担忧美国的可靠性、中国崛起对日本的影响以及朝鲜半岛的局势。此外，一个强大的国家还需要应对经济停滞的问题。自占领时期以来，右翼一直寻求增强日本的实力。安倍及其新保守主义者利用90年代初的政治混乱和政策失败，作为政策企业家推进那些因冷战共识而受阻的目标。
When Abe and the new conservatives talked of ending the post-war regime, they wanted to remove constraints on the Japanese state that had been imposed by the U.S. occupation. The most significant, of course, was the post-war constitution, especially Article 9, which, as Abe noted in 1999, has meant that debates about how to defend Japan have not been policy debates but have instead concentrated solely on constitution or legal arguments. 36. The SDF's legitimacy was still questioned, its ability to support Allied operations curtailed by the prohibition on its ability to exercise its right of collective self-defense, and its capabilities limited by limitations on its budget, multiple layers of civilian control, and a broader culture of anti-militarism. 37. Abe has expressed many reasons for wanting to revise the Constitution, lamenting the role played by New Dealer liberals in drafting the document and the humiliation of Japan's basic law arising from a period of national humiliation. But his most fundamental reason is that Article 9 is the most enduring symbolic and practical constraint upon the Japanese state's ability to fulfill its duties to defend the Japanese people. 38.
当安倍和新保守派谈论结束战后体制时，他们希望解除美国占领期间对日本政府施加的限制。其中最重要的是战后宪法，特别是第9条。安倍在1999年指出，由于第9条的存在，关于如何保卫日本的讨论不再是政策讨论，而是集中在宪法或法律问题上。自卫队的合法性仍然受到质疑，其支持盟军行动的能力因禁止行使集体自卫权而受到限制，其能力也因预算限制、多层文官控制和广泛的反军事文化而受到制约。37菅义伟表达了希望修改宪法的多个理由，批评新政自由主义者在起草宪法时的作用，以及日本基本法因国家屈辱时期而带来的耻辱。但最根本的原因是，第9条是对日本国家履行保护国民职责的最持久的象征性和实际限制。38.
The rest of Abe's ambitions fall into place around this vision of decisive leaders commanding a strong state liberated from its post-war bonds. For example, Abe's nationalism, the subject of considerable debate within and outside Japan, appears secondary to his focus on rebuilding the Japanese state. His nationalism and, relatedly, his conservatism have served two functions.
安倍的其他雄心壮志都围绕着这一愿景展开，坚定的领导人指挥着一个从战后束缚中解放出来的强大国家。例如，尽管安倍的民族主义在日本国内外引起了相当大的争议， 但似乎次要于他重建日本国家的重点。他的民族主义及其相关的保守主义发挥了两个作用。
First, as a young conservative, he wanted to use nationalism to make Japan a country worth defending, by which he meant not Japan as it was, but rather a kind of essential Japan. This vision of a deep Japan was also part of his inheritance from Kishi. As for our country's form, he writes, my grandfather firmly believed that Japan, as an Asian nation, should exist as a country in which a tradition centered on the imperial household is maintained, and as an agricultural people who strongly help each other while having a mutual sense of unity. Hence, he himself was always overflowing with a feeling of, we can do even that considerable thing. The truth is that I remember this left a deep impression on me. 39 This idea would crystallize into what he would later call his vision for a beautiful country.
首先，作为一个年轻的保守派，他希望通过民族主义使日本成为一个值得保卫的国家。他所指的不是日本的现状，而是一种本质的日本。这种深层日本的愿景也是他从祖父岸信介那里继承的一部分。关于我国的形势，他写道：我的祖父坚信，作为亚洲国家，日本应该是一个以皇室为中心的传统得以维持的国家，同时也是一个相互帮助、具有强烈团结感的农业民族。因此，他总是充满我们甚至可以做到那件大事的信念。事实上，这给我留下了深刻的印象。39这个想法最终形成了他后来称之为美丽国家的愿景。
As the title of his 2006 book suggests, Abe's goal was to move towards a beautiful country. In his first press conference after being elected as prime minister in September 2006, he explained what he meant by this phrase. First, he said, I think one part of this image is to make a country that cherishes its beautiful nature and Japan's culture and history, as well as its traditions. He added that it is necessary to pursue education reform in order to aim for a reliably independent and courageous country on the basis of a free society, and to make Japan a country whose leadership is respected and loved by the countries of the world. 40 In other words, the Japanese nation must be able to feel proud of itself.
正如他2006年书名所暗示的，安倍的目标是朝着一个美丽的国家迈进。2006年9月当选首相后，在首次新闻发布会上，他解释了这一愿景的含义。首先，他说，这个愿景的一部分是建设一个真是美丽自然、日本文化和历史以及传统的国家。他还补充说，有必要进行教育改革，以在自由社会的基础上努力成为一个可靠、独立和勇敢的国家，并使日本成为一个受到世界各国尊重和喜爱的国家。换句话说，日本民族必须能够为自己感到自豪。
For Abe, nationalism began with a sense of place. In his memoirs, he rejects the notion of a citizen of the world, arguing that the country of one's birth exerts an exceptionally powerful influence on an individual's identity that cannot easily be cast aside. Wanting to take pride in the history, tradition, and culture that has been spun by the country to which we belong is, no matter what people say, essentially a quite natural feeling. 41 But, he argued, post-war Japan has sought to bypass these feelings, encouraging Japanese citizens to feel attached to their communities and the international community while rejecting their nation. 42, he rejects the progressive argument that nationalism is intolerant and argues that it is not just about attachment to the modern nation-state and its symbols, although he expresses his love for Japan's national anthem and flag, but rather a love for the deep Japan that precedes the nation-state.
对安倍而言，民族主义起源于一种归属感。在他的回忆录中，他否定了世界公民的概念，认为一个人的出生国对其身份有着深远的影响，这种影响难以轻易摆脱。无论人们怎么说，对我们所属国家的历史、传统和文化感到自豪，本质上是一种非常自然的情感。然而，他认为战后日本试图绕过这些情感，鼓励日本公民对他们的社区和国际社会产生认同感，同时却忽视了对本国的认同。42他驳斥了进步派关于民族主义不容忍的论点，认为民族主义不仅仅是对现代民族国家及其象征的依恋，尽管他表达了对日本国歌和国旗的热爱，而是对先于民族国家存在的深层日本的热爱。
But building a beautiful country was a political agenda. and perhaps no aspect of this agenda would be as controversial as Abe's position on the imperial household.
然而，建设一个美丽国家是一项政治议程，而安倍对皇室的立场可能是这一议程中最具争议的部分。
After the occupation, the survival and status of the emperor became an important front in Japan's culture war. U.S. authorities allowed Hirohito to remain on the throne, but remade him into a symbolic emperor. As Article 1 of the Japanese Constitution says, the emperor shall be the symbol of the state and of the unity of the people, deriving his position from the will of the people with whom resides sovereign power. Neither Japanese left-wingers, some of whom wanted to do away with the imperial household altogether, nor Japanese right-wingers, many of whom continued to uphold the emperor's divinity and treat him as the embodiment of the timelessness of Japanese culture, were satisfied with this compromise.
占领后，天皇的生存和地位成为了日本文化战争中的一个重要议题。美国当局允许裕仁天皇继续在位，但将其重新定义为象征性天皇。根据日本宪法第1条，天皇是国家和国民团结的象征，其地位来源于主权所在的国民的意志。无论是希望彻底废除皇室的日本左翼，还是继续坚持天皇神性并将其视为日本文化永恒象征的日本右翼，对这一妥协都不满意。
To a certain extent, for Abe, upholding the imperial household as the center of the nation is what it means to be a Japanese conservative. Japan's conservatism, he writes, is firmly based on our history. For this backbone, in the case of Japan, I think that the existence of the imperial family has a very important meaning. 43 In practical terms, Abe and the new conservatives supported loosening the constraints on the emperor's role included in the post-war constitution, formally making the emperor head of state and not just its symbol, which, Abe argues, the emperor has always been anyway. In this vein, they would build upon efforts made by LDP governments to interpret Article 1 as permitting some head of state functions. 44.
在某种程度上，对于安倍而言，维护皇室作为国家的中心是成为日本保守派的含义。日本的保守主义，他写道，牢固地基于我们的历史。对于日本而言，皇室的存在具有非常重要的意义。实际上，安倍和新保守派支持放宽战后宪法对天皇角色的限制，正是将天皇作为国家元首，而不仅仅是象征。安倍认为，天皇本来就是这样的。在这方面，他们将建立在自民党政府为解释第1条允许某些国家元首职能所做的努力之上。
But more than that, the new conservatives wanted the emperor, whom they see as the heir of an unbroken line stretching back to 660 BCE, to be a bulwark against social change. As the right-wing group Nippon Kaigi says in its mission statement, we believe that an understanding of history derived from the sense that we share the same history, culture, and tradition, centered on the imperial household, can not only foster a feeling of we are all Japanese compatriotism and promote social stability, but also can greatly increase national power. 45.
但是，新保守主义者希望将皇帝视为自公元前660年以来未曾中断的皇位继承者，成为社会变革的屏障。正如右翼团体日本会议在其使命宣言中所述，我们认为，以皇室为中心的历史、文化和传统意识所形成的历史理解，不仅能够培养我们都是日本人的同胞意识，促进社会稳定，还能显著增强国家实力。
The conservative view of the emperor is that he is an organic symbol of the union between state and nation that stretches from the distant past into centuries yet to come, a seeming flirtation with a revival of the state Shinto uprooted by the U.S. occupation. 46 At times, reverence for the imperial household has set new conservatives against the living occupant of the throne. After all, Akihito fully embraced his role as what historian Kenneth Ruoff has called the people's emperor, a symbolic monarch who derives his position from the popular will. As the former emperor said when he declared his intention to abdicate, I think that there is need for the emperor to have a deep awareness of his own role as the emperor, deep understanding of the people and willingness to nurture within himself the awareness of being with the people. 47.
保守派认为，天皇是国家与民族团结的象征，这种团结从远古延续至今，并将延续到未来几个世纪。这似乎是在暗示被美国占领所根除的国家神道教的复兴。有时，对皇室的崇敬使新保守派与现任天皇产生了对立。毕竟， 明仁天皇完全接受了历史学家肯尼斯·鲁夫所称的人民的天皇的角色，即一位从民众意愿中获得其地位的象征性君主。正如前任皇帝在宣布退位意向时所说，我认为皇帝需要深刻认识自己的角色，深刻理解人民，并培养与人民同在的意识。47
Another source of tension between the imperial household and the new right has been the debate over how to honor the war dead. As part of a desire to elevate the status of the emperor, Abe and others sought to normalize the status of Yasukuni, the Tokyo shrine established in 1869 to honor soldiers killed during the Restoration Wars, but which over time became the central shrine for divinization and memorialization of the war dead in Shinto form. 48. The shrine's status became especially controversial after 1978, when its priests honored 14 Class A war criminals, including Tojo, as martyrs of Showa.
皇室与新右翼之间的另一个紧张点在于如何纪念战争死难者的争论。为了提升天皇的地位，安倍及其支持者试图使靖国神社的地位正常化。靖国神社建于1869年，最初是为了纪念倒幕战争中阵亡的士兵，但后来逐渐成为以神道教形式对战争死难者进行神化和纪念的中心。1978年后，该神社的地位变得尤为争议，因为神职人员将14名甲级战犯，包括东条英机，尊为昭和殉难者。
Thereafter, visits by prime ministers and other cabinet ministers to Yasukuni would inflame tensions with Japan's neighbors. Abe, however, would argue that visits to Yasukuni should be no more controversial than visits by U.S. presidents to Arlington National Cemetery, where, after all, Confederate soldiers are also buried. 49 As a result, conservatives have resisted calls to make Kidoriga-Fuchi National Cemetery, which houses the remains of unknown soldiers from the Second World War, a national war memorial, or to establish an entirely new secular memorial. 50 But, in the 40 years since the martyrs of Showa were enshrined, no emperor has visited Yasukuni.
之后，首相和其他内阁大臣对靖国神社的访问将加剧与日本邻国的紧张关系。安倍则认为，访问靖国神社不应比美国总统访问阿灵顿国家公墓更具争议，毕竟那里也埋葬了南部联盟的士兵。因此，保守派抵制将千鸟渊国家公墓安放二战无名士兵遗骸作为国家战争纪念馆的呼吁，或建立一个全新的世俗纪念馆。然而，自昭和烈士被供奉以来的40年间，没有一位天皇访问过靖国神社。
The focus on Yasukuni shows that Abe's nationalism has served his statism, and not vice versa. In his thinking, nationalism is a unifying force that will strengthen the state's ability to surmount obstacles and navigate a perilous world. Arguably, this is in keeping with Abe's Meiji forebears, who not only forged a modern state, but also encouraged the emergence of a Japanese national consciousness. As Doak writes, prior to 1853, there was no Japan. 51 This explains why when Abe and other new conservatives articulated their program, they identified the national education system as a pillar of the post-war regime that had to be transformed. The post-war education system was a constraint on state power. Post-war Japan was set on pursuing statism as the cause of the war 60 years past and the reason for defeat. As a result, the equation state equals bad was built in somewhere in the minds of post-war Japanese people. Therefore, they are quite incapable of conceiving things from the perspective of the state. No, there is a strong tendency to avoid it. It is one of the failures of post-war education. 52.
对靖国神社的关注表明，安倍的民族主义服务于他的国家主义，而非相反。在他看来，民族主义是一种团结的力量，能够增强国家克服障碍、应对险恶世界的能力。这与安倍的明治先辈们不仅建立了现代国家，还促进了日本民族意识的形成是一致的。正如多克所写，1853年之前没有日本这个概念。这解释了为什么安倍和其他新保守主义者在阐述他们的纲领时，将国民教育体系视为战后体制中必须改革的支柱。战后的教育制度对国家权力形成了制约。战后的日本将国家主义视为60年前战争的根源和战败的原因。因此，国家等于坏的观念在战后日本人心中根深蒂固。结果，他们很难从国家的角度思考问题。实际上，他们倾向于避免这样做。 这是战后教育的一个失败。52.
Education was one area in which the U.S. did not deviate from its aims of uprooting militarism and promoting democracy despite the reverse course. The education ministry was pressed to promote decentralization, democratization, and pacifism. The teachers themselves, radicalized by the war's bloodletting, were enthusiastic promoters of the occupation's education agenda, and their union, Nikkyoso, was among the most fervently left-wing and anti-militarist labor unions. 53.
教育是美国在逆转路线期间仍坚持其根除军国主义和促进民主目标的领域之一。教育部被要求推动去中心化、民主化和和平主义。教师们因战争的惨痛经历而变得激进，成为占领当局教育政策的积极倡导者。他们的工会日教组是当时最激进的左翼和反军国主义工会之一。
The effective target of these reforms was the 1890 Imperial Rescript on Education, which called upon subjects to advance the public good and, should emergency arise, offer yourselves courageously to the state. 54. The Rescript provided the basis for moral education that would instruct students in the virtues needed to fulfill their duties. 55. The U.S. occupation, via 1947's Fundamental Law on Education and School Education Law, decentralized control of the country's schools, promoted individualism, and introduced coeducation. 56. The new conservatives would identify the education system, what they saw as left-wing teachers instructing future generations along lines imposed by a foreign power, as a core institution of the post-war regime that had to be replaced. 57.
这些改革的实际目标是1890年的教育敕语，该敕语要求臣民增进公义和如遇紧急情况，勇敢地献身国家。54. 该敕语为道德教育奠定了基础，教导学生履行职责所需的美德。55. 美国占领当局通过1947年的教育基本法和学校教育法，将国家学校的控制权下放，促进个人主义，并引入男女同校。56. 新保守主义者认为教育系统，他们认为左翼教师按照外国势力强加的路线教育未来几代人，是必须取代的战后体制的核心机构。57.
Education was the most active front in Japan's culture war early in Abe's political career. Much of his and the New Conservatives' activism during the mid-1990s was directed at education reform to restore moral education to the national curriculum, while combating the influence of the teachers and inculcating national pride in the hearts of young Japanese. This activism was conducted against the backdrop of the textbook wars, which had been waged between the Japanese left and right for much of the post-war era, and which from the early 1980s onward had increasingly pitted Japan against China and South Korea in a battle over apologies, contrition, and the historical narratives taught in their nation's classrooms.
在安倍晋三政治生涯的早期，教育成为了日本文化战争中最活跃的领域。1990年代中期，他和新保守派的许多活动都集中在教育改革上，旨在将道德教育重新纳入国家课程，同时抵制教师的影响，培养日本年轻人的国家自豪感。这些活动是在教科书战争的背景下进行的。这场战争自战后以来一直在日本左翼和右翼之间进行。从1980年代初开始，这场战争越来越多地将日本与中国和韩国卷入了关于道歉、悔恨和历史叙述的争斗中。
Abe was quickly drawn into these battles. He was one of 105 LDP parliamentarians invited to join the party's investigative committee on history issues, which in 1996 published an account of the Greater East Asia War that, in the contemporary summation of a lawmaker from Komeito, claimed Japan did not wage a war of aggression, that its military saved Asia from Russian invasion, that Manchuria was not historically viewed as part of China, and therefore the 1931 Manchurian Incident was not an invasion of China, and that Japan's annexation of Korea in 1910 and the post-1931 military campaigns were acts of self-defense. 58. The New Conservatives sought to replace the masochistic view of history that, they argued, made it impossible for Japanese to feel proud of their country by painting Imperial Japan entirely as an aggressor that invaded Asian countries and committed unspeakable atrocities.
安倍很快被卷入了这些争论。他是105名被邀请加入自民党历史问题调查委员会的议员之一。该委员会在1996年发布了一份关于大东亚战争的报告。 根据当时公民党议员的总结，该报告声称日本没有进行侵略战争，其军队拯救了亚洲免受俄罗斯入侵。满洲历史上并不被视为中国的一部分，因此1931年的满洲事变并不是对中国领土的入侵，并且日本1910年吞并朝鲜以及1931年后的军事行动都是自卫行为。58新保守主义者试图用将日本帝国描绘成侵略者、侵犯亚洲国家并犯下不可言喻暴行的观点，来取代他们认为使日本人无法为自己的国家感到自豪的自虐历史观。
At times, this effort has engaged in outright historical revisionism, particularly regarding the imperial military's use of comfort women in military brothels and events like the Nanjing Massacre of 1937. Other times, the new conservatives would seek to relativize Imperial Japan's behavior, comparing it to the behavior of the Western empires in Asia or to other states in other places and at other times. This activism was directed not only at Japan's history textbooks, but the full spectrum of apologies and understandings that forced Japan to accept the victor's narrative of the war, dating back to Article 11 of the San Francisco Treaty in 1951, in which Japan accepted the judgments of post-war war crime trials.
有时，这种努力涉及彻底的历史修正主义，特别是在涉及帝国军队在军事慰安所中使用慰安妇和1937年南京大屠杀等事件时。其他时候，新保守主义者会试图相对化日本帝国的行为，将其与西方在亚洲的帝国行为或其他时间和地点的其他国家的行为进行比较。这种激进主义不仅针对日本的历史教科书，还针对迫使日本接受战争胜利者叙事的道歉和理解的整个范围。这可以追溯到1951年旧金山条约第11条，日本在其中接受了战后战争罪审判的判决。
In addition to the LDP's investigative committee, Abe joined established right-wing parliamentary leagues like the Diet Members League of the Shinto Association of Spiritual Leadership, which had long advocated for the reintroduction of Shinto to public life, as well as new groups that emerged during the 1990s. These groups included the Parliamentary Alliance on the 50th anniversary of the end of the war, which convened in 1994 and mobilized against Murayama's apology the following year. The Junior Parliamentarian Group to Consider Education and the Way Forward for Japan, established in 1997 by Diet members with fewer than 5 election victories, and the Nippon Kaigi Parliamentarian Association, also established in 1997 as a liaison group between parliamentarians and the national grassroots. Conservative movement established that year.
除了自民党的调查委员会外，安倍还加入了已有的右翼会联盟，例如长期倡导将神道教重新引入公共生活的日本精神领导神道教协会的国会议员联盟，以及1990年代出现的新团体。这些团体包括1994年成立的战后50周年议会联盟，该联盟在村山富市次年道歉时动员反对；1997年由当选次数少于5次的议员成立的考虑日本教育和未来方向的青年议员小组，以及同年成立的日本会议议员联盟，作为议员与同年成立的全国草根保守运动之间的联络小组。
Abe was particularly active in the Junior Parliamentarian Group, serving as the director of its secretariat. An interim report by the group criticizes Nikioso's dominance of the textbook approval process, challenges claims that Japan had coerced women into serving as comfort women, in short, disputing that Imperial Japan engaged in sexual slavery, and rejects apology diplomacy. With Japan's neighbors. 59, most of the allies who would populate his first and second governments belonged to the same parliamentarians' leagues, and Abe formed some close political friendships in these study groups, particularly with Nakagawa Shoichi, another hereditary LDP lawmaker who would become his closest ally. 60.
安倍在青年议员小组中非常活跃，担任该小组秘书处的主任。小组的一份中期报告批评了日教组在教科书审批过程中的主导地位，质疑日本曾强迫妇女充当慰安妇的说法。简而言之，否认日本帝国曾从事性奴隶行为，并拒绝与日本邻国进行道歉外交。59，他的第一和第二内阁中的大多数盟友都来自同一个议员联盟。安倍在这些研究小组中结识了一些亲密的政治朋友，特别是中川昭一，另一位世袭的自民党议员，成为他最亲密的盟友。60。
Abe and Nakagawa would be particularly focused on combating the masochistic narrative on the comfort women, opposing not just the inclusion of the comfort women in history textbooks, but also the 1993 statement by Chief Cabinet Secretary Kono Yohei, whereby the Japanese government acknowledged that the imperial military had been involved in establishing and managing comfort stations, and that many comfort women were forcibly recruited. The statement cleared the way for the issue to be taught in schools as well as for the Murayama government to establish the Asian Women's Fund, a nominally private fund to which the Japanese government contributed 4.8 billion yen that distributed compensation and a signed apology from Japan's prime minister to former comfort women in South Korea, Taiwan, the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the Philippines.
安倍和中川将特别关注打击关于受虐慰安妇的叙述，不仅反对在历史教科书中包含慰安妇的内容，还反对1993年内阁长官河野洋平的声明。该声明承认日本帝国军队参与了慰安所的建立和管理，并且许多慰安妇是被强制招募的。这一声明为在学校教授该问题以及村山政府建立亚洲妇女基金铺平了道路。该基金名义上是私人基金，日本政府出资4亿日元、80亿日元的赔偿，以及日本首相向韩国、台湾、荷兰、印度尼西亚和菲律宾的前慰安妇正式道歉。
The New Conservatives were incensed by this admission of guilt and argued that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the Japanese military had been involved, and that an important source for allegations about the military's involvement in forcibly recruiting comfort women, the recollections of a former soldier named Yoshida Seiji, had been thoroughly discredited. In their eyes, the issue had been politicized by China and Korea and by the anti-Japanese left at home, justifying an uncompromising campaign against the claims. 61.
新保守主义者对这一认罪感到愤怒，认为没有足够的证据证明日军的参与。他们指出，关于日军强迫招募慰安妇的重要指控来源，吉前士兵吉田清志的回忆已经被彻底否定。在他们看来，这一问题被中国和韩国以及国内的反日左派政治化，因此需要对这些指控进行坚决的斗争。
The New Conservatives' historical revisionism was problematic, and it had consequences domestically. Well into the 21st century, periodically leading right-wing politicians to resign from cabinet posts for politically insensitive remarks, and internationally, complicating relations not just with Japan's Asian neighbors, but also with the US and Australia. But the New Conservatives were not gratuitously provoking domestic enemies and foreign governments. Their arguments about Japan's education system and its history curriculum matched their broader agenda. In his memoirs, Abe refers to a poll that found that just half of Japanese high school students felt proud of their country. The purpose of education is to foster a nation that has will and make a state that has dignity. Moreover, the revival of education is the duty of the state. The replies of Japan's high school students show that bold structural reform of our country's education, especially compulsory education, is necessary. 62.
新保守派的历史修正主义存在问题，并且在21世纪的大部分时间里，这种修正主义在国内导致右翼政治家因政治不当言论而辞职，国际上则使日本与其亚洲邻国美国和澳大利亚的关系复杂化。但新保守派并不是无端挑衅国内对手和外国政府，他们关于日本教育体系和历史课程的观点与他们的整体议程相一致。安倍在他的回忆录中提到一项民意调查，显示只有大约一半的日本高中生对自己的国家感到自豪。教育的目的是培养有意志的国民，建立有尊严的国家。此外，教育的振兴是国家的责任。日本高中生的回答显示，我国的教育，尤其是义务教育，需要进行大胆的结构性改革。62.
Education reform was the base upon which the conservative revolution depended. Moral instruction and banishing masochistic history from textbooks would make future generations feel proud of their country. National pride would foster support for sweeping changes to the post-war regime, particularly revision of the Constitution, which would enable Japan to realize true independence and assume its place as a great power in Asia and globally. Of course, they pursued these goals simultaneously and focused on the media and other institutions of the intellectual commanding heights as targets for reform as far as Japan's historical narratives were concerned. Education reform would be a top priority for the New Conservatives as they sought to unseat the LDP's older generation and claim national leadership. With an illustrious pedigree and a penchant for attracting loyal friends, Abe would soon find himself at the vanguard of the LDP's young iconoclasts. but it would take his embrace of another, more emotional issue to put him on the path to higher office.
教育改革是保守革命的基石。通过道德教育和从教科书中去除自虐的历史，可以使未来几代人对自己的国家感到自豪。这种民族自豪感将促进对战后体制进行重大改革的支持，特别是修改宪法。这将使日本实现真正的独立，并在亚洲乃至全球成为大国。当然，他们同时追求这些目标，并将媒体和其他知识高地机构作为改革对象，以改变日本的历史叙述。教育改革将成为新保守派的首要任务，因为他们试图推翻自民党的老一代，并争取国家领导权。凭借显赫的家世和吸引忠实朋友的能力，安倍很快成为了自民党年轻改革者的领军人物。然而，正是他对另一个更具情感色彩的问题的认同，使他走上了通往更高职位的道路。
5. Champion of the abductees.
被绑架者的捍卫者。
In September 1988, a man named Aramoto Akihiro visited Abe Shintaro's office seeking help. 5 years earlier, his daughter Keiko went missing in Europe. Several years later, her parents learned she was alive in Pyongyang. Upon learning that their daughter was in North Korea, Akihiro visited with his own representatives as well as socialist leader Doi Takako. Eventually, he came to Abe, then the Liberal Democratic Party's LDP, Secretary General. 1. He explained the situation to one of Abe's secretaries, who brought Aramoto first to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, MOFA, and then to the National Police Agency, NPA. Neither of which could help. 2. But the secretary later briefed Shintaro and Shinzo about the visit, and both took an interest.
1988年9月，一位名叫有本章弘的男子来到安倍晋太郎的办公室寻求帮助。5年前，他的女儿龟子在欧洲失踪。几年后，他的父母得知他还活着，住在平壤。得知女儿在朝鲜后，有本章弘与自己的代表以及社会党领袖土井多胡子一起访问了朝鲜。最终，他找到了当时担任自民党秘书长的安倍晋太郎。他向安倍的一位秘书说明了情况，秘书先带他去了外务省，然后去了国家警察厅，但这两个部门都无法提供帮助。后来，秘书向安倍晋太郎和安倍晋三汇报了这次访问，两人都对此表示了兴趣。
Shinzo met Aramoto the following spring and impressed him with his sincerity. Shintaro, meanwhile, raised the issue with Hirasawa Katsui, his son's former tutor and now an NPA official, but they faced an uncooperative bureaucracy. The LDP was little better. Kanemaru Shin, Takeshida's right-hand man, made a high-profile trip to Pyongyang in September 1990 in pursuit of diplomatic normalization. He enjoyed a close relationship with Kim Il-sung and may have received kickbacks from Pyongyang, as the Stalinist state schemed for the diplomatic recognition that would generate economic assistance. 3.
次年春天 ，Shinzo 遇到了 Aramoto， 并以他的诚意给 Aramoto 留下了深刻的印象。与此同时 ，Shintaro 向 Hirasawa Katsui， 他儿子的前家庭教师，现在是 NPA 的官员，提出了这个问题，但遇到了不合作的官僚机构。自民党也并没有好到哪里去。Takeshita 的得力助手 Kanemaru Shin 于1990年9月高调访问了平壤，寻求外交正常化。他与金日成关系密切，可能从平壤收到了回扣，因为这个斯大林主义国家正密谋通过外交承认来获得经济援助。
The DPRK began abducting Japanese in the 1970s, expanding a program initially aimed at South Korea. Kim Jong-il, who was being groomed as his father's successor, took command of the DPRK's intelligence services and used abductions not only to kidnap foreigners who could provide language and cultural training for North Korea's spies, but also to steal their passports and other papers. 4. There was an element of state terror, which, as a series of bombings and hijackings in the 1970s and 1980s indicated, was part of the DPRK's toolkit. Pyongyang abducted mostly young adults from beaches and European cities far from Japan, but also at least one child, Yokotu Megumi, a 13-year-old girl who disappeared in 1977 from a coastal town in Niigata Prefecture. However, in the years following the abductions, there was little more than rumor to link North Korea to what seemed unrelated missing persons cases. The issue lingered on the margins of Japan's political system, the allegations dismissed as paranoid not only by left-wing politicians friendly to North Korea, but also in the LDP.
朝鲜在20世纪70年代开始绑架日本人，扩大了最初针对韩国的行动。金正日作为其父亲接班人的培养对象，接管了朝鲜的情报机构，不仅绑架了可以为朝鲜间谍提供语言和文化培训的外国人，还偷取了他们的护照和其他文件。这种国家恐怖主义的手段，正如20世纪70年代和80年代的一系列爆炸和劫机事件所显示的，是朝鲜的常用手段。平壤主要从海滩和远离日本的欧洲城市绑架年轻人，但也至少绑架了一个孩子。1977年从新舄县的一个沿海小镇消失的13岁女孩横田惠。然而，在绑架事件发生后的几年里，几乎只有传言将朝鲜与这些看似无关的失踪案件联系起来。这个问题在日本政治体系中一直处于边缘地位，不仅左翼政客认为这些指控是偏执的，连自民党内也有人持这种观点。
Shinzo did little to raise awareness during his first term. In the environment at that time, he writes, the main issue for diplomacy towards North Korea was how to provide rice relief, as Diet members who insisted on rescuing the abductees were a small minority even in the LDP. 5.
安倍在第一任期内几乎没有提高公众意识。在当时的环境下，他写道，对朝鲜的外交重点是如何提供大米援助，即使在自民党内坚持营救被绑架者的人也只占少数。
But the issue suited the new conservative agenda. The abductions were the ultimate indictment of the post-war regime. The state was so feeble that not only could it not protect its own citizens from kidnap by a hostile power, but also, when rumors of the abductions surfaced, its politicians, bureaucrats, and other elites refused to verify the rumors and recover their fellow citizens. North Korea's abductions, including a child like Yokota, who would become the face of the movement to bring abductees home, strengthened the emotional power of Abe's indictment. In a parliamentary committee hearing on May 16, 1997, the first time he raised the issue in the Diet, Abe said, "Of course, the human lives and human rights that our country's government must protect have clearly been violated, especially those of a young girl. But in response to this, the government can do nothing, which I think is equivalent to abdicating the duties of the state." 6. While he and his colleagues were undoubtedly sincere in their concern for the abductees, the issue was to prove critical in helping the new conservatives strengthen the state and fortify it with a new spirit of nationalism.
但这个问题正中了新保守议程的下怀。绑架事件是对战后体制的终极控诉。国家如此无力，不仅无法保护自己的公民免遭敌对势力的绑架，而且当绑架传闻浮出水面时，其政治家、官僚和其他精英拒绝核实这些传闻并营救同胞。朝鲜的绑架事件，包括像孩子般的横田，它成为了将被绑架者带回家运动的象征，增强了安倍控诉的情感力量。1997年5月16日，在一次议会委员会听证会上，安倍首次在国会提出了这个问题。他说，当然，我国政府必须保护的人的生命和人权显然受到了侵犯，尤其是年轻女孩的生命。然而，政府对此却束手无策，我认为这相当于国家放弃了其职责。尽管他和他的同事确实真诚地关心被绑架者，但这个问题对于新保守派来说至关重要。他帮助他们加强了国家，并注入了新的民族主义精神。
By 1997, the taboos that had prevented activists from calling public attention to the plight of the abductees were eroding. In February, on Myung-jin, a former North Korean agent who had defected to South Korea in 1993, told reporters that he had seen Yokoto alive in Pyongyang. On's account confirmed an earlier reference to Yokoto in an academic journal article and lent more substance to suspicions of North Korean abductions, leading to a public outcry.
到1997年，曾经阻止活动人士公开关注被绑架者困境的禁忌正在逐渐消失。2月，1993年从朝鲜叛逃到韩国的前朝鲜特工安明真告诉媒体，他在平壤见过活着的横田。安的叙述证实了早先在学术期刊中提到的横田，并为怀疑朝鲜绑架提供了更多实质性的证据，引发了公众的强烈抗议。
Abe was involved in the creation of the Association of the Families of Victims Kidnapped by North Korea, the Kazoku-kai or Family Association, which was headed by Yokoto's father Shigeru and grew into a nationwide network of activists. He was also a leader of the Parliamentarians' League to Rescue Japanese Citizens Suspected of Being Abducted by North Korea, formed with support across party lines. Thereafter, conservative lawmakers began questioning government officials about the abductees and pressuring the cabinet to take a more strident position towards North Korea, including by withholding humanitarian relief promised as part of ongoing talks. On May 1st, a police official confirmed the government suspected that 10 people had been abducted by North Korea.
安倍参与了创建被朝鲜绑架的日本受害者家属协会家族会，该协会由横田的父亲自吕志领导，并发展成为一个全国性的活动家网络。他还是跨党派支持的议员联盟，以营救疑似被朝鲜绑架的日本公民的领导人。此后，保守派议员开始质疑政府官员关于被绑架者的问题，并向内阁施压，要求其对朝鲜采取更强硬的立场，包括扣留作为正在进行的谈判的一部分承诺的人道主义援助。5月1日，一名警方官员证实，政府怀疑有10人被朝鲜绑架。
Abe too began using his membership of the lower house Foreign Affairs Committee to attack how his own party, the bureaucracy, especially MOFA, and the media handled the abductee issue, as well as against North Korea, which he accused of carrying out an act of state terrorism. 7 His strident approach made party elders uncomfortable. They preferred more patient, diplomatic methods as part of broader normalization talks with Pyongyang, and felt uncomfortable with the young conservatives. Iconoclasm. 8
安倍也开始利用他在众议院外交委员会的成员身份，批评其政党、官僚机构，尤其是外务省和媒体处理被绑架者问题的方式，同时指责朝鲜实施了国家恐怖主义。他的强硬立场让党内元老感到不安，他们倾向于在与平壤的更广泛正常化谈判中采取更为耐心和外交的方法，并对这位年轻保守派的反传统行为感到不自在。
But Abe and the New Conservatives had an opportunity to transform Japan's North Korea policy. With the 1994 agreed framework in place and South Korean President Kim Dae-jung's introduction of the Sunshine Policy towards the North in 1998, Japan faced pressure from both Washington and Seoul to pursue normalization. Senior politicians and MOFA officials were amenable, but they increasingly had to contend with new conservatives like Abe pressing for prioritization of the abductee issue, but also with North Korea itself. North Korea's August 1998 launch of a Taepodong-I intermediate-range ballistic missile over Japan was a Sputnik moment for Japan's leaders, who fretted about their vulnerability and Japan's ability to face the changing security environment in Northeast Asia. The following year, Japanese Coast Guard and Maritime Self-Defense Forces (MSDF) vessels encountered 2 mysterious ships, which resulted in the Coast Guard firing warning shots for the first time in nearly 50 years, and the MSDF dispatching destroyers to give chase for the first time ever. 9
然而，安倍和新保守派有了一个机会，可以改变日本对朝鲜的政策。随着1994年框架协议的签署和1998年韩国总统金大中对朝鲜实施的阳光政策，日本面临着来自美国和韩国的压力，要求其与朝鲜实现关系正常化。高级政治家和外务省官员对此表示赞同，但他们越来越需要应对像安倍这样的新保守派。这些保守派要求优先处理绑架问题，同时也要应对朝鲜。1998年8月，朝鲜发射了一枚飞越日本的大浦洞1号中程弹道导弹，这对日本领导人来说是一个斯普特尼克时刻。他们担心自身的脆弱性以及日本应对东北亚不断变化的安全环境的能力。第2年，日本海上保安厅和海上自卫队的船只遇到了2艘神秘船只，导致海上保安厅近50年来首次发射警告弹，而海上自卫队也首次派遣驱逐舰进行追击。
The New Conservatives' activism did not have immediate results. The LDP's leaders were still interested in diplomatic normalization with Pyongyang and willing to offer substantial financial assistance to achieve it. But even a moderate politician like Foreign Minister Obuchi Keizo was forced to concede that the abductions should be on the agenda in negotiations with North Korea. 10 The New Conservatives also had to confront turmoil within their own ranks when Nakayama Masaaki, the head of the Japan North Korea Friendship Parliamentarians League, after a surprise visit to Pyongyang, denied the abductions. Nakayama's about-face prompted Abe, with the support of the Aramoto family and other abductee families, to attack the Nakayama-led league as too soft on North Korea and to launch a new group that would push for a hardline approach.
新保守派的活动并未立即见效，自民党领导人仍然对与平壤实现外交正常化感兴趣，并愿意提供大量财政援助以达成这一目标。但即使是像外务大臣小渊惠三这样的温和派政治家，也不得不承认，绑架问题应该被列入与朝鲜的谈判议程。新保守派还不得不应对党内混乱。当时日本朝鲜友好议员联盟主席中山正辉在意外访问平壤后，否认了绑架事件。中山的立场转变，促使安倍在阿部家族及其他被绑架者家属的支持下，批评中山领导的团体对朝鲜态度过于软弱，并成立了一个新的组织，采取更为强硬的立场。
When in 1998 a new nationwide activist network was established, the National Association for the Rescue of Japanese Abducted by North Korea, more commonly known as the Rescue Association, Abe and other conservative lawmakers dissolved Nakayama's League and established a league that would coordinate with both the Rescue Association and the Family Association to pressure LDP leaders on the abductees. This new group was chaired by Ishiba Shigeru, a leading defense hawk, and included Nakagawa Shoichi, Hirasawa, and other new conservatives. After years of fruitless door-knocking in Nagatacho, the seat of political power, the abductee families now had powerful LDP allies, two pressure groups mobilizing voters, media organizations trying to make up for years of ignoring the issue, and a public increasingly incensed by North Korea's actions. 11.
1998年，当一个新的全国性活动网络——日本国民被朝鲜绑架救助协会，通常称为救援协会，成立时，安倍和其他保守派议员解散了中山的联盟，并建立了一个新的联盟，与救援协会和家属协会协调，向自民党领导人施压解决被绑架者问题。这个新团体由国防鹰派人物石破茂担任主席，成员包括中川昭一、平泽和其他新保守派人士。经过多年在政治中心永田町的徒劳走访后，被绑架者家属现在获得了强大的自民党支持。有2个压力团体在动员选民，媒体机构试图弥补多年来对该问题的忽视，公众对朝鲜的行为也越来越愤怒。11.
When for the first time, MOFA, in its annual survey of public opinion regarding Japan's foreign policy, asked citizens to state their level of concern about North Korea as well as issues of greatest concern. 63% of respondents said they were concerned about North Korea, nearly 70% of whom cited the abductions as a concern, compared with only 52.1% who mentioned North Korea's missiles. 12. Conservative mobilization had profoundly impacted public opinion. Despite North Korea having fired a missile over Japan, the abductions, which ended more than a decade prior, ranked as a greater concern than any other issue.
当日本外务省首次在其关于日本外交政策的年度公众意见调查中询问公民对朝鲜的担忧程度及最关心的问题时， 63% 的受访者表示对朝鲜感到担忧，其中近 70% 的人提到绑架问题，而只有 52.1% 的人提到了朝鲜的导弹。保守派的动员对公众舆论产生了深远影响。尽管朝鲜曾向日本发射过导弹，但发生在10多年前的绑架事件仍比其他任何问题更令人担忧。
While Abe was not alone in advocating for the abductees and their families, few would become as strongly associated with the cause. Aramoto described him as the only politician the abductee families could trust, a trust shared by other families with rare exceptions. 13. This status gave him the freedom to pressure not only LDP moderates he viewed as unwilling to stand up for Japan's national interests, but also other conservatives. These included Mori Yoshiro, a protege of Kishi and his father who had become the head of the Seiwakai, the faction once led by Fukuda Takeo and then Shintaro, and increasingly appeared to be a kingmaker and potential prime minister. When Mori was preparing to lead a delegation to North Korea in November 1997, Abe, still a junior parliamentarian, told Mori he should be prepared to leave if the North Koreans refused to discuss the abductees. 14.
尽管安倍在为被绑架者及其家属发声方面并非孤军奋战，但很少有人能像他那样与这一事业紧密相连。有美描述安倍是被绑架者家属唯一可以信赖的政治家，这种信任在其他家庭中也极为罕见。这种地位使他不仅能够向那些他认为不愿为日本国家利益挺身而出的自民党温和派施压，还能向其他保守派施压。这些保守派包括森西朗，他是岸信介及其父亲的门生， 后来成为清和会的领袖。该派系曾由福田赳夫和中曾根康弘领导，并且越来越被视为一个造王者和潜在的首相。1997年11月，森准备率领代表团访问朝鲜时，当时还是初级议员的安倍告诉森，如果朝鲜拒绝讨论绑架问题，他应该准备离开。14.
But the new conservatives' abduction-related activism occurred slightly off-stage. It was not the highest priority for a political system preoccupied with reforms needed to adapt to the post-Cold War world and the post-bubble economy. And, with Washington and Seoul committed to reducing tensions with North Korea, it would be difficult for Japan's leaders to prioritize confronting North Korea over the abductees even if they had wanted to do so.
然而，新保守派关于绑架问题的活动稍显边缘化。对于一个正忙于适应后冷战世界和后经济泡沫时代所需改革的政治体系而言，这并不是最紧迫的议题。此外，由于华盛顿和首尔都在努力缓和与朝鲜的紧张关系，即使日本领导人希望将解决绑架问题列为优先事项，也难以实现。
The LDP's strange alliance with Murayama's socialists finally ended in January 1996 when Hashimoto Ryutaro was chosen as prime minister. Hashimoto, who had won a landslide victory over Koizumi Junichiro in the LDP's leadership election in September 1995, was an unlikely savior for the LDP. After all, Hashimoto had spent his career as a follower of Tanaka and Takeshita, whose brand of money politics had done so much to lead the LDP to disaster in the 1990s. However, it seemed momentarily as if Hashimoto could stabilize LDP rule. Enjoying a surge of popularity after making a name for himself as MIDI minister under Murayama, when he resisted the Clinton administration in automobile trade talks, Hashimoto portended the arrival of a new style of top-down leadership. 15 The shift from the post-war era's multi-member electoral constituencies to single-member districts meant that whereas LDP candidates could often win their seats regardless of who led the party, now a popular, telegenic leader could be indispensable for re-election, and an unpopular leader could prove fatal. 16.
自民党与村山的社会主义者的奇特联盟终于在1996年1月结束，当时桥本龙太郎当选为首相。桥本在1995年9月的自民党领导选举中以压倒性优势击败了小泉纯一郎，成为自民党的意外救星。毕竟，桥本的职业生涯一直追随田中角荣和竹下登，他们的金钱政治在1990年代给自民党带来了巨大灾难。然而，桥本似乎暂时能够稳定自民党的统治。在村山内阁担任通产大臣期间，桥本因在汽车贸易谈判中对抗克林顿政府而声名鹊起，赢得了大量人气，预示着一种新的自上而下的领导风格的到来。从战后多成员选区转变为单一成员选区后，尽管自民党候选人过去常常能够不依赖党的领导而赢得选举，但现在一个受欢迎且上进的领导人对于连任变得至关重要，而不受欢迎的领导人则可能导致失败。16.
Hashimoto pledged an ambitious agenda to overcome economic stagnation and stabilize the financial system, reform Japan's bureaucracy, and strengthen Japan's relationship with the U.S. 17 seeking a mandate for this agenda, and for a consumption tax increase planned for 1997, he called a snap election for October 1996, Japan's first under a new electoral system.
桥本承诺了一项雄心勃勃的计划，旨在克服经济停滞、稳定金融体系、改革日本的官僚体制，并加强与美国的关系。为了获得这一计划的授权，并为1997年计划实施的消费税增长寻求支持，他于1996年10月宣布提前举行选举，这是日本在新选举制度下的首次选举。
The LDP again fell short of an absolute majority, forcing it to maintain its coalition with the Japan Socialist Party, JSP. But the LDP gained 28 seats and comfortably outperformed the new leading opposition party, Ozawa's New Frontier Party, NFB. Abe fared well in the vote and was re-elected by a comfortable majority in what had become Yamaguchi's 4th district, ensuring a stable electoral base under the new system.
自民党再次未能获得绝对多数，因此不得不继续与日本社会党 JSP 维持联合政府。然而，自民党增加了28个席位，轻松超过了新的主要反对党小泽的新前沿党 NFP。安倍在选举中表现出色， 以较大优势在山口县第4选区连任，确保了在新选举制度下的稳定选民基础。
Hashimoto was determined to make significant progress on his reform agenda. In April 1996, he had signed a joint security declaration with Bill Clinton renewing the bilateral alliance for the post-Cold War era and launching a review of the guidelines for security cooperation that defined Allied roles and missions. The two governments also reached an agreement to close the controversial Futenma Marine Air Station in Okinawa and consolidate the U.S. military presence in the prefecture, a contentious issue after 3 U.S. servicemen raped a 12-year-old girl in 1995.
举本决心在他的改革议程上取得重大进展。1996年4月，他与比尔·克林顿签署了一项联合安全宣言，重申了双边联盟在后冷战时代的地位，并启动了对定义盟国角色和任务的安全合作准则的审查。两国政府还就关闭冲绳县有争议的普天间海军陆战队航空站并整合该县的美军存在达成协议。这一问题在1995年3名美军士兵强奸一名12岁女孩后变得尤为敏感。
After winning a new electoral mandate, he launched what would be his most durable legacy, central government reorganization. The Hashimoto reforms not only consolidated 22 ministries and agencies into 12, they made the executive supreme in the political system. The Hashimoto government's legislation established a cabinet office and a cabinet secretariat with enlarged staffs and more political appointees tasked with coordinating policy across ministerial lines, increased the number of special advisors and private secretaries working directly for the prime minister, established new advisory councils to enable the cabinet to draw upon outside expertise to control the policy agenda and the budgetary process, and increased the number of political appointees in each ministry. 18 These reforms, which took effect in January 2001, reinforced the trend towards a stronger prime minister who could dominate policymaking. 19
在赢得新的选举授权后，他发起了最持久的遗产——中央政府重组。桥本改革不仅将22个部委和机构合并为12个，还使行政机构在政治体系中占据了至高无上的地位。桥本政府的立法设立了内阁办公室和内阁秘书处，扩大了人员编制，增加了更多负责跨部门政策协调的政治任命人员，增加了直接为首相工作的特别顾问和私人秘书的数量，成立了新的咨询委员会，使内阁能够利用外部专家控制政策议程和预算过程，并增加了每个部委的政治任命人员数量。这些于2001年1月生效的改革，进一步加强了首相在政策制定中的主导地位。19.
A separate set of reforms reduced the influence of the Ministry of Finance, MOF. A new Bank of Japan, BOJ, law in 1997 guaranteed the central bank's independence, while another law spun off MOF's financial supervisory functions into a new, independent agency, the Financial Services Agency, FSA. Hashimoto also launched Big Bang, financial reforms that broadly deregulated Japan's financial sector. 20 These changes set the Hashimoto government apart as the decade's most effective administration.
一系列独立的改革减少了财务省 MOF 的影响力。1997年的新日本银行法确保了中央银行的独立性，另一项法律将财务省的金融监管职能分离出来，成立了新的独立机构金融服务局 FSA。桥本还启动了大爆炸金融改革，大幅解除了日本金融部门的管制。这些改革使桥本政府成为该10年最有效的政府。
But economic stagnation continued. The economy had enjoyed a modest recovery in the mid-1990s, but financial institutions continued to struggle with non-performing loans from the end of the bubble. Loans which by 1998 were estimated to have totaled 25% of gross domestic product. 21 The unstable and short-lived governments of the mid-1990s struggled to overcome opposition to using public funds to restore the financial system. Stopgap measures utilized by MOF were unsuccessful, and in November 1997, major financial institutions, including the nation's oldest brokerage, Yamaichi Securities, collapsed, triggering a bank run that rippled through the economy. 22 Other venerable institutions would fail in 1998.
但是经济停滞持续。1990年代中期，经济曾有温和的复苏，但金融机构仍在与泡沫末期的不良贷款做斗争。到1998年，这些不良贷款估计占国内生产总值的25%。 1990年代中期的不稳且短命的政府努力克服使用公共资金恢复金融系统的反对，财务省采取的临时措施未能成功。1997年11月，包括日本最古老的证券公司山一证券在内的主要金融机构倒闭，引发了波及整个经济的银行挤兑。1998年，其他历史悠久的机构也相继倒闭。
The financial panic occurred not only as Asia grappled with financial contagion, but also as Japan's economy stumbled. In April 1997, Hashimoto's government raised Japan's consumption tax rate from 3% to 5%, part of a package of fiscal reforms that increased the tax burden on households as part of a premature effort to rein in deficits that had resulted from the post-bubble slowdown. Consumer demand cratered, shrinking GDP by nearly 1% in 1997, Japan's worst year for growth in a quarter century.
金融危机不仅在亚洲应对金融传染时发生，还伴随着日本经济的疲软。1997年4月，桥本政府将消费税率从 3% 提高到 5%， 作为财政改革计划的一部分，该计划提前增加了家庭的税收负担，旨在遏制因泡沫经济破灭后经济放缓而产生的赤字。消费者需求大幅下降，1997年 GDP 减少了近 1%， 这是日本25年来经济增长最差的一年。
Instead of delivering fiscal sustainability, the tax hike led in 1998 and 1999 to some of the largest stimulus packages to combat economic stagnation. 23 In retrospect, 1997 was a turning point for post-bubble Japan. The nation's leaders had to grapple with non-performing loans, persistent slow growth, growing national debt, and, from 1998, relentless deflation.
而不是实现财政的可持续性。1998年和1999年的增税反而导致了为应对经济停滞而实施的一些最大规模的刺激措施。回顾1997年，这是泡沫经济破灭后日本的一个重要转折点。国家领导人不得不应对不良贷款、持续的低增长、不断增加的国家债务，以及从1998年开始的持续通缩问题。
Economic turmoil wrought havoc on the political system. The LDP suffered its worst-ever performance in the 1998 upper house elections, failing to recover the absolute majority it lost in 1989 and losing 13 seats to the newborn Democratic Party of Japan, DPJ, which emerged as the leading opposition party. The DPJ's surprising performance reflected not only defections by LDP voters, but also a surge in turnout by a growing bloc of mostly urban and suburban floating voters. 24.
经济动荡对政治体系造成了严重影响。1998年的参议院选举中，自民党的表现创下了历史最差纪录，未能恢复1989年失去的绝对多数席位，反而失去了13个席位给新成立的民主党 DPJ， 民主党因此成为主要的反对党。民主党出人意料的表现不仅反映了自民党选民的流失，还显示了城市和郊区摇摆选民投票率的显著增加。
Hashimoto was replaced by Obuchi, another veteran of the Tanaka, Takeshita faction. Obuchi was unassuming and, thanks to a foreign commentator, gained an unfair reputation for dullness after being described as having all the pizzazz of cold pizza. 25 Nakasone called him a vacuum prime minister for having virtually no policy agenda, in stark contrast to his predecessor, freeing him to vacuum up ideas from those around him. 26 In order to stabilize the LDP's control of the Diet, Obuchi entered coalition negotiations with Ozawa's Liberal Party, an offshoot of his broken New Frontier Party, and Komeito, a centrist party affiliated with the Buddhist New Religion Soka Gakkai.
神田被另一位田中竹下派系的老将小渊取代。小渊为人谦逊，由于一位外国评论员的描述，他被不公平地认为像冷比萨一样没有活力。中曾根称他为真空首相，因为他几乎没有政策议程，与前任形成鲜明对比，使他能够吸收周围人的想法。为了稳定自民党对国会的控制，小渊与细川的自由党、细川的新生党的一部分和与佛教新兴宗教创价学会有关的中间派公明党进行了联合谈判。
Neither coalition partner was particularly desired by the LDP. Many LDP members had never forgiven Ozawa for leaving in 1993 and feared that he could hold the government hostage. 27 They also distrusted Komeito, The LDP had viewed Komeito and its relationship with Soka Gakkai as a violation of the constitution's separation of church and state, and, after the 1995 Aum Shinrikyo attack, had pushed for a new law that would enable the state to monitor new religions, including Soka Gakkai. More closely, point 28, nevertheless, political expediency again prevailed over principle. By the end of 1998, the LDP joined forces with Ozawa. Komeito joined the coalition in October 1999. The partnership with Ozawa would be short-lived, but the coalition with Komeito would, surprisingly, endure.
两个联合伙伴都不是自民党特别想要的。许多自民党成员从未原谅小泽一郎在1993年的离开，担心他可能会挟持政府。他们也不信任公民党。自民党认为公民党与创价学会的关系违反了宪法规定的政教分离原则。在1995年奥姆真理教事件后，自民党还推动了一项新法律，使国家能够更密切地监控新兴宗教，包括创价学会。然而，政治上的权宜之计再次胜过了原则。到1998年底，自民党与小泽一郎结盟，公民党于1999年10月加入联合政府。与小泽一郎的伙伴关系将是短暂的，但与公民党的联合政府却出人意料地持续了下来。
The instability that followed the financial crisis made room for young politicians to raise their profiles. At the time, the most pressing issue facing Japan's lawmakers was whether and how to save financial institutions burdened with non-performing loans. A new group of young lawmakers known as the Seisaku Shinjinrui, the policy new breed, emerged in late 1998 as they helped forge a multi-party consensus on financial stabilization during the so-called finance diet.
金融危机后的不稳定局势为年轻政治家们提升知名度提供了机会。当时，日本立法者面临的最紧迫问题是如何处理负担着不良贷款的金融机构。1998年末，一群被称为政策新人类的年轻议员崭露头角，他们在所谓的金融国会期间，帮助各党派就金融稳定达成了共识。
Abe, by virtue of his lack of interest and knowledge in economic and financial affairs, was not part of the new breed, which included lawmakers like former BOJ staffer Shiozaki Yasuhisa and Ishihara Nobutaru, who were involved with new conservative policy groups, but who also used the financial crisis to burnish reputations as experts. Point 29. Their work led to a financial stabilization law, based largely on DPJ-drafted legislation, which enabled the government to nationalize distressed institutions. Their policy expertise and willingness to work across party lines in an increasingly two-party system suggested they could be the wave of the future and save Japan from its economic crisis. Point 30.
由于对经济和金融事务缺乏兴趣和了解，安倍不属于新一代。这一代包括前日本银行职员岩崎公久和石原伸晃等立法者，他们不仅参与了新的保守政策团体，还利用金融危机提升了自己的专家声誉。他们的工作促成了金融稳定法的出台，该法律主要基于民主党起草的立法，使政府能够国有化陷入困境的金融机构。他们的政策专长和在日益两党化的政治体系中跨党派合作的意愿表明，他们可能是未来的趋势，并有望拯救日本摆脱经济危机。
With the public, the political system, and financial markets focused squarely on economic challenges, the new breed had gained an edge in the race to lead the rising generation of political leaders. For example, in a virtual LDP election conducted in December 1999, Shiozaki prevailed over Abe and three others in a vote that included politicians and journalists as well as ordinary internet users. Point 31.
随着公众、政治体系和金融市场都高度关注经济挑战，新一代在领导新兴政治领袖的竞争中占据了优势。例如，在1999年12月举行的一次虚拟自民党选举中，岩崎胜过了安倍和其他3位候选人。这次投票的参与者包括政治家、记者以及普通互联网用户。
Although Abe had received his first position in the LDP's hierarchy, deputy chairman of the party's Parliamentary Affairs Committee, responsible for the legislative agenda, his progress appeared sluggish next to the new breed lawmakers. Other members of his cohort were already being appointed to government posts, including Tanaka Kakui's daughter Makiko, who was appointed Director General of the Science and Technology Agency as a first-term Diet member in 1994, and Noda Seiko, who became the youngest ever cabinet minister when Obuchi appointed her postal minister in 1998 when she was 37.32.
尽管安倍获得了自民党内的第一个职位，负责立法议程的党议会事务委员会副议长，但与新一代议员相比，他的进步显得较为缓慢。他的同龄人中的一些人已经获得了政府职位，例如田中角荣的女儿田中真纪子，在1994年首次当选议员时就被任命为科技厅长官，而野田圣子在1998年被小渊惠三任命为邮政大臣时，年仅37岁，成为最年轻的内阁大臣。
During his second term, Abe expanded his policy repertoire from foreign policy to social security, forming a study group on social security reform in April 1999 with Shiozaki, Ishihara, and Nomoto Takumi that drew on their English initials to become known as the NAIS Club, pronounced NICE. Japan's social safety net was not a new interest for Abe. Kishi had passed some of the key legislation to build the post-war social security system, and Abe reportedly told a friend at university, "If I become a politician, I want to do welfare." Later that year, he was appointed chairman of the Social Security Committee of the LDP's Policy Affairs Research Council, a rare distinction for a junior parliamentarian that confirmed his status as one of the party's future leaders. 33.
在安倍的第二个任期内，他将政策范围从外交扩展到了社会保障领域。1999年4月，他与岩崎、石原和根本琢磨共同成立了社会保障改革研究小组。该小组因其成员的英文首字母而被称为 NAIS 俱乐部，发音为 NICE。安倍对日本的社会保障体系并不陌生，他的外祖父岸信介曾通过关键立法建立了战后的社会保障体系。据报道，安倍在大学时曾对一位朋友说：“如果我成为一名政治家，我想从事福利工作。”同年晚些时候，他被任命为自民党政策调查会的社会保障委员会主席。这一职位对于一位初级议员来说极为罕见，也确认了他作为党内未来领导人的地位。
Despite this honor, it did little to help him accumulate legislative achievements. Abe struggled to manage the main task facing the committee, the introduction of a long-term care insurance system. He was frustrated by the resistance of Kamei Shizuka, a truculent senior lawmaker who had split with the faction once led by Abe's father the previous year. Kamei's opposition ultimately delayed the scheme's rollout, which Abe was powerless to stop. 34.
尽管获得了这一荣誉，但这对安倍在立法方面取得成就帮助不大。在管理委员会的主要任务引入长期护理保险制度方面，安倍遇到了困难。他对前一年与安倍父亲领导的派系分裂的资深议员菅直人的抵制感到沮丧。菅直人的反对最终导致该计划的实施被推迟，安倍对此无能为力。
Even as Abe struggled in the race to the LDP's highest ranks, a medical crisis left him wondering whether he could even persist in his political career.
即使安倍在自民党高层的竞争中苦苦挣扎，一场医疗危机也让他开始质疑自己是否还能继续政治生涯。
At 17, he had suffered a bout of stomach cramps, bloody diarrhea, and frequent trips to the bathroom. Doctors could not name the disease, but the attacks continued, roughly once a year for 2 weeks at a time, but occasionally for as long as a month. Eventually, he was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, an autoimmune inflammatory bowel disease. 35.
17岁时，他经历了胃痉挛、血性腹泻和频繁上厕所的症状。医生无法确定病因，但这些症状每年大约发作一次，每次持续2周，有时甚至长达1个月。最终，他被诊断为溃疡性结肠炎，这是一种自身免疫性的炎症性肠病。
This illness was a closely guarded secret when he first campaigned for his father's seat, even as a side effect of his medication caused pressure to build up in his eyeballs, requiring multiple trips to hospital. Key supporters wondered whether he would have the stamina for a successful political career. 36.
在他首次竞选父亲的席位时，这种疾病一直是个严格保守的秘密。由于药物的副作用导致眼压升高，他不得不多次住院。关键支持者对他的体力是否足以支撑成功的政治生涯表示怀疑。
Abe's illness had had minimal impact on his career through 1998, but after receiving his first party post, he suffered a severe attack that led to his being hospitalized for 3 months. It was, he later said, the greatest crisis of his career, one that he had to conceal completely, given what he later described as a taboo regarding discussions of illness by public figures. While hospitalized, his weight dropped sharply, from 65 kilos to 53. Aiki, in tears, urged him to abandon politics. Eventually, he found a treatment that maintained remission and let him continue his career.
在1998年之前，安倍的疾病对他的职业生涯影响不大，但在他获得第一个党内职务后，他遭受了一次严重的病情发作，导致住院3个月。他后来称这是他职业生涯中的最大危机，由于公众人物谈论疾病被视为禁忌，他必须完全隐瞒。住院期间，他的体重从65公斤急剧下降到53公斤。Aiki 泪流满面地劝他放弃政治生涯。最终，他找到了一种维持病情缓解并让他继续政治生涯的治疗方法。
But the attack was an untimely reminder of his physical frailty and also that, although he was still only a second-term Diet member, his peers were accumulating policymaking experience, whether in government posts or as new breed lawmakers, while Abe was in hospital, fighting for a chance to continue his career.
但这次袭击及时提醒了他身体的脆弱，同时也让他意识到，尽管他仍是一名连任议员，但他的同僚们正在积累政策制定经验，无论是担任政府职务还是作为新一代议员，而安倍则在医院里为继续自己的政治生涯而努力。
The unspectacular Obuchi chugged along as prime minister, leading Japan into a new century. His record proved remarkably conservative for a prime minister from the less ideological Tanaka wing. His government passed legislation in 1999 that formally recognized Japan's rising sun flag as the national flag and the song Kimigeo as the national anthem. Obuchi also updated Japan's national security laws to reflect the 1997 revision of the U.S. Japan Guidelines for Security Cooperation, legislation to enable a more active role in Allied activities in situations and areas surrounding Japan, albeit not a full combat role alongside U.S. forces. In the final months of his premiership, his government also established constitutional commissions for the two houses of the Diet, a necessary step for constitutional revision.
平庸的奥布奇继续担任首相，带领日本迈入新世纪。尽管他来自不太注重意识形态的田中派，但他的政策却显得相当保守。1999年，他的政府通过了一项法律，正式将日本的旭日旗定为国旗，军之带定为国歌。奥布奇还更新了日本的国家安全法，以反映1997年美日安全合作指南的修订，使日本能够在周边事态中发挥更积极的作用。尽管这并不意味着与美军并肩作战的全面战斗角色。在他担任总理的最后几个月，政府还为国会两院设立了宪法委员会，这是进行宪法修订的必要步骤。
But, by the spring of 2000, Obuchi's coalition was fraying. Ozawa was making ever more grandiose demands, and with a general election due that year, proposed that the LDP and his Liberal Party should dissolve and form a new party. This was dismissed as nonsense by Obuchi. 37 talks between Obuchi and Ozawa finally broke down on April 1, 2000. So Ozawa left the coalition, although more than half of his members stayed and launched a new party, the Conservative Party. In the early hours of April 2nd, Obuchi suffered a stroke and fell into a coma. He died on May 14th.
但是，到了2000年春天，小渊的联盟开始出现裂痕。小泽提出了越来越高的要求，并且由于当年将举行大选，他提议自民党和他的自由党应该解散，共同组建一个新党。小渊认为这是无稽之谈。2000年4月1日，小渊和小泽之间的谈判最终破裂，小泽因此离开了联盟，尽管他的成员中有一半以上留了下来，并成立了新的保守党。4月2日凌晨，小渊中风并陷入昏迷，他于5月14日去世。
Obuchi's death was the death knell for the LDP's machine politics. After Obuchi, control of the party would shift to the New Conservatives. In the 20 years since Obuchi died, other than for the LDP's 3 years in opposition, Japan has been governed by the Seiwakai, the descendant of Kishi's old faction, for all but 1 year. And that one exception was Asotaro, although older, a new conservative fellow traveler.
小渊的去世对自民党的机器政治来说是致命的打击。在小渊之后，党的控制权转移到了新保守派手中。自小渊去世的20年间， 除了自民党在野的3年，日本几乎一直由清和会治理。清和会是岸信介旧派系的后裔，唯一的例外是麻生太郎，尽管年纪较大，但他也是新保守派的同路人。
The vanguard of the new wave was Mori Yoshiro, LDP Secretary General at the time of Obuchi's stroke. Mori was elevated to the LDP presidency after a series of closed-door meetings between a Gang of Five, a group of senior party leaders, including Mori himself, who moved quickly to manage the transition once it became clear Obuchi would not recover. It was Mori who proposed that the party forego a full election, while the others proposed that Mori should succeed Obuchi in the premiership. By midnight on April 3rd, the group had decided on Mori. The choice was confirmed by the LDP's parliamentarians on April 5th. Reports of the secret meetings soon surfaced, undermining Mori's legitimacy and harming his approval ratings, which had already been below 50%. But despite Mori's inauspicious beginnings, he was the first prime minister drawn from the Seiwakai since Fukuda, a 2-decade drought during which Tanaka and his successors had controlled the party.
新浪潮的先锋是时任自民党干事长的森喜朗。在小渊惠三中风后，森喜朗在五人帮一群资深党领导，包括森喜朗本人的一系列闭门会议后，被提升为自民党总裁。一旦确定小渊惠三无法康复，这些人迅速行动以管理过渡。森喜朗提议党派放弃全面选举，而其他人则提议由森喜朗接替小渊惠三担任首相。4月3日午夜，该小组决定由森喜朗接任。4月5日，自民党的议员们确认了这一选择。关于秘密会议的报道很快浮出水面，削弱了森喜朗的合法性，并损害了他的支持率，而他的支持率已经低于50%。尽管森喜朗的起步不顺，但他却是自福田之后，时隔20年来首位来自清和会的首相。在这20年间，田中及其继任者一直掌控着该党。
Mori's conservative bona fides were impeccable. Son of a local politician, he sought national office after a brief stint as a journalist, and then as the secretary to an ally of Kishi. But when he decided to run in 1969, the LDP had already backed 2 candidates in his constituency, and then Secretary General Tanaka Kakui was unwilling to endorse him, forcing Mori to run as an independent. But Kishi embraced him and campaigned on his behalf. Mori joined his faction after pulling off a surprising victory. 39 As a young lawmaker, he joined the Seirankai, a group of anti-Tanaka conservative firebrands. The group was an antecedent of the new conservative groups of the 1990s, albeit with some eccentric touches. 40 Its members, for example, signed its statement of principles in blood.
森的保守资历无可挑剔。作为当地政治家的儿子，他在短暂担任记者后，又担任了岸信介盟友的秘书，随后寻求国家公职。然而，当他决定在1969年参选时，自民党已经在他的选区支持了2名候选人。当时的总务长官田中角荣不愿意支持他，迫使森以独立身份参选。但岸信介支持了他，并为他助选。森在取得令人惊讶的胜利后，加入了岸信介的派系。作为年轻议员，他加入了反对田中的保守派激进分子组成的青蓝会。该组织是1990年代新保守团体的前身，尽管有一些奇特之处，例如其成员已写签署其原则声明。
The group demanded constitutional revision, education reform, and a strong national defense based on an equal partnership with the U.S. This manifesto also attacked inequality and unearned income, giving the group a populist flavor. 41 Mori, meanwhile, focused on education, lamenting the masochistic education of the post-war era, as well as the baleful influence of the left-wing teachers' union, Nikkyoso. He argued that children should be taught the nation's founding myths, that long ago there were gods and they made Japan. 42.
该团体呼吁修改宪法，进行教育改革，并建立一个基于与美国平等伙伴关系的强大国防。宣言还批评了社会不平等和不劳而获的收入，赋予了该团体民粹主义色彩。41森则关注教育问题，批评战后自虐式的教育体系以及左翼教师工会日教组的负面影响。他认为应该教育孩子们国家的创世神话，即很久以前有神，他们创造了日本。42
The rise of Tanaka's machine blunted the Seirenkai's influence. However, It denied LDP prime ministers easy political victories, organizing mass resistance to shifting diplomatic recognition from the Republic of China to the PRC, delaying the ratification of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and eroding taboos on defense policy debates. 43 Mori would pursue his vision of education reform under Nakasone, serving as his education minister from 1983 to 1984.
田中的崛起削弱了青蓝会的影响力，然而这使得自民党首相难以取得政治上的轻松胜利，组织了大规模的抵抗，反对将外交承认从中华民国转移到中华人民共和国，推迟了不扩散核武器条约的批准，并逐渐打破了关于国防政策辩论的禁忌。森江在中曾根康弘的领导下推动教育改革，从1983年至1984年担任教育部长。
As Abe Shintaro inherited the Seiwakai from Fukuda Takeo, Mori emerged as one of the faction's Big Four, poised to become one of the factions and the party's next generation of leaders. During the 1990s, he served 2 stints as Secretary General, and in 1998 assumed the Seiwakai's leadership. While his relationship with the elder Abe was not frictionless, they worked closely together, particularly as Shintaro sought to resolve Japan's territorial dispute with Russia and build a new relationship as the Cold War ended. Mori inherited a personal interest in Russia from his father, who is buried in Siberia, and has cultivated personal ties with Vladimir Putin and other Russian leaders. Mori facilitated Shintaro's attendance at the April 1991 reception for Gorbachev that was his final public appearance. 44 As a sign of the significance of Mori's becoming prime minister, 8 days after his selection, he visited Shinzo's home to kneel before the household altar, where deceased ancestors are honored, and report to Shintaro on his election. 45
随着安倍晋太郎从福田赳夫手中接过清和会，森成为了该派系的4大之一，有望成为该派系和自民党的新一代领导人。在1990年代，他2次担任党秘书长，并于1998年接任清和会会长。尽管他与安倍的关系并非毫无摩擦，但两人在晋太郎试图解决日俄领土争端并建立冷战后的新关系时，合作非常密切。森从父亲那里继承了对俄罗斯的个人兴趣，他的父亲安葬在西伯利亚，他与弗拉基米尔·普京及其他俄罗斯领导人建立了个人联系。森帮助宫泽喜一出席了1991年4月为戈尔巴乔夫举办的招待会，这是宫泽喜一最后一次公开露面。森当选为首相具有重要意义。当选8天后，他前往安倍晋三的家中，跪在供奉已故祖先的家庭祭坛前，向宫泽喜一报告了他的当选情况。45
Almost immediately, Mori signaled a break with the past. As a sign of his commitment to improving ties with Russia and resolving the territorial dispute, a dream of the LDP's right wing dating back to Hatoyama Ichiro at the party's founding. His first foreign trip was to Russia, not the U.S., where he conferred with Putin on April 29th, shortly before he was sworn in as Russia's president. 46
几乎立刻，森信康就发出了与过去决裂的信号。为了展示他致力于改善与俄罗斯的关系并解决领土争端，这是自民党右翼自党成立以来以鸠山一郎为代表的一个梦想。他的首次外访选择了俄罗斯而不是美国。他在4月29日与普京会面，当时普京即将宣誓就任俄罗斯总统。
On May 15th, he openly declared his sympathies with the New Conservatives at a party for the Shinto Association of Spiritual Leadership, a venerable conservative pressure group. 47 In a rambling toast to the group's efforts, one line stood out. Now that I am on the government side, we will firmly make all of the Japanese people aware of the fact that the country of Japan is surely an emperor-centered land of the gods. 48 This line prompted an immediate and furious backlash. In Japan, this remark was particularly maligned since it came amidst a discussion of education reform and suggested that Mori would erode constitutional guarantees of the separation of church and state.
5月15日，他在神道精神领导协会，一个著名的保守团体的聚会上公开表示支持新保守派。在对团体努力的长篇祝酒词中，有一句话特别引人注目：现在我站在政府一边，我们将坚定地让所有日本人民认识到，日本确实是一个以天皇为中心的神之国度。这句话立即引发了强烈的反对。在日本，这番话尤其受到谴责，因为它是在讨论教育改革时提出的， 暗示森会侵蚀宪法规定的政教分离保障。
He soon faced calls for his resignation from opposition lawmakers, but, more importantly, he faced criticism from Komeito, whose support the LDP needed. Finally, on May 26th, Mori apologized in a press conference, but also took another opportunity to explain, saying, "The people of Japan have been distracted by material wealth, and it seems to me that at times we have not paid enough attention to such spiritual values as the respect for life, consideration for others, and appreciation of the traditional culture of our nation." 49.
他很快面临了反对党议员要求他辞职的呼声，但更重要的是，他受到了公民党的批评，而自民党需要公民党的支持。最终，在5月26日，森在新闻发布会上道歉，同时解释说，日本人被物质财富所吸引，有时我们没有足够重视生命尊重、考虑他人和欣赏我国传统文化等精神价值。
Already viewed with suspicion for the backroom deal that brought him to power, the May 15th speech exposed Mori as out of step with public sentiments. It also led to a snap election, since, after opposition parties submitted a no-confidence motion in the House of Representatives on June 2nd, Mori responded by dissolving the House and calling an election for June 25th.
由于上台时的幕后交易，森喜朗早已受到怀疑。5月15日的演讲进一步暴露了他与公众情绪的脱节，这也引发了突然的选举。因为反对党在6月2日向众议院提交了不信任动议，森喜朗随后解散了众议院，并宣布于6月25日举行选举。
The vote was a firm rebuke of Mori and the LDP. The party not only lost 38 seats and failed to win an absolute majority, but also dragged down its coalition partners. The implication of this outcome was that even as the new conservatives consolidated their control of the LDP, they became dependent on a pacifist, centrist party to contest elections and to govern, enabling Komeito to function as a brake on their ambitions. The LDP would need Komeito not only for parliamentary votes, but also for its support at the ballot box and from its well-organized volunteers.
这次投票是对森喜朗和自民党的严厉谴责，该党不仅失去了38个席位，未能赢得绝对多数，还拖累了其联盟伙伴。这一结果表明，尽管新保守派巩固了对自民党的控制，但他们不得不依赖一个和平主义、中间派的政党来参加选举和执政，这使得公民党能够对其野心起到制约作用。自民党不仅需要公民党在议会投票中的支持，还需要其在选民中的支持和其组织良好的志愿者。
Meanwhile, the DPJ, contesting its first general election, made great strides, gaining 32 seats, but, more importantly, trailing the LDP by fewer than 2 million votes out of nearly 60 million cast in proportional representation voting. The Democratic gains reflected the stirring of Japan's urban and suburban floating voters, who roused themselves despite Mori's suggestion, days before the vote, that it would be fine if undecided voters stayed in bed instead of voting. 50.
同时，首次参加大选的民主党取得了显著进展，赢得了32个席位。更重要的是，在近6000万张比例代表制选票中，与自民党的差距不到200万票。民主党的进步反映了日本城市和郊区摇摆选民的觉醒。尽管森喜朗在投票前几天曾建议，如果选民拿不定主意，不妨待在床上不投票。
Mori limped on for another 9 months and survived a party rebellion by Kato Koichi, one of the LDP's last liberal lions, overseeing the implementation of Hashimoto's reorganization of the central government on January 1, 2001. He also gave Abe his first government post. Mori was finally driven to resign in February 2001, when he faced universal opprobrium for his decision to continue playing a round of golf even after receiving word that the Ihai Maru, a high school training ship, had been struck by a U.S. Navy submarine near Hawaii and sunk, causing 9 deaths. 51.
森喜朗又勉强支撑了9个月，并在2001年1月1日监督实施了桥本的中央政府重组，期间还幸存于一次由自民党最后一位自由派领袖加藤弘一领导的党内叛乱。他还给了安倍晋三他的第一个政府职位。最终，森喜朗在2001年2月被迫辞职，原因是他在收到爱媛丸号一艘高中训练船在夏威夷附近被美国海军潜艇撞击沉没，造成9人死亡的消息后，仍继续打高尔夫球。这一决定使他受到了广泛的谴责。
On May 13, 2000, Mori was with Abe, attending a memorial event for Shintaro that doubled as a political event for Shinzo in light of the general election that would be held that year. 52 The event, coming shortly after Mori went to Abe's home to deliver the news of his premiership to Shintaro, highlights how Abe was being pulled into Mori's orbit. Mori was prepared to boost the prospects of his faction's rising star and the heir of his patrons.
2000年5月13日，森喜朗与安倍晋三一同参加了一个纪念石原慎太郎的活动。该活动同时也作为当年大选前安倍晋三的政治活动。该活动发生在森喜朗前往安倍家中告知石原慎太郎他成为首相的消息后不久，这表明安倍正在被拉入森喜朗的势力范围。森喜朗准备提升他派系的新兴明星和他恩人的继承人的前景。
In the June general election, Abe won with more than 70% of the vote for the first time. With 3 electoral victories under his belt, he was still relatively junior, and, according to the LDP's seniority conventions, would have been in line for a chairmanship of one of the party's policy committees, a job he had already held. Instead, when Mori reshuffled his cabinet on July 4th, he brought Abe into government as one of 3 deputy chief cabinet secretaries, a position likened to being the government's appendix. 53 According to at least one report, Koizumi Junichiro took credit for recommending Abe for the post and described him as the feature attraction in the new cabinet lineup. 54
在6月的众议院选举中，安倍首次以超过 70% 的得票率获胜。尽管他已经赢得了3次选举，但由于资历尚浅，按照自民党的惯例，他本应担任党的政策委员会主席之一，这个职位他之前已经担任过。然而，当森喜朗在7月4日改组内阁时，他任命安倍为3位内阁副长官之一，这个职位被戏称为政府的阑尾。据至少一份报道，小泉纯一郎声称是他推荐安倍担任这一职务，并称安倍是新内阁中的亮点。
But Abe's appointment in July 2000 meant he would likely be in office as Hashimoto's administrative reforms took effect on January 1, 2001, at which point significant power would accrue to the Prime Minister's office, and Cabinet Secretariat, raising the importance of the Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary's role. Perhaps more importantly, it meant that when Mori finally resigned and was succeeded by Koizumi Junichiro in April 2001, Abe was well positioned to stay in his post. He would then have the opportunity to serve not only under a fellow member of Mori's faction, but also under a prime minister who was determined to revolutionize the Japanese political system and, if perhaps not as committed a patron as Mori had been, was sympathetic to many new conservative goals.
然而，安倍在2000年7月的任命意味着，当他担任副内阁长官时，桥本的行政改革将于2001年1月1日生效，届时首相办公室、内阁办公室和内阁秘书处的权力将显著增加，这提升了副内阁长官角色的重要性。更重要的是，这意味着当森喜朗最终在2001年4月辞职，并由小泉纯一郎接任时，安倍能够稳固地保持他的职位。这样，他不仅有机会在森喜朗派系的成员手下工作，还有机会在一位决心要改革日本政治体系的首相手下工作。尽管小泉可能不像森喜朗那样是一个坚定的支持者，但他对许多新的保守目标表示支持。
Thanks to the transition from Obuchi to Mori, and then from Mori to Koizumi, Abe raced to the head of the pack and found himself at the heart of a dynamic administration that would end up being Japan's most enduring and stable since Nakasone.
由于从小渊惠三到森喜朗，再到小泉纯一郎的过渡，安倍迅速崛起，成为领导者，并置身于一个自中曾根康弘以来日本最持久和稳定的政府的核心。
6. The Weirdo.
古怪的人。
Koizumi Junichiro took his first overseas trip as prime minister in June 2001. His first stop was the U.S., where he joined George W. Bush, who had been inaugurated as president in January, at Camp David.
2001年6月，小泉纯一郎首次以首相身份出访海外，第一站是美国，与1月份刚就任总统的乔治 ·W. 布什在戴维营会面。
Bush and his most senior advisors wanted a closer relationship with Japan. Several of the new administration's foreign policy officials had helped draft what became known as the Armitage-Nye Report. 1 The report, released shortly before the 2000 election by a bipartisan group of experts led by veteran Republican official Richard Armitage, and former Assistant Secretary of Defense and Harvard professor Joseph Nye, recommended that the next administration treat Japan as an equal partner in crafting regional and global policies and pursue closer security, diplomatic, and economic cooperation. The report, building on work done by Nye and his one-time deputy Kurt Campbell during the Clinton administration, outlined a bipartisan blueprint for the post-Cold War relationship.
布什和他的最高顾问希望与日本建立更紧密的关系。新政府的几位外交政策官员曾参与起草后来被称为阿米塔吉奈报告的文件。该报告由共和党资深官员理查德·阿米塔吉和前国防部助理部长、哈佛大学教授约瑟夫·奈领导的两党专家小组在2000年大选前发布，建议下一届政府将日本视为制定地区和全球政策的平等伙伴，并寻求更紧密的安全、外交和经济合作。该报告基于奈和他的前副手科尔特·坎贝尔在克林顿政府期间的工作，为后冷战时期的关系制定了两党蓝图。
Koizumi's emergence as prime minister was a stroke of luck. Shortly after taking office, the Bush administration had a Japanese prime minister who was a willing partner in building a new kind of bilateral relationship.
小泉纯一郎成为首相是一次幸运。在他上任后不久，布什政府就找到了一位愿意共同构建新型双边关系的日本首相。
It helped that Koizumi was eager to strike up a friendship with Bush. At Camp David, they tossed a baseball, bonded over their love of high noon, and, according to Koizumi, had a heart-to-heart meeting that exceeded his expectations for establishing a relationship of trust. Bush, for his part, gave his full endorsement of Koizumi's reform agenda and praised his good humor and his courage as a leader who recognizes that his duty is not to avoid, but to lead, too.
有助于小泉纯一郎与布什建立友谊。在戴维营，他们一起投掷棒球，因共同喜爱电影、正午而加深了关系。小泉表示，他们进行了超出预期的深入交流，成功建立了信任关系。布什则全力支持小泉的改革计划，称赞他幽默风趣，是一位勇于承担责任、积极领导的领导人。
Koizumi's visit also marked Abe's arrival on a bigger stage. As Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary, he accompanied the Prime Minister, and it was there, Michael Green recalls, that Koizumi introduced his young deputy to the Americans as the next Prime Minister. From his earliest days in office, Koizumi, who had recommended Abe to Mori for the Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary post, saw Abe as a future leader. Thanks to Koizumi, there would be no doubt about Abe's stature as the most promising of the LDP's young leaders.
小泉的访问也标志着安倍登上了更大的舞台。作为内阁副长官，他陪同首相访问。迈克尔·格连回忆说，小泉在那里向美国人介绍了他的年轻副手，称他为未来的首相。从安倍上任的最初几天起，小泉曾推荐安倍担任内阁副长官，就认为安倍是未来的领导人。由于小泉的支持，安倍作为自民党最有前途的年轻领导人的地位毋庸置疑。
During his 5 years and 5 months in power, Koizumi promoted Abe to ever higher government and party posts, ensuring that when he yielded power, Abe was well placed to succeed him. Koizumi's eagerness to advance his protégé's prospects had wide-reaching effects for Abe, the LDP, and Japan.
在他执政的5年5个月里，小泉纯一郎不断将安倍晋三提拔到更高的政府和党职位，确保自己卸任时安倍能够顺利接替。小泉对安倍的大力提携，对安倍本人、自民党和整个日本都产生了深远的影响。
Koizumi was an unlikely prime minister. Born in 1942 in Yokosuka, a port southwest of Tokyo where Matthew Perry arrived, and which would later become an important hub for the Imperial Japanese Navy and the U.S. Navy, Koizumi, like Abe, was the son and grandson of politicians. His maternal grandfather had been a pre-war politician and wartime cabinet minister known for his extensive tattoos. His father, Junya, was adopted by his wife's family after marriage and began his political career before the war when elected to the Diet in 1937. Purged during the occupation, Junya returned to the Diet in 1952 and eventually became Defense Agency Chief under Ikeda and Sato, dying in August 1969. But in the December 1969 general election, Junichiro failed to win his father's seat. He had been studying economics at University College London and had barely 3 months to prepare to run in his father's place.
小泉纯一郎是一位出人意料的首相。1942年，他出生在东京西南部的横须贺，这个港口城市曾是马修·佩里登陆的地方，后来成为日本帝国海军和美国海军的重要基地。和安倍一样，小泉出身于政治世家。他的外祖父是战前的政治家和战时的内阁大臣，以满身的纹身而著称。他的父亲俊也在婚后被妻子的家族收养，并在战前开始了政治生涯。1937年当选为国会议员。在战后被清除后，俊也在1952年重返国会，最终在池田和佐藤内阁担任防卫厅长官，于1969年8月去世。然而，在1969年12月的大选中，俊治郎未能赢得父亲的席位。当时他在伦敦大学学院学习经济学，只有短短3个月的时间准备接替父亲的位置。
Instead, his entry into politics was aided by Fukuda Takeo, Kishi's top lieutenant who became prime minister and a power broker in his own right. After his failed campaign, Koizumi worked as Fukuda's secretary, a title that does not convey the extent to which Koizumi shadowed and learned from his boss. He won a Diet seat in 1972 and joined the Seiwakai, becoming a loyal retainer in Fukuda's battles against Tanaka and Ohira during what came to be known as the Liberal Democratic Party's LDP, Warring States Period 3.
相反，小泉纯一郎进入政坛得到了福田赳夫的帮助。福田是岸信介的首席幕僚，后来成为首相和重要的权力掮客。在竞选失败后，小泉担任了福田的秘书。这个职位并不能完全反映出他如何紧密地跟随并从福田那里学习。1972年，小泉赢得了一席，加入了清和会，成为福田在与田中角荣和大平正方斗争中的忠实随从。这一时期被称为自民党的战国时代。
Despite winning his first election before he turned 31, there was little in Koizumi's early career to suggest that he would ever become prime minister. He did not receive his first ministerial post until 1988, and his subsequent cabinet appointments were lower-tier ministries, including a brief stint as postal minister under Miyazawa and another as health minister under Hashimoto. His resume included none of the party and cabinet posts that would mark out an LDP lawmaker as a future party leader. Although he mounted leadership bids in 1995 and 1998, he ran more to ensure that his faction was represented in the field than as a serious contender. His 1998 leadership bid against Obuchi and Kajiyama Seiroku was memorable mostly for producing a durable nickname. Tanaka Mikiko, daughter of Kakui, referred to the election as a contest between a mediocrity, Obuchi, a soldier, Kajiyama, and a weirdo, Koizumi.
尽管小泉在30岁前就赢得了首次选举，但他的早期职业生涯中几乎没有迹象表明他会成为首相。直到1988年，他才获得第一个部长职位，随后的内阁任命都是较低级别的部委，包括在宫泽内阁短暂担任邮政大臣和在桥本内阁担任卫生大臣。他的履历中没有任何表明他会成为自民党未来领导人的党派和内阁职位。尽管他在1995年和1998年尝试争夺领导权，但更多的是为了确保他的派系在竞选中有所代表，而不是作为一个认真的竞争者。1998年，他在与小渊惠三和加藤弘一的领导权争夺中，最令人难忘的是产生了一个持久的绰号。田中角荣的女儿田中真纪子将这次选举描述为一个平庸的人小渊、一个军人加藤和一个怪人小泉之间的较量。
In a word, Tanaka captured that there was something different about Koizumi. With his wavy mane, which earned him the nickname Lionheart, he stood out from just about every other Japanese politician. He was a divorce who had taken sole custody of 2 of his 3 sons, but was also unabashed about his penchant for Tokyo's nightlife. 4. He wore his passions on his sleeve, especially his love of music, including Japanese pop music, opera, and, most famously, Elvis Presley, going so far as to release a mixtape of his favorite Elvis songs. 5. During the LDP's golden era, it is unlikely that he would have ever had the chance of becoming party leader and prime minister. 6.
用一个词来形容，田中捕捉到了小泉的不同之处。他那波浪般的头发让他获得了狮心王的绰号，使他在众多日本政治家中脱颖而出。 小泉是一位离异人士，独自抚养3个儿子中的2个，同时也不掩饰他对东京夜生活的喜爱。他对音乐充满热情，尤其是日本流行音乐、歌剧。最著名的是猫王阿尔维斯·普雷斯利，甚至发布了一张他最喜欢的猫王歌曲的混音带。在自民党的黄金时代，他几乎不可能有机会成为党魁和首相。
But the golden age was over. The LDP needed to think differently about its leaders. In April 2001, when Mori finally resigned after reaching record-low approval, the LDP was in crisis. Deprived of majorities in both houses and forced to govern in coalition, it also faced an increasingly serious threat from the Democratic Party of Japan, DPJ, which was consolidating strongholds in urban and suburban constituencies. The LDP was mere months away from an upper house election, which, if the party failed to undo the impact of Mori's tenure, could result in another disaster.
但黄金时代已经结束，自民党需要重新思考其领导人的选择。2001年4月，森喜朗因支持率跌至历史低点而最终辞职，自民党陷入危机。该党在2院均失去多数席位，被迫与其他党派联合执政，同时面临来自日本民主党 DPJ 的日益严峻的挑战。该党正在城市和郊区选区巩固其势力。自民党距离参议院选举仅剩几个月，如果不能扭转森喜朗任期内的负面影响，可能会再次遭遇重大失败。
In these circumstances, Koizumi's eccentricities became assets. He drew adoring crowds and had a talent for controlling media coverage through his use of simple, clearly articulated phrases that could easily be repeated on television and in the tabloid press. But people were not just attracted to Koizumi's style. He also attracted voters, particularly urban and suburban voters, with a populist appeal that tapped into public frustrations after a decade of slow growth, financial instability, and political turbulence.
在这种情况下，小泉的特立独行反而成了他的优势。他吸引了大量崇拜者，并且通过使用简单明了的语句来控制媒体的报道。这些语句很容易在电视和小报上被重复。但人们不仅仅是被小泉的风格所吸引，他还以民粹主义的吸引力赢得了城市和郊区选民的支持。这种吸引力触及了在经历了10年经济增长缓慢、金融不稳定和政治动荡之后公众的不满。
After all, if populism is about identifying entrenched elites as the enemy and mobilizing public anger to wield power, Koizumi was a populist. 7 He had an enemy: the Tanaka machine and its allies in the bureaucracy and the private sector. I will destroy the LDP, he said as he campaigned for the LDP's leadership. He would destroy the old party of factions and policy tribes that above all worked to transfer wealth from metropolitan Japan to the depopulating provinces, usually in the form of extravagant, unnecessary infrastructure projects that created jobs for rural voters. 8 He replaced it with a new party controlled by a strong leader, able to compete for the increasingly dominant urban independent voters.
毕竟，如果民粹主义是将既得利益集团视为敌人，并动员公众愤怒来行使权力，那么小泉纯一郎就是一名民粹主义者。他有一个明确的敌人：田中派及其在官僚机构和私营部门的盟友。我要摧毁自民党，他在竞选自民党领导时说。他决心摧毁旧的派系和政策部落。这些派系和政策部落主要通过建造昂贵且不必要的基础设施项目，将财富从都市日本转移到人口减少的省份，为农村选民创造就业机会。他将其替换为一个由强大领导人控制的新政党，能够吸引日益占主导地位的城市独立选民。
This was the right message at the right time, and Koizumi deployed it magisterially, helped by a rule change introduced shortly before Mori's resignation. The LDP's rules had previously given each parliamentarian 1 vote, and each of the party's 47 prefectural chapters 1 vote, ensuring the LDP's faction bosses controlled the election of party leaders, since they controlled the votes of their parliamentarians. However, in the name of openness and legitimacy, lessons learned from his own troubled accession, Mori prevailed upon the party to change the rules so that each prefectural chapter would have 3 votes. All but 2 prefectural chapters decided that they would award their votes winner-take-all, based on a vote held for the party's rank-and-file members. This rule change neutralized Hashimoto Ryutaro's advantages. The former prime minister had launched a comeback bid, and his faction was still the LDP's largest, and amplified Koizumi's strengths.
这是在正确的时间传达了正确的信息。小泉纯一郎以权威的方式部署了这一信息，这得益于森喜朗辞职前不久引入的规则变更。自民党之前的规则规定，每位国会议员有一票，党的47个都道府县支部各有一票，这使得自民党的派系领袖能够控制党领导人的选举，因为他们控制了国会议员的投票。然而，为了提高透明度和合法性，从自己艰难的接任过程中吸取的教训，森喜朗说服党改变规则，使每个都道府县支部都有3票。除了2个都道府县支部外，其他所有支部都决定，他们会根据为普通党员举行的投票结果，将他们的票全部投给胜者。这项规则的改变中和了桥本龙太郎的优势，这位前首相正试图复出，他的派系仍是自民党中最大的，同时放大了小泉纯一郎的优势。
Koizumi launched a campaign that exploited this advantage. Defying the conventional approach to LDP leadership campaigns, he worked from the outside in. Campaigning on a shoestring budget, he made speeches in plazas in large and medium-sized cities across the country to generate a surge of support from the electorate. This attracted favorable press coverage and swayed the party's rank-and-file members, whose support for the underdog-led LDP lawmakers to rally to his standard .9.
小泉发起了一个利用这一优势的竞选活动，他打破了自民党领导竞选的传统模式，采取了从外部入手的策略。在有限的预算下，他在全国各地的大中城市广场发表演讲，激发了选民的广泛支持。这不仅赢得了媒体的正面报道，还赢得了党内基层成员的支持。他们对这位不被看好的候选人表示了支持，最终使得自民党议员纷纷倒向他的阵营。
He won comfortably, receiving 298 votes to Hashimoto's 155, with another 31 going to Aso Taro. Koizumi's victory in the rank-and-file voting was particularly lopsided, as he won 41 out of 46 prefectures. 10.
他以298票对桥本的155票轻松胜出，另外还有31票投给了麻生太郎。小泉在党员直选中的优势尤为明显，他在46个都道府县中赢得了41个。
While Koizumi told voters he was running against factional politics, in reality he was mainly running against the Tanaka school's domination. He may have attracted voters disgusted by the LDP machine, but he wanted to end once and for all the Kaku-Fuku War, the conflict between Fukuda and Tanaka dating from the early 1970s, in favor of Fukuda's political descendants. 11 Mori's role in Koizumi's victory and guiding Abe's career suggests that his role in cementing the new right's domination of the LDP has been underappreciated. 12.
尽管小泉向选民表示他是在反对派系政治，但实际上他主要是在反对田中派的主导地位。他可能吸引了对自民党机制感到失望的选民，但他希望彻底结束角福之争，即福田和田中自20世纪70年代初以来的冲突，支持福田的政治继承人。森在小泉胜利中的作用以及对安倍职业生涯的指导表明，他在巩固新右翼对自民党控制方面的作用被低估了。
Mori's influence was visible in Koizumi's first cabinet. While it is mostly remembered for his willingness to name non-politicians to ministerial posts and his choice of Tanaka Makiko as foreign minister, Koizumi also retained 7 members of Mori's second cabinet and favored the Mori faction. The faction was not just overrepresented in the cabinet, but also dominated the executive branch, since the prime minister retained Fukuda Yasuo as chief cabinet secretary, Abe as the deputy chief cabinet secretary from the lower house, and Ueno Koziai as the deputy chief cabinet secretary from the upper house.
森的影响在小泉第一次内阁中显而易见。尽管人们主要记得他愿意任命非政治家担任部长职位，以及选择田中真纪子为外务大臣，但小泉还保留了森第2次内阁中的7名成员，并支持森派。该派不仅在内阁中占据重要地位，还主导了行政部门。因为首相保留了福田康夫作为内阁长官，安倍晋三作为众议院的内阁副长官，以及上野幸生作为参议院的内阁副长官。
Abe helped lead the campaign for Koizumi, who was, after all, his faction's candidate. But it was not obvious that Abe and Koizumi would forge a close relationship, or that Koizumi would gamble on Abe and advance his career.
安倍帮助领导了支持小泉的竞选活动， 毕竟小泉是他派系的候选人。但并不明显安倍和小泉会建立密切的关系，或者小泉会赌一把安倍并推进他的职业生涯。
For Abe, Koizumi was not a natural patron. He was not a fervent partisan in the culture war, paying relatively little attention to issues of greatest concern to the new conservatives. These included defense and foreign policy, and fights over the Constitution, education, Japan's wartime past, and reverence for the imperial household. In fact, Koizumi would battle with the new conservatives when, later in his term, he signaled his willingness to change succession laws to allow female inheritance of the throne. 13 He was not particularly close to Abe's father or grandfather, despite having risen through the ranks in their faction. Koizumi and Abe were an odd couple, the junior lawmaker determined to make his own name even as he fought for his family's legacy, and the unlikely prime minister who, above all else, brought a sense of fun to Japan's democracy that it had never had before.
对安倍而言，小泉并不是一个天然的赞助者。小泉对新保守派最为关切的问题，如国防、外交政策、宪法、教育、日本的战争历史以及对皇室的尊敬等议题关注较少。实际上，小泉在其任期内后期表示愿意修改继承法，允许女性继承皇位，这使他与新保守派产生了冲突。尽管小泉在安倍家族的派系中晋升，但他与安倍的父亲或祖父关系并不密切。小泉和安倍是一对奇特的搭档，年轻的议员决心要树立自己的名声，同时维护家族的荣誉，而这位出人意料的首相则为日本的民主政治带来了前所未有的活力和乐趣。
But thanks in part to Koizumi's commitment to advancing his faction's interests, the two men forged an effective partnership during Koizumi's 5.5 years in office. With the prime minister preoccupied with political and economic reform, Abe battled with bureaucrats and even LDP members to push the Koizumi government in a more hawkish direction and erode long-standing constraints on Japan's defense policies. As Abe said later, because Mr. Koizumi's foreign and security policies were a blank slate, I imbued them with my views. 14.
正是因为小泉致力于推进其派系的利益，两人在小泉任内5年半的时间里建立了有效的伙伴关系。在首相专注于政治和经济改革的同时，安倍与官僚甚至自民党成员斗争，推动小泉政府采取更加鹰派的方向，并削弱了日本国防政策的长期限制。正如安倍后来所说，由于小泉的外交和安全政策是一张白纸，我赋予了他们我的观点。
Koizumi, whose constituency had hosted a U.S. aircraft carrier since he was a freshman lawmaker, likely had more appreciation of the realities of Japan's national defense than the average Diet member, but from the beginning of his premiership he listened to arguments from Abe and other new conservatives regarding the need to build a stronger alliance with the U.S. and undo constitutional, legal, and political constraints on the SDF. Abe and his own informal foreign policy advisor, retired diplomat Okazaki Hisahiko, impressed upon Koizumi before taking office that he should prioritize strengthening the U.S.-Japan alliance, for example by loosening restrictions on Japan's exercise of its right of collective self-defense, and should also visit Yasukuni Shrine despite past protests from China and South Korea. During the LDP campaign, Koizumi pledged to visit Yasukuni on August 15th, the anniversary of the end of the Second World War, and from his first press conference on April 27, 2001, he took a hawkish approach to the U.S.-Japan alliance, stressing Japan's relationship with the U.S. as the largest foundation for Japan's prosperity, and embracing the logic of reinterpreting the Constitution to permit collective self-defense. 15.
小泉的选区自他首次当选议员以来就驻扎了一艘美国航空母舰，因此他可能比普通国会议员更了解日本国防的实际情况。然而，从他担任首相之初，他就开始听取安倍和其他新保守派关于加强日美联盟以及解除对自卫队的宪法、法律和政治限制的建议。安倍和他的非正式外交政策顾问、退休外交官冈崎久彦在小泉上任前给他留下了深刻印象，认为他应该优先加强美日联盟，例如通过放宽对日本行使集体自卫权的限制，并且尽管中国和韩国过去的抗议，也应该参拜靖国神社。在自民党竞选期间，小泉承诺在8月15日即二战结束纪念日参拜靖国神社。从2001年4月27日他的第一次新闻发布会开始， 他就对美日联盟采取了强硬态度，强调日本与美国的关系是日本繁荣的最大基础，并接受了重新解释宪法以允许集体自卫的逻辑。失误。
Koizumi's willingness to trust Abe's judgment on foreign affairs was important, but Koizumi and Abe were ultimately united by a shared commitment to top-down political leadership. In a note published in the inaugural issue of Koizumi's Mail magazine, the email newsletter, edited by Abe, that was regarded as a revolutionary means for communicating directly with voters, Abe likened Koizumi to the Chashu heroes Yoshida Shoin and Takasuji Shinsaku for his strong determination to change Japan.